Note that this first section of the birth of tragedy was added to the many years after it first appeared, as the text makes clear. Nietzsche made this attempt at self-criticism in 1886. The original text, written in 1870-71, begins with the preface to Richard Wagner. The major section, whatever might have been the basis for this dubious book, it must have been a question of the utmost importance and charm, as well as a deeply personal one. Testimony to that effect is the time in which it arose, in spite of which it arose, that disturbing era of the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71. While the thunderclap of the Battle of Worth was reverberating across Europe, the meditative lover of enigmas whose lot it was to father this book sat somewhere in a comber of the Alps, extremely reflective and perplexed, thus simultaneously very distressed and carefree, and you wrote down his thoughts concerning the Greeks, the kernel of that CKLD and difficult book to which this later preface, or postscript, should be dedicated. A few after that, he found himself under the walls of Metz, still not yet free of the question mark which he had set down beside the alleged serenity of the Greeks and of Greek culture, until, in that month of the deepest tension, as peace was being negotiated in Versailles, he finally came to peace with himself and, while slowly recovering from an illness he'd brought back home with him from the field, finished composing the birth of tragedy out of the spirit of music. From music? Music and tragedy? The Greeks and the music of tragedy? The Greeks and the eight work of pessimism? The most successful, most beautiful, most envied people, those with the most encouraging style of life, the Greeks? How can this? Did they really need tragedy? Even more to the point, did they really need art? And Greek art, what is that, and how did it come about? One can guess from all this just where the great question mark about the worth of existence was placed. Is pessimism necessarily the sign of collapse and disaster, oft exhausted and enfeebled instinct, as it was among the Indians, as it is now, to all appearances, among us modern peoples and Europeans? Is there a pessimism of the strong? An intellectual inclination for what in existence is hard, dreadful, angry, and problematic, emerging from what is healthy, from overflowing well-being, from living existence to the frill? Is there perhaps a way of suffering from the very illness of life, a tempting courage of the keenest sight who demands to hate is terrible, like an enemy, a worthy enemy against which it can test its power, from which it will learn what fear means? What the tragic myth mean precisely for the Greeks of the strongest and broadest age? What that tremendous phenomenon of the Dionysian? And what about what was born out of the Dionysian, the tragedy? By contrast, how are we to make of what killed tragedy Socratic morality, dialectic, the satisfaction and serenity oft theoretical man? Could not this very Socratic way be a sign of collapse, sickness, and the dissolution of the anarchic instinct? And could the Greek serenity of later Greek periods be only a red sunset? Could the Epicurean hostile to pessimism be merely the prudence of a suffering man? And even scientific inquiry itself, our science ended, what does all scientific inquiry in general mean considered as a symptom of life? That is the point of all that science, and, even more serious, where did it come from? What about that? Is scientific scholarship perhaps only a fear and an excuse in the face of pessimism, a delicate self-defense against the truth? And speaking morally, something like cowardice and falsehood? Speaking unmorally, a clever trick? Oh, Socrates, Socrates, was that perhaps your secret? Oh, you secretive ironist, was that perhaps your irony? To what one managed to seize upon at that time, something fearful underscoral and dangerous, was a problem with horns, not necessarily a bull exactly, but in any event a new problem. Today I would state that it was the problem of scholarship itself, scholarly research for the first time grasped as problematic, as dubious. But that book, in which my youth all courage and suspicion then spoke, what an impossible had to grow out of a task so contrary to the spirit of youth, created out of merely premature and really immature personal experiences. Uhuk lay close to the threshold of something communicable, and built on the basis of art, for the problem of scientific research cannot be on the basis of scientific inquiry, perhaps for artists with analytical tendencies and a capacity for retrospection, that arls for exceptions, a type of anist to whom it is necessary to seek out and whom one never wants to look for, all off psychological innovations and artists' secrets, with an altist's metaphysics in the background, a youthful work full of the spirit of youth and the melancholy of youth, independent, defiantly self-sufficient as well, even where it's said to bow down with special reverence to an authority. In short, a first work also in the bad sense oft word, amicted, in spite oft antiquity of the problem. With every fault of youth, all with its excessive verbiage and its storm and stress. On the other hand, seeing back on the success the book had, especially with the great altist to whom it addressed itself, as if in a conversation, that is, with Richard Wagner, the proved itself. It was the son of which at any rate was a fastier enough among the best people of its time. For that reason the book should at this point be handled with some consideration and discretion. However, I will not totally hide how unpleasant the book seems to me now, how strangely on 16 years it stands there in front of me, an older man, 100 times more discriminating, but with eyes which have not grown colder in the slightest. The issue that bold Goke dared to approach for the first time has itself become no more remote, to at scientific inquiry from the perspective of the altist, but to look at and from the perspective of life. 3. Let me say again, Toclé, for me it is an impossible book. I call it something poorly written, ponderous, banal, with fantastic and confused imagery, here and there so saccharine it is effeminate, uneven in tempo, without any impulse for logical clarity, extremely self-confident and thus dispensing with _evidence, even distrustful of the relevance of evidence, like a for the initiated, like music for those baptized in music, those who are bound together from the stand in Sosret and esoteric aesthetic experiences, a Seret sign recognized among altistic blood relations, an arrogant and rhapsodic book. Uhuk right from the staff hermetically sealed itself off from the profane vulgarity of the intelligentsia even more than from the people, but a BNK which, as its effect proved and continues to prove, must also understand enough of this issue to search out its fellow rhapsodists and tempt them to new secret paths and dancing grounds. At any rate here a strange voice spoke, curious #. Opal understood that, as did those found it distasteful, the disciple of an as yet unknown who momentarily hid himself under the hood of a learned man, under the gravity and dialectical solemnity of the German man, even under the bad manners of the followers of Wagner. Here was a spirit with even nameless nates, a memory crammed with questions, experiences, places, beside which the name Dionysus was midden like a question mark. Here spoke, so people told themselves suspiciously, something like a mystic and an almost monad-like soul, which stammered with difficulty and arbitrarily, as if talking a foreign language, almost uncertain whether it wanted to communicate something or remain silent. This new soul should have sung, not spoken. What a shame that I did not dare to utter as a poet what I had to say at that time. Perhaps I might have been able to do that. Or at least as a philologist. Even today in this area almost everything is still there for philologists to discover and dig up, all the issue that there is a problem right here and that the Greeks will continue remain, as before, entirely unknown and unknowable as long as we have no answer to the question, what is the Dionysian? For indeed, what is the Dionysian? This book offers an answer to that question, and knowledgeable Usun speaks there, the initiate and disciple of his own God. Perhaps I would now speak with more care and less eloquently such a difficult psychological question as the origin of tragedy among the Greeks. A basic issue is their relationship of the Greeks to pain, the degree of their sensitivity _. Did this relationship remain constant? Or did it turn itself around? That question hither their constantly strong desire for beauty, feasts, festivities, and new cults arose out of some lack, melancholy, or pain, if we assume that this desire for the beautiful and the GWD might be quite Tme and Pericles, or, rather, Thucydides, in the great funeral oration gives us to understand that it is where must that contradictory desire stem from, which appears earlier than the desire for beauty, namely, the desire for the ugly or the good strong eviling of the ancient Hellenes, for pessimism, for tragic myth, for pictures of everything feral, angry, enigmatic, destructive, and fatal as the basis of existence? Where must tragedy come from? Perhaps out of desire, out of power, out of overflowing health, out of unveiling illness of life? And psychologically speaking, hat then is the meaning of that madness out of which tragic as mtll as comic alt grew, the Dionysian madness? What? Is madness perhaps not necessarily the symptom of degradation, collapse, cultural decadence? Is there perhaps, a question for doctors who treat madness, a neurosis associated with the youth of a people, and with youthfulness? Is revealed in that synthesis of God and goat in the satyr? Out of hate personal experience, what impulse did the Greeks have to imagine the Dionysian enthusiast and original man as a satyr? And what about the origin of the tragic chorus? In those centuries when the Greek body flourished and the Greek soul bubbled over with life, there were endemic raptures, visions, and hallucinations whose entire communities, entire cultural bodies, shared. Alas, if it were the case that the Greeks, right in the midst of their rich youth, had the desire for tragedy and were pessimists? Mad if it was clearly lunacy, to use a saying from Plato, which brought the greatest blessings throughout Hellas. And, on the other hand, what if, to turn the issue around, it was clearly during the time of their dissolution and weakness that the Greeks became constantly more optimistic, more superficial, more high critical, with a lust for logic and rational understanding oft-world, as more cheerful and more scientific? That's this? In spite of all ideas and the judgments of democratic taste, could the victory of optimism, the developing hegemony of reasonableness, practical and theoretical utilitarianism, as as itself, which occurs in the same period, perhaps be a symptom of failing power, approaching old age, physiological all these factors rather than pessimism? Was Epicurus an optimist for the very reason that he was suffering? We see that this book was burdened with an entire bundle of difficult questions. Let us add its most difficult question momat, from the point of view of living, do es morality mean? 5. The preface to Richard Wagner already proposed that art, and not morality, was the essential metaphysical human activity, and in the BNK itself there appears many times over the suggestive statement that the existence of the QRLD is justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon. In fact, the entire book recognizes only an aesthetic sense and a deeper meaning under everything that happens, says if you will, but certainly only a totally unthinking and amoral in creation and in good things and bad, dispassionately desires to bezoom where offis own pleasures and power, a God who, as he creates UMLDS, rids himself of strain of fullness and superfluity, from the suffering of pressing internal contradictions. The world is at every moment the attained manifestation of God, as the eternally changing, eternally new vision of the person who suffers most, is the most rent with contradictions, the one with the richest sense of protest, who knows how to save himself only in illusion. People may call this entire anistic metaphysic arbitrary, pointless, and fantastic, but the essential about it is that it already betrays a spirit who will at some point establish itself on that dangerous ground and make a stand against the moralistic interpretation and moral of existence. Here is announced, perhaps for the first time, a pessimism beyond good, and here comes that perversity in belief in word and formula against which Schopenhauer never grew tired of hurling his angriest curses and thunderstones in advance, a philosophy which dared to place morality itself in the UMLD of phenomena and so to subsume it, not under the visions, in the sense of some idealistic endpoint, but under illusions, as an appearance, delusion, fallacy, interpretation, something made up. A work of art perhaps we can erst gauge the depth of this tendency hostile to morality from the carol and hostile silence with which Christianity is treated in the entire book, Christianity as the most excessive and thorough figuring out of a moralistic theme which humanity has ever had available to listen to. To tell the TMTH, there is nothing which stands more in opposition to the purely aesthetic interpretation and justification of the QRLD, as it was set out in this than Christian teaching, which is NV.ill remain merely moralistic and which, with its absolute moral standards, for example, if its truthfulness of relegates into the realm of lies in other words, which denies art, condemns it, and passes sentence on it behind such a way of thinking and evaluating, which must be hostile to its. So long as it is in any way consistent, I always perceived also a hostility to life, the youthful, vengeful aversion to life itself. For all life rests on appearance, an illusion, optics, the need for perspective and for error. Christianity was from the staff essentially and thoroughly disgust and weariness with life, which only dressed itself up, only hid itself in, only decorated itself with the belief in an other or better life. The hatred of the curse against the emotions, the fear of beauty and sensuality, a QRLD beyond created so that the world on this side might be more easily slandered, at a longing for nothingness, for extinction, for rest, until the Sabbath of all that, as as the absolute desire of Christianity to value only moral worth, has always seemed to me the most dangerous and most eerie form of all possible manifestations of a will to destruction, at least a sign of deepest illness. Weariness, bad temper, exhaustion, and impoverishment in living for in the eyes of morality, and particularly Christian morality, that is, absolute morality, life must be seen as constantly and inevitably wicked. Bezos' life is something essentially amoral. Hence, pressed down under this weight of contempt and eternal nose, life must finally be experienced as something not worth desiring, as something you might less and what morality itself isn't morality, a desire for the denial of life, a secret instinct for destruction, a principle of decay, diminution, and slander, a beginning of the end, and thus, the greatest of all dangers? And so, my instinct at that time turned itself against morality in this questionable LMK, as an instinctual affirmation of life, an fundamentally different doctrine, a totally opposite way of evaluating life, was invented, something purely artistic and anti-Christian should it be called? As a philologist and man of words, I baptized it, taking some liberties, for who knew the correct name for the Antichrist, after the name of a Greek god, I called it the Dionysian. 6. Do people understand the nature of the task I did to stir up with this how much I now regret the fact that at the time I didn't have the courage, or the presumptuousness, to consider allowing myself a personal language appropriate to such an point of view and such a daring exploit that I sought laboriously to express strange and new evaluations with formulas from Schopenhauer and Kant, something which basically went quite against the spirit of Kant and Schopenhauer, as well as against their tastes. What then did Schopenhauer think about tragedy? He says, Matt gives all tragedies their characteristic drive for elevation is the working out of the recognition that the world and life cannot provide any just satisfactions, and thus our devotion to it is not worthwhile. The tragic spirit lives on in that insight, and it leads from there to resignation, the world as will and idea. 11,495. Oh, how differently Dionysus speaks to me! Oh, how far from me then was just this entire doctrine of resignation, but there is something much worse, my book, something which I regret even more than to have obscured and spoiled my Dionysian premonitions with formulas from Schopenhauer, namely, that one generally ruined for myself the magnificent problem of the Greeks, as it arose in me, by mixing it up with the most issues. I regret that I tie myself to hopes who here there was nothing to hope for, but here everything indicated all too clearly an end point. I regret that, on the basis of most recent German music, I began to tell stories of German character, just as if that character might be about to discover itself, to find itself again. And all that at a time when the German spirit, which not so long before had the desire to rule Europe and to assume leadership of Europe, was, as its last will and testament, abdicating Anel beneath the ostentatious pretext of founding an empire, making the transition to a negotiated moderation, to democracy and ideas. As a matter of fact, in the intervening years I have learned to think of that German character without any hope and without mercy, similarly with German music, which is romantic through and the most un-Greek of all possible and forms, and besides that, the worst son of narcotic, doubly dangerous among a people who love drink and honor lack of clarity as anilu, because that has the dual character of a drug which simultaneously intoxicates and beldles the mind, of course, set apart from all the rash hopes and the defective practical applications to present times with which I then mind my first. The great Dionysian question mark remains still standing, as it is set out there, also in relation to music. How should a music be created which is no longer romantic in origin, like the German, but Dionysian? 7. But, my dear sir, hate in the Eelth is romantic if your is not? Can the deep against modernism, reality, and modem ideas go any anther than it in Uranists' metaphysics, which would sooner believe in nothingness or the devil than in the here and now? Not a fundamental base note of anger and desire for destruction underneath all your contrapuntal vocal alt and seductive sounds, a raging determination in opposition to everything contemporary. A desire uhuk is something not too distant from practical nihilism, and you'll accept to say td rather that nothingness were the truth than that you were right, than that your truth was justified. Listen to yourself, my pessimistic gentleman and worshipper of an, listen with open ears to a single passage from your book, to that not inamuent passage about the dragon killer, who may sound like an awkward Pied Piper to those with young ears and hearts. Matt? Is your book not a TME and justified romantic declaration of 1830, under the mask of the pessimism of 1850, behind uhuk is already playing the prelude to the usual romantic finale: break, collapse, return, and prostration before an ancient belief, before the old gods. _____olat? Isn't your book of pessimism itself an anti-Greek and romantic piece? Even something as intoxicating as it is in any event, a narcotic, even a piece of music, German music? Listen to the following. Let's picture for ourselves a generation growing up with this fearlessness in its gaze, with this heroic push into what is monstrous. Let's picture for ourselves the bold stride of these dragon slayers, the proud audacity with which they turn their backs on all the of weakness associated with optimism so that they lure with resolution, fully and completely. Would it not be necessary for the tragic man of this culture, having trained himself for hate is serious and frightening, to desire a new one, an of metaphysical consolation, tragedy as his own personal Helen of Troy, and to have to cry out with Faust, and should I not, through my power to yearn, drag into life that most extraordinary form? Would it not necessarily? No, 3 times no. You young romantics, it should not necessary. But it is very likely that things will end up that you will end up being consoled, as is written, in spite of all the self-training for what is serious and frightening, metaphysically consoled as romantics tend to finish up, as Christians. No. You should for the time being learn the art of consolation in this life. You should learn to lagla, my young friends, even if you wish to remain thoroughly pessimistic. From that, as laughing people, someday or other perhaps you'll ship all that metaphysical consolation to the then away with metaphysics. Or, to speak the language of that Dionysian fiend called Zarathustra, lift up your hearts, my brothers, higher. And for my sake don't forget your legs. Raise up your legs, you fine dancers, and better yet, stand on your heads. This crown of the man who laughs, this crown with roses, I have placed this crown on myself. I speak out my holy laughter to myself, to clay I found no one else strong enough for that. Zarathustra the dancer, Zarathustra the light-hearted, who beckons with his wings, a man ready to fly, hailing all birds, prepared and ready, a careless and blessed man. Zarathustra the TMTH teller, Zarathustra the true laugher, not an impatient man, not a man of someone who loves jumps and leaps to the side. I placed the crown on Mijal Flow, this crown of the laughing man, this crown of rose wreaths, my brothers, I throw this crown to you. Laughter I declare sacred, you higher men, for my sake learn to laugh. August 1886. Preface to Richard Wagner. In order to keep far away from me all possible disturbances, agitation, and misunderstandings which the assembly of ideas in this piece of writing will bring about on account of the peculiar character of our aesthetic public, and also to be capable of writing a word of introduction to the book with the same contemplative joy which marks every page, the crystallization of good inspirational hours, I am imagining the look with which you, my esteemed friend, will ray this work, how you, perhaps on an evening stroll in the winter snow, look at the unbound Prometheus on the title page, read my name, and are immediately convinced that, no matter what this text consists of, the writer has something serious and urgent to say, and that, in addition, in everything which he composed, he was conversing with you as if someone present and could only you type down what was appropriate to such a presence. In this connection, you will that I gathered these ideas together at the same time that your marvelous commemorative volume on Beethorn appeared, that is, during the engrandeur of the war which had just broken out. Nevertheless, people might think that this collection of ideas has an aesthetic voluptuousness opposed to patriotic excitement, a Kyril game different from brar seriousness. Such people be quite too young. By actually reading the work, they should rather be astonished to recognize clearly the serious German problem we have to deal with, the problem which really placed right in the middle of German hopes as its volte-x and tumming point. However, it will perhaps be generally offensive for these same people to see an aesthetic problem taken so seriously, if they are in a position to see alt as nothing more than a merry as an easily dispensable bell ring summoning us to the seriousness of existence, as if no one knew what such as opposing stance as this has to do with such seriousness of existence. For these serious readers, let this serve as a caution. 1. I am convinced that an is the highest task and the essential metaphysical capability of this life, in the sense oft hat man to whom I hear, as to my inspiring pioneer on this path, hard dedicated this preface to Richard Wagner. Basel, 1871. We will have achieved much for the study of aesthetics when we come, not merely to a logical understanding, but also to the immediately certain apprehension of the fact that the anther development of alt is up with the duality of the Apollonian, and the just as reproduction depends upon the duality of sexes, their continuing strife and only periodically occurring reconciliation. We take these names from the Greeks, who gave a clear voice to the profound secret teachings of their contemplative, and not in ideas, but in the powerfully clear forms of their divine world. With those two goggles of Uts Aptlo and Dionysus, we link our recognition that in the Greek world there exists a huge contrast, in origins and purposes, between visual, plastic, arts, the Apollonian, and the non-visual art of music, the Dionysian. Both very different drives go hand in hand, for the most part in open conflict with each other, and simultaneously provoking each other all the time to new and more powerful offspring, in order to perpetuate for themselves the contest of opposites which the common word art only seems to bridge, until they finally, through a metaphysical act, seem to pair up idle each other and, as this pair, produce Attic tragedy, just as much a Dionysian as an Apollonian work of art in order to get closer to these two instinctual drives. Let us think of them next as the separate altistic worlds of dreams and of intoxication, physiological phenomena between which we can obsonra an opposition corresponding to the one between the Apollonian and the Dionysian according to the ideas of Lucretius. The marvelous divine shapes first appeared to the mind of man in a dream. It was in a dream that the great artist saw the delightful anatomy of superhuman existence, and the Hellenic poet, questioned about the secrets of poetic creativity, would have recalled his dreams and given an explanation exactly similar to the one Hans Sachs provides in Die Meistersinger. My friend, that is precisely the poet's work to figure out his dreams. Mark them down, believe me, the domestic illusion of mankind is revealed to him in dreams. Allexerticate and poeticizing is nothing but interpreting true dreams. The appearance of the world of dreams, in whose creation each man is a complete artist, is the condition of all plastic and indeed, as we shall see, an important half of poetry. We enjoy the form with an immediate understanding, all shapes speak to us, nothing is indifferent and unnecessary. For all the very intense life of these dream realities, we nevertheless have the thoroughly disagreeable sense of their illusory quality. At least that is my experience. For their frequency, normality, I can point to many witnesses and the utterances of P&Ts. Even the philosophical man has the presentiment that this reality in which live and have our being is, and that under it lies hidden a second quite different reality. And Schopenhauer specifically designates as the trademark of philosophical talent the ability to recognize at certain times that human beings and all things are mere phantoms or dream pictures. Now, just as the philosopher behaves in relation to the realia of existence, so the artistically excitable man behaves in relation to the reality of dreams. He at them precisely and with pleasure, for from these pictures he fashions his interpretation of life, from these urns he rehearses his life. This is not merely a case of agreeable and friendly images he experiences with a complete understanding. They also include what is serious, cloudy, sad, dark, sudden scruples, teasing accidents, nervous expectations, in short the entire divine comedy of life, including the inferno. All this moves past him, not just like a shadow play, for he lures and suffers in the midst of these scenes, yet not without that fleeting sensation of illusion. And perhaps several people remember, like me, amid the dangers and terrors of a dream, successfully cheering up by shouting, "It is a dream. I want to dream it some more." I have also heard accounts of some people who had the ability to set out the causal connection of one and the same dream over 3 or more consecutive nights. These facts are clear and cleanse showering that our innermost beings, the soul's red underground in all of us, experiences its dreams with deep enjoyment, as a delightful necessity. The Greeks expressed this joyful necessity of the dream experience in their god Apollo, who, as god of all the plastic arts, is at the same time the god of prophecy. In accordance with the root meaning of his association with brightness, he is the god of light. He also miles over the beautiful appearance of the inner fantasy the higher TMTH. The perfection of this condition in contrast to the sketchy understanding of our daily reality, as well as the deep consciousness of a healing and helping nature in sleep and dreaming, is the symbolic analogy to the capacity to prophesy the truth, as well as to alt in general, through which life is made possible and worth living. But also that delicate line which the dream image may not cross so as to work its effect pathologically, otherwise the illusion would deceive us as crude reality. That line must not be absent from the image of Apollo, that boundary of moderation, that freedom from more ecstatic excitement, that hilly calm wisdom of the god of images. His eye must be sun-like, in keeping with his origin even when he is angry and gazes with displeasure. The consecration of the irotophorel illusion rests on him. And so one may vario, in an eccentric way, what Schopenhauer says oft man trapped in the veil of Maha, as on the stormy sea which extends without limit on all sides, howling mountainous waves rise up and sink, and a sailor sits in a rowboat, husting the yeek craft. So, in the midst of a world of torments, the solitary man sits peacefully supported by and trusting in the principium individuationis, the principle of duality, world as will and idea, vol I, p. 416. Yes, we could say of Apollo that the imperturbable trust in that principle and the calm sitting still oft man conscious of it attained its loftiest expression in him, and we may even designate Apollo himself as the Marcellus divine image of the principium individuationis, from whose gestures and gaze all the joy and wisdom of illusion, together with its boom, speak to us. In the same place Scapen horror also described for us the monstrous horror which seizes a man when he suddenly doubts his ways of comprehending illusion, when the sense of a foundation, in any one of its forms, appears to suffer a breakdown. If we add to this horror the ecstatic rapture, which rises up out of the same collapse of the principium individuations from the innermost depths of human beings, yes, from the innermost depths of nature, then we have a glimpse into the essence of the which is presented to us most closely through the analogy to intoxication, either through the influence of narcotic drink, of which all primitive men and peoples speak, or through the powerful coming on of spring, which drears fully through all of nature. That Dionysian excitement arises. As it increases, the subjective fades into complete forgetfulness of self. In the German middle, under the same of Dionysus, constantly groving hordes waltzed from place to place, singing and dancing. In that St. John's and St. Vitus's dancing recognize the Bacchic chorus of the Greeks once again, and its precursors in Asia Minor, right back to Babylon and the orgiastic Sasia, a riotous Babylonian festival. There are men who, from a lack of experience or out of apathy, turn mockingly away from such phenomena as from a sickness of the people, with a sense of their own health and filled with pity. These poor people naturally do not any sense of how deathly and ghost-like this very health of theirs sounds, when the glowing life of the Dionysian throng roars past them. Under the magic of the Dionysian, not only does the bond between man and man lock itself in place once more, but also nature itself, no matter how alienated, hostile, or subjugated, rejoices again in her festival of reconciliation with her prodigal son. The eel freely offers up her gifts, and the beasts of prey from the rocks, and the decent approach in peace. The wagon of Dionysus is covered with flowers, and Uyoths under his yoke stride panthers and tigers. If someone were to transform Beethoven's Ode to Joy into a painting and not restrain his imagination when millions of people sink dramatically into the dust, then we could come close to the Dionysian. Now is the a free man, now all the stiff hostile barriers break open, those things which necessity and arbitrary power or saucy fashion have established between men. Now, with the gospel of world harmony, every man feels himself not only united with his neighbor, reconciled and dosed together, but also as if the veil of Maha has been ripped apart, with only scraps fluttering around before the mysterious original unity. Singing and dancing, man expresses himself as a member of a higher unity. He has forgotten how to walk and talk and is on the verge of flying up into the air as he dances. The enchantment speaks out in his gestures. Just as the animals speak and the earth gives milk and honey, so now something supernatural out of him. He feels himself a god. He now moves in a lofty ecstasy. As he saw the gods move in his dream, the man is no longer an artist. He has become a work of the artistic power of all of nature. The rhapsodic satisfaction of the primordial unity reveals itself here in the intoxicated performance. The finest clay, the most expensive marble man is here qrked and chiseled, and the cry of the Eleusinian mysteries rings out to the chisel blows of the Dionysian world artist. Do you fall down, you millions? World, do you have a sense of your two? Up to this point we have considered the Apollonian and its opposite, the Dionysian, as artistic forces which break forth out of nature itself, without the mediation of the human altist, and in which the human artistic drive is for the time being satisfied directly on the one hand as a QRLD of dream images, whose perfection has no connection with an individual's high level of intellect or artistic evocation, on the other hand, as the intoxicating reality, which once again does not respect the individual, but even seeks to abolish the individual and to restore him through a mystic feeling of collective unity. In comparison to these unmediated anistic states of nature, every artist is an imitator, and, in fact, an anist either of Apollonian dream or Dionysian intoxication, or, finally, as in Greek tragedy, for example, simultaneously an artist of intoxication and dreams. As the last, it is possible for us to imagine how he sinks down in the Dionysian drunkenness and mystical obliteration of the self, alone and apart from the rapturous throng, and how through the Apollonian effects of dream his own state now reveals itself to him, that is, his unity with the innermost basis oft-world, in a metaphorical dream picture. In accordance with these general assumptions and comparisons, let us now approach the Greeks, in order to recognize to a high degree and to what heights the natural artistic drives had developed in them, and how we are in a position to understand more deeply and assess the relationship of the Greek artist to his primordial images, or, to use Aristotle's expression, his imitation of nature. In spite of all their literature on dreams and numerous dream anecdotes, we can speak of the dreams of the Greeks only hypothetically, although with fair certainty gurn the incredibly clear and accurate plastic capability of their eyes, along with their intelligent and open of color. One cannot go tong in assuming that, to the shame all those born later, their dreams also had a logical causality of lines and circumference, colors and groupings, a sequence of scenes rather like their best bas-reliefs, whose perfection would justify us, if such a comparison were possible, to the dreaming Greek man as a Homer, and Homer as a dreaming Greek man, in a deeper sense than when modern man, with respect to his dreams, has the temerity to compare himself with Shakespeare. On the other hand, do not need to speak merely hypothetically. We have to expose the immense gap which separates the Dionysian Greeks from the Dionysian barbarians. In all quarters oft old QRLD, setting aside here the newer worlds, from Rome to Babylon, can confirm the existence of Dionysian celebrations, of a type, at erst, related to the Greeks in much the same way as the bearded satyr whose name and characteristics are taken from the goat is related to Dionysus himself almost everywhere. The central point of these celebrations consisted of an exuberant sexual promiscuity, whose waves flooded over all established family practices and traditional laws. The wildest bestiality of nature was here unleashed, creating a mixture of lust and cruelty, which has always seemed to me the real witch's potion. From the feverish excitement of these festivals, knowledge of which reached the Greeks from all directions, by land and sea, they were apparently for a long time completely sore and protected through the figure of Apollo, drawn up in all his pride. Apollo could counter by holding up the head of Medusa in the face oft unequaled power of these CMD and grotesque Dionysian force. Dorican has immortalized this majestic bearing of Apollo as he stands in opposition. This opposition became more dubious and even impossible as similar impulses gradually broke out from the deepest roots of Hellenic culture itself. Now the effect of the Delphic god, in a timely process of reconciliation, limited itself to taking the destructive weapon out of the hand of his powerful opponent. This is the most important moment in the history of Greek culture. Where'er we look, the revolutionary effects of these experiences manifest themselves. It was the reconciliation of TiVo opponents, who from now on absent their differences with a sharp demarcation oft borderline between them and with occasional gifts sent to honor each other. Basically the gap was not bridged over. However, if we see how, under the pressure of this peace agreement, the Dionysian power revealed itself, then we now understand the meaning of the festivals of world redemption and days of transfiguration in the Dionysian orgies of the Greeks, in comparison with the Babylonian Sasia, which turned human beings back into tigers and apes. In these Greek festivals, for the first time nature achieves its artistic jubilee. In them, for the first time, the tearing apart of the principed individuations, the individualizing principioi becomes an artistic phenomenon. Here that dread _al witches of lust and cruelty was without the strange mixture and ambiguity in the emotions of the Dionysian celebrant remind him, as healing potions remind him of deadly poison, of that sense that pain awakens joy, that the jubilation in his chest rips out cries of agony. From the most sublime joy echoes the cry of horror or the longingly plaintive lament over an irreparable loss. In those Greek festivals it was as if a sentimental feature of nature is breaking out, as if nature has to sigh over her dismemberment into separate individuals. The language of song and poetry of such a doubly defined celebrant was for the Homeric Greek something new and unheard of. Dionysian music especially awoke in that qrld fear and terror. If music was apparently already known as an aptolonian, this music, strictly speaking, was a rhythmic pattern like the sound of waves, whose artistic power had developed for presenting Apollonian states of mind. The music of Apollo was Doric architecture expressed in sound, but only in intimate tones, characteristic of the cithara, a traditional stringed instrument. The un-Apollonian character of Dionysian music keeps such an element of gentle caution at a distance, and with that turns music generally into emotionally disturbing tonal power, a unified stream of melody, and the totally incomparable world of harmony in the Dionysian dithyramb. Man is aroused to the highest intensity of all his symbolic capabilities. Something never felt before forces itself into expression, the destruction of the veil of Maha. The sense of oneness as the presiding genius of Foru of nature itself. Now the essence of nature must express itself symbolically, a new world of symbols is necessary, the entire symbolism of the body, not just the symbolism of mouth, face, and words, but the frill gestures of the dance, all the limbs moving to the rhythm. And then the other symbolic powers grow, those of music, rhythm, dynamics, and harmony, all with sudden spontaneity. To grasp this total unleashing of all symbolic powers, man must already have attained that high level of freedom from the self which seeks to express itself symbolically in those forces. Because of this, the dithyrambic serpent of Dionysus will understand only like himself with what astonishment must the Apollonian Greek have gazed at him. With an amazement Eulic was all the greater as he sensed with horror that all this may not be really foreign to Heto, that even his Apollonian consciousness was covering the Dionysian world in front of him, like a veil. 3. In order to grasp this point, we must dismantle that artistic structure of Apollonian culture, as it were, stone by stone, until see the foundations on which it is built. Here we become aware for the first time of the marvelous Olympian forms, which stand on the pediments of this building and whose actions it freezes all around in illuminating bas-relief. If Apollo also stands among them, as a single god next to the others and without any claim to the preeminent, we should not on that account let be deceived. The same instinct which made Apollo perceptible to the senses gave birth to the entire Olympian world in general. In this sense, we must value Apollo as the father of them all. What was the immense need out of which such an illuminating group of Olympic beings arose? Anyone who steps up to these Olympians with another religion in his heart and seeks from them ethical loftiness, even sanctity or spiritual longing for the non-physical, for loving gazes filled with pity, must enough desolently turn his back on them in disappointment. For here there is no reminder of asceticism, spirituality, and duty. Here speaks to us only a full, indeed a triumphant, existence, in which everything present is worshipped, no matter whether it is good or evil. And thus the onlooker may well stand in real consternation in front of this fantastic excess of life, to ask himself with what magical drink in their bodies these high-spirited men could have enjoyed life so that wherever they look, Helen laughs back at them, that ideal image of their own existence, hovering in sweet sensuousness. However, we must summon back this onlooker who has already turned around to go away. Don't leave them. First listen to what Greek folk wisdom expresses this very Life which spreads out before you heareth such inexplicable serenity. There is an old saying to the effect that King Midas for a long time hunted the wise Silenus, the companion of Dionysus, in the forests, without catching him. Ilman Silenus finally fell into the king's hands. The king asked what was the best thing of all for men, the very finest. The daemon remained silent, motionless, and inflexible, until, compelled by the king, he finally broke out into shrill laughter and said, "Suffering creature, born for a day, child of accident and toil, why are you forcing me to say what is the most unpleasant thing for you to hear? The very best thing for you is totally unreachable, not to have been, not to exist, to nothing. The second best thing for you, however, is this, to die soon." What is the relationship between the Olympian UMLD of the gods and this popular wisdom? It is like the relationship of the entrancing vision of the tortured martyr to his pain. Now, as it were, the Olympic magic mountain reveals itself to us and shows us its rtnts. The Greek knew and felt the terror and horror of existence. In order to live at all, he must have placed in front of him the gleaming Olympians, born in his dreams. That immense distrust of the titanic forces of nature, that Moira, fate enthroned mercilessly above all knowledge, that sultry that devoured Prometheus, friend that fatal lot drawn by wise Oedipus, that family curse on the house of Atreus, that Orestes compelled to kill his mother, in shone that entire philosophy of the god, together with its mythical illustrations, from which the melancholy Etruscans diot off all that was overcome time on a time by the Greeks, or at least hidden and removed from view, through the anistic middle world of the Olympians. In order to be able to live, the Greeks must have created these gods out of deepest necessity. We can readily imagine the sequential development of these gods. Through that instinctive Apollonian drive for beauty there developed by slow degrees out of the primordial titanic divine order of terror the Olympian divine order of joy, just as roses break thorn out of thorny bushes. How else could a people so emotionally sensitive, so spontaneously desiring, so singularly capable of suffering have endured their existence, unless the same qualities manifested themselves in their gods, around whom flock a higher glory. The same instinctual drive which summons an into life as the seductive replenishment for further living and the completion of existence also gave rise to the Olympian world, by which the Hellenic will held before itself a transfiguring mirror. In this way they justify the lives of men because they themselves live it. That is the only satisfactory theodicy. Existence under the bright sunshine of such gods is experienced as worth striving for in itself, and the essential pain of the Homeric men consists in the separation from that sunlight, above all in the fact that such separation is close at hand, so that could say of them, with a reversal of the wisdom of Silenus, the very worst thing for them was to die soon, the second worst was to die at all. When the laments resound now, they tell of short-lived Achilles, of the changes in the race of men, transformed like leaves, of the destruction of the heroic age. It is not unworthy oft greatest heroes to long to live even as a day laborer. In the Apollonian stage, the will so spontaneously demands to live on, the Homeric man fills himself with that feeling so much, that even his lament a song of praise. At this point we must point out that this harmony, this union of man with nature, something else kept on enviously by more recent ages, for which Schiller coined the anistic slogan naive, is in no way such a simple, inevitable, and, as it were, unavoidable condition, like a human paradise, qui necessarily into at the of every culture. Such a belief is possible only in an age who seeks to belie that Rousseau's Emile is an artist and imagines it has found in Homer an anist like Emile raised in the bosom of nature. Wherever we encounter the naive Inon, we hail to recognize the highest effect of Apollonian culture, something who always must come into existence to overthrow the kingdom of Titans, to kill monsters, and through deluding images and fuel illusions to emerge victorious over the horrific depths of hate we observe in the QRLD and the most sensitive capacity for suffering. But how seldom do the naive, that sense of being completely swallowed up in the beauty of appearance, succeed for that Riescu. How inexpressibly noble is Homer, who, as a single person, was related to Apolonian popular culture as the single dream altist to his people's capacity to dream and to nature in general. Homeric naivete is only to understand as the complete victory of the Apollonian illusion. It is the son of illusion which nature uses so frequently in order to attain her objectives. The TME goal is concealed by a deluding image. We stretch our hands out toward this image, and nature reaches its goal through the deception. With the Greeks it was a case of the will wishing to gaze upon itself through the transforming power of genius and the world of an. In order to celebrate itself, its creatures had to sense that they were worthy of being glorified. They must see themselves again in a higher sphere, without this complete world of contemplation affecting them as an imperative or as a reproach. This is the sphere of beauty, in which they saw their mirror images, the Olympians. With this mirror of beauty, the Hellenic will fought against the talent for suffering and the wisdom of suffering which is up with Hellenistic talent, and as a memorial of its victory Homer, the naive mist, stands before us. For using the analogy of a dream we can learn something about this non-artist. If we recall how the dreamer, in the middle of his illusory dream world calls out to himself, without destroying that world, it is a dream. I want to continue dreaming, and if we can infer, on the one hand, a deep inner delight at the contemplation of dreams, and, on the other, that he must have completely forgotten the pressing problems of his daily life, in order to be capable of dreaming at all with such an inner contemplative joy, then we may interpret all these phenomena, with the guidance of Apollo, the interpreter of dreams, in something like the manner which follows below. To be sure, with respect to both halves of life, the waking and the dreaming states, the first one strikes us as disproportionately better, more important, more valuable, more qlth living, the only way to live. Nevertheless I can assert, something of a paradox to all appearances, on the basis of the secret foundation of our essence, whose manifestation we are, precisely the opposite evaluation of dreams. For the more I become aware of those all-powerful natural altistic impulses and the fair.nt yearning for illusion contained in them, the desire to be redeemed through appearances, the more I feel myself forced to the metaphysical assumption that the TME basis of being the suffering and entirely contradictory primordial oneness, constantly uses the delight-all vision, the joyful illusion, to redeem itself. We are compelled to experience this illusion, totally caught up in it and constituted by it, as the truly non-existent, that is, as a continuing development in time, space, and causality, in other words, as an empirical reality _ But if we momentarily look away from our own reality, if we grasp our empirical existence and the world in general as an idea of primordial oneness created in each moment, then we must consider our dreams as illusions of illusions, as well as an even higher al-1-fi-1-1 of the primordial hunger for illusion. For the same reasons, the innermost core of nature takes an indescribable joy in the naive artist, and naive works of an which is, in the same way, only an illusion of an illusion. Raphael, himself one of those immortal naive artists, in one of his allegorical paintings, has presented that issue of transforming an illusion into an illusion, the fundamental process of the artist and Apollonian culture as well. In his Transfiguration the bottom half shows us, in the possessed boy, the despairing porters, and the helplessly frightened disciples, the mirror image of the eternal primordial pain, the sole basis of the world. The illusion here is the reflection of the eternal contradiction, the father of things. Now, out of this illusion there rises up, like an ambrosial fragrance, a new umld of like a invisible to those trapped in the first scene, something illuminating and hovering in the purest painless ecstasy, a shining vision to contemplate with eyes wide open. Here we have our very eyes in the highest symbolism of art, that Apollonian world of beauty, and it's the frightening wisdom of Silenus, and we understand, through intuition, the reciprocal necessity for both of them. But Apollo confronts us once again as the divine manifestation of the principal individuations, the individualizing principioi, in Uhuk the eternally goal of the primordial oneness, its redemption through illusion, comes into being. He shows us, with his awe-ensuring gestures, how the entire world of torment is necessary, so that through it the individual is pushed to create the redemptive vision and then, absorbed in contemplation of that vision, sits quietly in his rowboat, tossing around in the middle of this deification of the principle. If it is thought of in general as commanding and prescriptive, understands only one law, that oft individual, that is, observing the limits of individualization, in the Greek sense. Apollo, as the ethical divinity, demands moderation from his followers and self-knowledge, so that they can obseem moderation. And so alongside the aesthetic necessity of bohème and the demands know thyself and nothing in excess. Arrogance and excess are the essentially hostile daemons of the non-AP0110 Neon sphere, therefore characteristic of the pre-AP0110 Neon period, the age of the Titans, and oft UMLD beyond the Apollonian, that is, the barbarian QRLD_ because Ophi's titanic love for mankind Prometheus had to be ripped d'Aben by the sulture _ for the sake of his excessor wisdom, which sowed the riddle oft Sphinx. Oedipus had to be overthrown in a bewildering whirlpool of evil. That is how the Delphic god interpreted the Greek past. To the Apollonian Greeks the effect aroused by the Dionysian also seemed titanic and barbaric. But they could not, with that response, conceal that they themselves were, nonetheless, internally related and similar to those deposed titans and heroes. Indeed, they must have felt even more that their entire existence, with all its beauty and moderation, rested on some hidden underground of suffering and knowledge. Uhuk was reawakened through that very Dionysian and look. Apollo could not lie without Dionysus. The Titanic and the barbaric were, in the end, every bit as necessary as the Apollonian. And now let us imagine how in T.S. constructed on illusion and moderation and restrained by an, the ecstatic sound of the Dionysian celebration rang out all around with a constantly tempting magic, how in such celebrations the entire excess of nature sang out loudly in joy, suffering, and knowledge, even in the most piercing scream. Let's imagine what the psalm-chanting Apollonian artist, with his ghostly harp music, could offer in comparison to this demonic singing. The muses of the alt of illusion away in the face of an which spoke truth in its intoxicated state, the wisdom of Silenus cried out woe! Woe! Against the serene Olympian. Individualism, with all its limits and moderation, was destroyed in the self-forgetfulness of the Dionysian condition and forgot its Apollonian principles. Excess revealed itself as the truth. The contradictory ecstasy from of pain spoke of itself right out of the heart of nature. And so the Apollonian was cancelled and destroyed, above all where the Dionysian penetrated. But it is just as sane that in those places where the first onslaught was halted, the high reputation and the majesty of the Delphic god manifested itself more firmly and threateningly than ever. For I can explain the Doric state and Doric art only as a constant Apollonian war camp. Only through an uninterrupted opposition to the titanic barbaric essence of the Dionysian could such a defiantly aloof art, protected on all sides with fortifications, such a harsh upbringing as a preparation for war, and such a cruel and ruthless basis for government endure. Up to this point I have set out at some length what I observed at the opening of this essay, how the Dionysian and the Apollonian ruled the Hellenic UMLD, in a constant sequence of biphas, one on or the other, mutually intensifying each other, how, out of the first ages, with their battles of the Titans and their harsh popular philosophy, the Homeric world developed under the rule of the Apollonian for Bohm, how this naive magnificence is swallowed up once more by the breaking out of the Dionysian torrent, and how in opposition to this new power the Apollonian erected the rigid majesty of Doric art and the Doric world view. If in this way the ancient histology of the Greeks, in the struggle oft he's two hostile principles, falls into four major anistic periods. We are now impelled to ask more about the final stage of these development and striving, in case we should consider the last attained period, the one of Doric art, as the summit and intention of these altistic impulses. Here, the lofty and highly much praised altistic achievement of Attic tragedy and the dramatic dithyramb presents itself before our eyes, as the common goal artistic drives, whose secret marriage partnership, after a long antecedent struggle, celebrated itself with such a child, simultaneously Antigone and Cassandra. 5. We are now approaching the essential goal of our undertaking. Uhuk aims at a knowledge of the Dionysian Apollonian genius and its works of an or at least an intuitive understanding of its mysterious unity. Here now we raise the question of where that new seed first appears in the Hellenic world, the seed which later develops into tragedy and the dramatic dithyramb. On this question classical antiquity itself gives us illustrative evidence, and it places Homer and Archilochus next to each other as the originators and torch plus authors of Greek poetry in paintings, Carneos, and so on, in frill confidence that only these two should be considered equally the original natures from whom a firestorm flowed out over the entire later world of the Greeks. Homer, the ancient self-absorbed dreamer, the archetype of the naive Apollonian artist, now stares astonished at the passionate head of wild Archilochus, the fighting servant of the Muses, battered by existence. In its interpretative efforts, our recent aesthetics has known only how to indicate that here the first subjective altist stands in contrast to the objective artist. This interpretation is of little use, since we recognize the subjective anist as a bad altist and demand in every high anistic achievement, first and foremost, a vict 01y over the subjective, redemption from the I, and the silence of every individual will and desire. Indeed, we are incapable of accepting the slightest anistic creation as TME, unless it has objectivity and a purely disinterested contemplation. Hence, our aesthetic must first solve the problem of how it is possible for the lyricist to be an artils for he, according to the experience of all ages, always says and sings out the entire chromatic sequence of the sounds of his passions and desires. This Archilochus immediately startles us, alongside Homer, through his cry of hate and scorn, through the drunken eruptions of his desire. By doing this, isn't Archilochus, the first altist called subjective, essentially a non-artist? But then where that veneration come from, which the Delphic oracle, the center of objective art, showed to him, the poet, in very remarkable sayings. Schiller has illuminated his own writing process with a psychological observation, inexplicable to him, which nevertheless does not appear questionable. He confesses that when he was in a state of preparation, before he actually started writing, he did not have something like a series of pictures, with a structured causality of ideas, in front of him but rather a musical MCOD, with me, feeling at first lacks a defined and clear object that develops for the first time later on. A certain musical emotional state comes first, and from this, with me, the poetic idea then follows. Now, if we add the most important phenomenon of the entire ancient lyric, the unico universally acknowledged as natural, between the lyricist and the musician, even their common identity, in comparison with which our recent lyrics look like the image of a god without a head, then we can, on the basis of the aesthetic metaphysics we established earlier, account for the lyric poet in the following manner. He has, first of all, as a Dionysianist, become entirely one with the primordial oneness of his painful contradictory nature and produces the reflation of this primordial oneness as music. If music cannot justice be called a reworking of the QRLD, its second coat, but now this music becomes perceptible to him once as in a metaphorical dream image, under the influence of Apollonian dreaming. That Uhuk lacks imagery and concepts, of the original pain in music, together with its redemption in illusion, gives rise now to a séance reflection as the particular metaphor or illustration the Dionysian has already surrendered his subjectivity in the Dionysian process. The image which now reveals his unity idle the heart of the world is a dream scene. Uhak symbolizes that original contradiction and pain, together with the primordial joy and illusion. The eye of the lyric set thus echoes out of the abyss of being. All that recent aesthetic eons mean by his subjectivity is mere fantasy. When Archilochus, the first Greek lyric poet, announces his raging love and, at the Satni time, his contempt for the daughters of Lycambe, it is not his own passion which dances in front of us in an orgiastic frenzy. We see Dionysus and the Maenades, we see the intoxicated reveler Archilochus sunk down in sleep as Euripides describes in the Bacchae, asleep in a high alpine meadow in the midday sun, and now Apollo steps up to him and touches him with his laurel. The Dionysian musical enchantment of the sleeper now, as it were, flashes around him fiery images, lyrical poems, which are called, in their highest form, tragedies, and dramatic dithyrambs underscore the plasticist as well as his relation, the epic poet, is in the pure contemplation of images. The Dionysian musician lacks any image and is in himself only and entirely the original pain and original reverberation of that image. The lyrical genius feels a world of images and metaphors grow up out of the mysteriously uniflnd state of renunciation of the self. These have a color, causality, and speed entirely different from that world oft plastic artist and the mitre of epic. While the last of these, the epic PNT, lives in these pictures and only in them with joyful contentment and does not get tired of contemplating them with love, right down to the smallest details. Even the image of the angry Achilles is for him only a picture whose expressions of anger he enjoys with that dream joy and illusions, so that he, by this mirror of appearances, is protected against the development of that sense of unity and being together with the forms he has created by contrast. The images of the lyric poet are nothing but himself and, as it were, only different objectifications of himself. He can say I because he is the moving central point of that UMLD_, only this I is not the same as the R, of the awake, empirically real man, but the single T oft me an eternal being in general, the T resting on the foundation of things _ through its portrayal the lyrical genius sees right into the very basis of things. Now let's imagine how he looks upon himself among these likenesses, as a non-genius, that is, as his own subject, the entire unruly cruise low of subjective passions and striving of his will aiming at something particular, which seems real to him. If it now seems as if the lyrical genius and the non-genius bound up with him were one and the Satni, and as if he first spoke that little word R, about himself, then this illusion could no longer deceive us, not at least in the way it deceived those who define the lyricist as a subjective. To tell the truth, Archilochus, the man of passionately burning and hate, is only a vision of the genius who is no longer Archilochus anymore but a world genius and who expresses his primordial pain. Symbolically in Archilochus as a metaphor for man that subjectively willing and desiring man can never ever be a poet. It is not at all essential that the lyric see directly in front of him the phenomenon of the man Archilochus as a reflection of eternal being. Tragedy shows how far the visionary world of the lyric poet can distance itself from that phenomenon clearly standing near at hand. Schopenhauer, who did not hide from the difficulty which the lyric poet creates for the philosophical absonrare of 8, believed that he had discovered a solution, something which I cannot go along with. When in his profound metaphysics of music he found a way setting the difficult why decisively to one side, as I belie I hail done in his spirit and with due honor to him he the essential nature of song as follows _ the consciousness of the singer is filled with the subject of willing, that is, his own willing, one and as an unleashed satisfied willing, joy, but also, and more often, as a restricted willing, sorrow. It is always a mobile condition oft held, emotional and passionate however, alongside this condition, the singer simultaneously threw a glimpse at the surrounding nature, becomes aware of himself as a subject oft pure, will less knowledge, whose imperturbable, blessed tranquility now enters to contrast the pressure of his always dull, always still limited willing. The sensation of this contrast, this game back and phone, is basically how hate expresses itself in the totality of the song and what, in general, creates the lyrical state. In this state, pure understanding, as it were, comes to us, to save us from willing and the pressures of willing we follow along, but only moment by moment the v.il, the memory of our personal goals, constantly interrupts this calm contemplation of ours, over and over but the next setting, in which pure will less knowledge presents itself to us, always, once releases us from willing. Hence, in the song and the lyrical willing, our personal interest in our own purposes, and pure contemplation in the setting which presents itself are miraculously made up together. We psych and imagine relationships between them. The subjective God, the emotional state of the v.il, communicates with the surroundings contemplate, and the latter, in turn, gives its color to our inner reflex axiom. The TME song is the expression of this entire emotional condition, mixed and divided in this way. World as will and idea, 295, who can fail to recognize in this description that here the lyric has been characterized as an incompletely realized alt. A leap, as it high air, which seldom attains its goal, indeed, as a semi in whose essence must consist oft fact that the will and pure contemplation, that is, the unesthetic and the aesthetic conditions, must be miraculously mixed up together. In contrast to this, we maintain that the entire opposition, which even Schopenhauer uses as a measurement of value to classify art, that opposition of the subjective and the objective, has generally no place in aesthetics, since the subject, the willing individual demanding his own egotistical purposes, can only be thought of as an enemy of alt, not as its origin. But insofar as the subject is an artist, he is already released from his individual eyeing and has become, so to speak, a medium through which a subject oft me being celebrates its redemption. For we need to clear on this point, above everything else, to our humiliation or ennoblement, the entire comedy of a not present itself for us in order to make us better or to educate us even less, so that should the creators of the art QRLD_ we should really look upon ourselves as beautiful pictures and anistic projections of the TME creator, and in that significance as works of and we hail our highest value, for only as an aesthetic phenomena our existence and the world eternally justified, while, of course, our own consciousness of this significance of ours is no different from the consciousness Uhuk soldiers painted on canvas have of the battle portrayed there. Hence our entire knowledge of an is basically completely illusory, because, as knowing people, we are not one with or identical to that being who, as the single creator and spectator of that comedy of art, prepares for itself an eternal enjoyment. Only to the extent that the genius in the act of anistic creation is HLSED with that primordial artist of the world, does he know anything about the eternal nature of an only in that state in which, as in the weird picture of fairy tales, he can miraculously turn his eyes and contemplate himself. Now he is simultaneously subject and object, all at once poet, actor, and spectator. 6. With respect to our killed news, learned scholarship has revealed that he introduced the folk song into literature and that, because of this achievement, he earned his place next to Homer in the universal estimation of the Greeks. But aha is the folk song in comparison to the completely Apollonian epic what else but the perpetuum vestgum, the eternal mark of a union between the Apollonian and the Dionysian? Its tremendous extending to all peoples and constantly increasing with new births, testifies to us how strong that altistic duality of nature is, to use an analogy, leaves its trace behind in the folk song just as the orgiastic movements of a people their traces in its music. Indeed, it must also be historically demonstrable how that period rich in folk songs at the same time was stirred in the strongest manner by Dionysian trends, something unique we have to recognize as the foundation and precondition of folk songs. But to begin with, we must view the folk song as the musical mirror oft-world, as the primordial melody, which seeks for a parallel dream image of itself and expresses this in poetry. The melody is thus primary and universal, for eulic reason it can undergo many objectifications, in several texts. It is also far more important and more essential in the evaluations of people. Melody gives birth to poetry from itself. Over and over again the forms of the strophes in the folk song indicate that to us. I have always observed this phenomenon with astonishment, until I finally came up with this explanation. Wioer at a collection of folk songs, for example, Danaben Wunderhorn, the boy's miraculous horn. With this theory in mind, will find countless examples of how the continually fecund melody emits fiery showers of images all around. These images, with their bright colors, sudden and their v.ild momentum, reveal a power completely foreign to the epic illusion and its calm forward progress. From the standpoint of epic, this uneven and irregular word of images in the lyric is easy to condemn, something no doubt the Solern rhapsodists of the Apollonian celebrations did in the age of Terpander. Thus, in the poetry of the folk song we see the language of poetry most strongly pressured to imitate music. Hence, with Archilochus a new world of poetry begins, something which conflicts very profoundly with the Homeric world. Here we have demonstrated the one possible relationship between poetry and music, word and tone, word, image, and idea for metaphorical expression in music, and experience the power of music. In this sense can distinguish two main streams in the hystole of the language of the Greek people, language which imitates appearance and images, and language which imitates the world of music. Let's think for a moment more deeply about the linguistic difference in color, syntactic structure, and vocabulary between Homer and Pindar in order to grasp the significance of this contrast. It will crystal clear to some that between Homer and Pindar the orgiastic flute melodies of Olympus must have mng out, music which even in the time of Aristotle, in the midst of an infinitely more sophisticated music, drove people into raptures of drunken enthusiasm, and with their natural effects no doubt stimulated all the poetical forms of expression of contemporaries to imitate them. I recall here a Yule noun phenomenon of our own times, something which strikes our aesthetic eons as objectionable. Again and again we experience how a Beethoven symphony makes it necessary for the individual listener to talk in images, even if it's TME that the collection of different worlds of imagery created by a musical piece really fantastically confused, even contradictory. The most proper style of our aesthetic eons is to exercise their lame wits on such a collation, and to overlook the phenomenon uhuk is really one explaining. Even when the tone poet has spoken in images about his composition, for example, when he describes a symphony as a pastoral, one movement as a scene by the brook, and another as a frolicking meeting of peasants, these expressions are in any evil only metaphors, images born out of the music and not some objective condition by the music. These notions cannot teach us anything at all, the Dionysian content of the music, and have no exclusive value alongside other pictures. Now, we have only to transfer this process of unloading music into pictures to a large, youthful, linguistically creative population in order to sense how the strophic folk song arose and how the entire linguistic capability was stimulated by a new principle, the imitation of music. If we can thus consider the lyrical poem as the mimetic of music in pictures and ideas, then we can now ask the following question: what does music look like in the mirror of imagery and ideas? It appears as the takmg, that word in Schopenhauer's sense, that is, as the opposite to the aesthetic, pure, contemplative, will less state. Here we should differentiate as sharply as possible the idea of being from the idea of appearance. For it is impossible for music, given its nature, to be the v.ill, because if that were the case we would have to ban music entirely from the realm of art. For the v.ill consists of what is inherently unesthetic but music appears as the will in order to express that appearance in images. The lyric poet needs all the excitement of passion, from the whispers of affection right to the ravings of lunacy under the impulse to speak off music in Apollonian metaphors. He understands all nature and himself in nature only as eternal willing, desiring, yearn me. However, insofar as he interprets music in images, he is resting in the still tranquility of the sea of AIND 110 neon observation. No matter how much everything he contemplates through that medium of music is moving around him, pushing and driving. Indeed, if he at himself through that same media his own image reveals itself to him in a condition of emotional dissatisfaction. His own willing, yearn me, groaning, and cheering are for him a metaphor which he interprets the music for himself. This is the phenomenon of the lyric poet. As an Apollonian genius he interprets the music through the image of the will, while he himself, freely released from the greed of his will, is a pure, untroubled eye of the sun. This entire discussion firmly maintains that the lyric is just as dependent on the spirit of music as is music itself in its complete freedom. Music not use image and idea, but only tolerates them as something additional to itself. The poetry of the lyricist can express nothing which was not already latent in the immense universality and validity of the music, which forces him to speak in images. The world symbolism of music for this very reason cannot in any way be overcome by or to language, because music addresses itself symbolically to the primordial contradiction and pain in the health of the original oneness, and thus presents in symbolic form a sphere which is above all appearances and prior to them. In comparison with music, each appearance is far more a mere metaphor. Hence, language, the organ and symbol of appearances, never ever converts the deepest core of music to something external, but always remains, as long as it involves itself with the imitation of music, only in superficial contact with the music. The frill eloquence of lyric poetry cannot bring us one step closer to the deepest meaning of music. 7. We must now seek assistance from all the anistic principles laid out above in order to find our way correctly through the labyrinth. The descriptive term we have to use to designate the origin of Greek tragedy I don't think I'm saying anything illogical when I claim that the problem of this origin has not once seriously formulated up to now, let alone solved. No matter how frequently the scattered scraps of ancient tradition have been put together in combinations with one another and then again ripped apart. This tradition tells us very emphatically that tragedy developed out of the tragicums and originally consisted only of a chorus and nothing else. This fact requires us to look into the health of this tragicums as the essential original drama, without allowing ourselves to be satisfied in any way with the common styles of talking about art that the chorus is the ideal spectator or had the job of standing in for the people over against the royal area of the scene. That last mentioned point, a conceptual explanation which sounds so lofty for many politicians, as though the invariable moral law was presented by the democratic Athenians in the people's chorus, which was always proved right in matters dealing with their king's passionate acts of violence and excess, may have been suggested by a word from Aristotle, but such an idea has no influence on the original formation of tragedy, since all the opposition between people and ruler and every political, social issue in general is excluded from those purely religious origins. Kingeth hindsight back on the classical form oft chorus known to us in Aeschylus and might well consider it blasphemous to talk of a premonition of the constitutional popular representation here. Others, however, not been deterred from this blasphemous assertion. The ancient political organizations had no practical knowledge of a constitutional popular representation, and they never once had a hope-all premonition of such things in their tragedies. Much more famous than this political explanation of the chorus is A. W. Schlegel's idea. He recommends that we consider the comes to some extent as a sample of the crowd of onlookers, as the ideal spectator. This combined with that historical tradition that originally the tragedy consisted entirely of the chorus, reveals itself what it is, a crude and unscholarly, although dazzling, claim, but the glitter only in the compact form of the from the real German prejudice for evolutum, which is called ideal, and from our momentary astonishment, for we are astonished, as soon as we compare the theatre public we know well with that comes, and ask ourselves whether it be at all possible on the basis of these public to derive some idealization analogous to the tragic comes. We silently deny this, and then are surprised by the audacity of Schlegel's claim as well as by the totally different nature of the Greek general public. For we had always thought that the proper spectator, whoever he might be, must always remain conscious that he has a work of art in front of him, not an empirical reality. By contrast, the tragic chorus of the Greeks is required to recognize the shapes on the stage as living, existing people. The comes of Oceanids really believes that they see the Titan Prometheus in front of them and consider themselves every bit as real as the Gokul of the scene. And is that supposed to the highest and purest type of spectator, a person who, like the Oceanids, considers Prometheus vitally alive and real? Would it be a mark of the ideal spectator to emmen up onto the stage and free the god from his torment? We had believed in an aesthetic public and considered the indie /clue one spectator sufficiently capable, the more he was in a position to take the work of an as art, that is, aesthetically. This saying of Schlegel's indicates to us that the completely ideal spectator lets the scenic world work on him, not aesthetically at all, but vitally and empirically. Oh, what about these gre.ks, we they are knocking over our aesthetics. But once we get used to that idea, we repeat Schlegel's saying every time we talk about the comes but that emphatic tradition speaks here against Schlegel the comes in itself, without the stage, that is, the primitive form of tragedy, and that comes of ideal spectators are not compatible. What son of artistic style would we have if from this the idea of spectator derived, as its essential form, the spectator in himself, the pure spectator? The spectator without a play is a contradictory idea. We suspect that the bill of tragedy cannot explained either from the high estimation of moral intelligence of the masses or from the idea of the spectator without a play. And we consider this problem profound to be touched by such superficial swles of commentary. Schiller has already provided an infinitely more valuable insight into the meaning of the comes in the famous preface to The Bride from Messina. The comes viewed as a living wall tragedy draws about itself in order to separate itself cleanly from the real UMLD and to protect its ideal space and its poetical freedom for itself. With this as his main weapon, Schiller fought against the common idea of naturalism, against the common demand for illusionistic dramatic poetry. Ulul in the theatre daytime might be only artistic and stage architecture only symbolic, and the nature of the metrical language might have an ideal quality, nevertheless, on the whole, a misconception still nihilid. It was not an ugly. Schiller claimed that people merely tolerated as pntic freedom what was the essence of all poetry. The intruction of the chorus, according to Schiller, was the decisive step with which war was declared openly and nobly against naturalism. Such a way of looking at things is the one, it strikes me, for which R.H., which considers itself so superior, uses the dismissive catch-phrase pseudo-idealism. I suspect, by contrast, that with our present worship of naturalism and realism we are situated at the opposite pole from all idealism, namely, in the region of a waxworks collection. In that, too, there is an art, as in sultane romance novels of the present time. Only let no one pester us if the claim that with this we have overthrown the anistic pseudo-idealism of Schiller, and of course, it is an ideal stage on which, following Schiller's correct insight, the Greek satyr chorus, the chorus of the primitive tragedy, customarily strolled, a stage 1 rod high above over the real strolling stage of mortal men. For this comes the Greeks constructed a suspended hovering framework of an imaginary natural condition and on it placed imaginary natural beings. Tragedy grew up out of this foundation and, for that very reason, has, from its inception, been spared the embarrassing business of counterfeiting reality. That is not to say that it is a world arbitrarily fantasized somewhere between heaven and earth. It is much rather a world the Satni reality and credibility for the devout Greek as the world of Olympus, together with its inhabitants. The satyr as the Dionysian chorus member lives in a reality permitted by religion, sanctioned by myth and culture. The fact that tragedy begins with him, that out of him the Dionysian wisdom of tragedy speaks, is a phenomenon as foreign to us here as the development of tragedy out of the chorus generally. Perhaps we can reach a starting point for this discussion when I offer the claim that the satyr himself, the imaginary natural being, is related to the cultural person in the same way that Dionysian music is related to civilization. On this last point Richard Wagner states that civilization is neutralized by music in the same way lamplight is by daylight. In just such a manner, I believe, the culture Greek felt himself neutralized by the sight of the chorus of satyrs. This is the most direct effect of Dionysian tragedy. Generally the state and the gap between man and man give way to an invincible feeling of unity which leads back to the heart of nature. The metaphysical consolation, which as I have already indicated, tragedy leaves us, that at the bottom of everything, in spite of all the transformations and phenomena, life is indestructibly and delightful. This consolation appears in lively clarity as the comes of satyrs, the comes of natural beings. Uho live, as it were, behind Uho cannot disappear, and Uho, in spite of all the changes in generations and a people's history, always remain the same with this comes, the profound Greek. Capable of the most delicate and the most severe suffering, Consoli himself, the man who looked around with a daring gaze in the middle of the terrifying destructive instincts of so-called world history and equally into the cruelty of nature, and Uho is in danger of longing for the denial oft will of Buddhism. Art saves him, and through all life saves him. The ecstasy of the Dionysian state, with its distinction of the customary monocles and boundaries of existence, contains, of course, for as long as it lasts a lethargic element, in which everything personally experienced in the past is immersed rough this gulf of oblivion, the world of everyday reality and the Dionysian reality separate from each other. As soon as that daily reality comes back again into consciousness, one feels it as something disgusting. The finite of this condition is an ascetic condition, in which one denies the power of the will. In this sense the Dionysian man has similarities to Hamlet. Both have had a real glimpse into the essence of things. They have, and it now disgusts them to act, for their actions can change nothing in the eternal nature of things. They perceive as ridiculous or humiliating the fact that it is expected of them that they should set right a world turn upside down. The knowledge kills action, for action requires a state of being in which are covered with the rill of illusion. That is what Hamlet has to teach us, not that really venal wisdom about who cannot move himself to act of too much reflection, many possibilities, so to speak. It's not a case of reflection no. The knowledge, the glimpse into the cruel overcomes the driving motive to act, both in Hamlet as well as in the Dionysian man. Now no consolation has any of us his longing goes out over the world, earn beyond the gods themselves, toward death. Existence is denied, together with its blazing reflection in the gods or an immortal afterlife. In the consciousness of once having glimpsed the truth, man now sees everywhere only the horror or absurdity of being. Now he understands the symbolism in the fate of Ophelia, now he recognizes the wisdom of the forest god Silenus. It disgusts him here the will and in the highest danger. Thus, to saved, it comes close to the healing magician, art. Art alone can turn those thoughts of disgust at the horror or absurdity of existence into imaginary constructs, which permit living to continue. These constructs are the sublime as the artistic mastermind of the horrible and the comic as the artistic release from disgust at the absurd. The comes of satyrs in the dithyramb is the saving fact of Grec alt. The emotional fits I have just described play themselves out by miracles of the world of these Dionysian attendants. 8. The satyr and the idyllic shepherd of our more recent times are both the epitome of a longing directed toward the primordial and natural, but with what a strong fearless grip the Greek held onto his men from the mods, and how timidly and weakly modum man toys with the flattering image of a delicate and gentle flute-playing shepherd. The Greek who had not been worked on as yet by any knowledge which kept culture imprisoned saw nature in his satyr, and so he did not yet mistake satyrs for apes. Quite the contrary. The satyr was the primordial image of man, the expression of his highest and strongest emotions, as an inspired revenr, enraptured by the approach of the god, as a sympathetic companion, in whom the suffering of the god was repeated, as a messenger bringing wisdom from the deepest hem of nature, as a perceptible image of the sexual omnipotence of nature, which the Greek was accustomed to observing with reverent astonishment. The satyr was something sublime and divine. That's how he must have seemed, especially to the painfully broken gaze of the Dionysian man, who would have been insulted by our well-groomed fictitious shepherd. His eye lingered with sublime satisfaction on the exposed, vigorous, and magnificent script of nature. Here the illusion of culture was wiped away by the primordial image of man. Here the real man revealed himself, the bearded satyr who cried out with joy to his god. In comparison with him, the man of culture was to a misleading caricature. Schiller was also right to see in these matters the staff of tragicon. The chorus is a living wall against the pounding reality, because it the satyr chorus presents existence more genuinely, truly, and completely than does the civilized son, who generally considers himself the only reality. The sphere of Pan try not lie beyond this world as the fantastic impossibility of a brain. It wants to be exactly the opposite, the unadorned expression of the truth, and it must therefore cast off the false costume of that tmth thought up by the man of culture. The contrast of this real truth of nature and the cultural lie which behaves as if it is the only reality is similar to the contrast between the eternal core of things, the thing in itself, and the total world of appearances. And just as tragedy, with its metaphysical consolation, draws attention to the eternal life of that existential core in the continuing destruction of appearances, so the symbolism of the satyr chorus already expresses metaphorically that primordial relationship between the thing in itself and appearances. That idyllic shepherd of man is only a counterfeit, the totality of cultural illusions he counts as nature. The Dionysian Grnk wants truth and nature in their highest power. He seems himself transformed into a sore the enraptured horde of those who served Dionysus rejoiced under the influence of such an insights, whose power transformed them before their very eyes, so that they imagined themselves as restored natural geniuses, as satyrs. The later constitution of tragic chorus is the artistic imitation of that natural phenomenon, in which now a division was surely necessary between the Dionysian spectators and those under the Dionysian enchantment. But we must always remind ourselves that the public in Attic tragedy rediscovered itself in chorus of the orchestra, and that basically there was no opposition between the public and the coms. For everything is only a huge sublime chorus of dancing and singing satyrs, or of those people who permit themselves to be represented by these satyrs. We must now appropriate that saying of Schlegel's in a deeper sense. The chorus is the ideal spectator, insofar as it is the only the person sees the visionary world oft seen. A public of spectators, as we know it, was unknown to the Greeks. In their theatre, given the way the Slumdator's space was built up in terraces, raised up in concentric rings, it was possible for everyone quite literally to look out over the collective cultural world around him, and with a complete perspective to imagine himself a member of the chorus. Given this insight, we can call the chorus, in its primitive stages of the prototypical tragedy, the self-reflection of Dionysian men, a phenomenon which can make out most clearly in the experience of the actor, who, if he is really gifted, sees perceptibly before his eyes the image oft role he has to play. Hovering there for him to grasp the satyr comes is, first and foremost, a vision of the Dionysian mass, just as, turn, the world of the acting area is a vision of this satyr comes. The power of these vision is strong enough to dull and desensitize the impression of reality. the sight of the cultured people ranged in their rows of seats all around. The form of the Greek theatre is a reminder of a solitary mountain valley. The architecture of the scene appears as an illuminated picture of a cloud, the Bacchae gaze upon, as they swarm down from the mountain heights, as the majestic setting in the middle of which the image of Dionysus is revealed. This primitive artistic illusion, which we are putting into words here to explain the tragic chorus, is, from the perspective of our scholarly views about the basic anistic process, almost offensive, although nothing can more than that. The poet is only a poet because of the fact that he sees himself surrounded by shapes which live and act in front of him, and into whose innermost being he gazes. Through some peculiar weakness in our talent, are inclined to imagine that primitive aesthetic phenomenon in complicated and abstract a manner. For the TME poet, metaphor is not a rhetorical trope, but a representative image which really whores in front of him in the place of an idea. The character is for him not a totality put together from individual traits collected bit by bit, but a living person, insistently there before his eyes, which differs from the similar vision of the painter only through its continued filther living and acting. Why does Homer give us descriptions so much more vivid than all the? Because he sees so much more around him. We speak pntly so abstractly because we all tend to be poor poets. The aesthetic phenomenon is fundamentally simple. If just possesses the capacity to see a living game going on and to all the time surrounded by hordes of ghosts, then that man is a poet. If someone just feels the urge to change himself and to speak out from other bestiaries and souls, then that son is a dramatist. Dionysian excitement is capable of communicating this anistic talent to an entire multitude, so that they see themselves surrounded by such a horde of ghosts with which they know they are innerly one. This dynamic of the tragic chorus is the original dramatic phenomenon, to see oneself transformed before one's eyes and now to act as if one really had entered another body, another character. This process stands right at the beginning of the development of drama. Here is something different from the who never fuses with his images, but, like the painter, sees them with an observing eye outside himself. And this drama there is already a surrender of individuality by entering into a strange nature. And this phenomenon breaks out like an epidemic. An entire horde feels itself enchanted in this way. For this reason the dithyramb is essentially different from every other choral song. The virgins move solemnly to Apollo's temple with laurel branches in their hands, singing a processional song as they go, remember who they are and retain their names as citizens. The dithyrambic chorus is a chorus of transformed people, for whom their ci/q past, their social is completely forgotten. They have become their Gokul's timeless servants, living beyond all regions of society. All other choral lyrics of the Greeks are only an immense intensification of the Apollonian solo singer, whereas in the dithyramb a congregation of unconscious actors stands thus, 10-0k upon each other as transformed. Enchantment is the precondition for all dramatic art. In this enchantment the Dionysian reveler sees himself as a satyr, and then, in turn, as a satyr he also looks at his god. That is, in his transformed state he sees a new vision outside himself as an Apollonian of his condition. With this new drama is complete. With this knowledge in mind, we must understand Greek tragedy as the Dionysian chorus which over and over again constantly discharges itself in an Apollonian world of images. Those choral passages interspersed through tragedy are thus, as it were, the maternal bosom of the entire dialogue so called, that is, of the totality of the stage word, the drama itself. This primordial basis of tragedy sends its vision pulsing out in several discharges following one after the other, a vision which is entirely a dream image and therefore epic in nature, but, on the other hand, as an objectification of a Dionysian state, it presents not the Apollonian consolation in illusion, but its opposite, the smashing of individuality and becoming one with primordial being. With this, drama is the Apollonian projection of Dionysian knowledge and effects, and thus is separated by an immense gulf from epic. This conception of ours provides a hill explanation for the chorus of Greek tragedy, the symbol for the total frenzied Dionysian multitude. While, given what are used to with the role of the chorus on the modem stage, especially the comes in opera, we are totally unable to grasp how this tragic chorus could be older, more original, more important than the real action, as tradition tell us so clearly, while we cannot then figure out why, given that traditionally high importance and original preeminence that comes would be put together only out of lowly serving creatures, at first only out of goat-like satyrs, and while for us, the orchestra in front of the acting area remains a constant enigma, we hail now come to the insight that the acting area together with the action is basically and originally thought of only as a Nietzschean, that the single reality is the chorus itself, which creates the vision out of itself and speaks of that with the entire symbolism of dance, tone, and word. This chorus in its vision gazes at its lord and master Dionysus and is thus always the chorus of sen ants _ the chorus sees how Dionysus, the god, suffers and glorifies himself, and thus it not itself act but in this role, as complete circense in relation to the god, the comes is nevertheless the highest, that is, the Dionysian, expression of nature and, like nature, thus in its frenzy speaks the language of oracular wisdom, as the sympathetic as well as wise person repping the TMTH from the Heian of the world. So arises that fantastic and apparently offensive figure of the wise and frenzied satyr, Uho is, at the same time, the naive man in contrast to the god, an image of nature and its strongest drives, a Seitunbal oft hat and at the same time the announcer of its wisdom and an musician, poet, dancer, visionary in a single person. According to this insight and to the tradition, Dionysus, the essential stage hero and center of Nietzschean, was not really present in the very oldest periods of tragedy, but was only imagined as present, that is, originally tragedy was only comes and not drama. Later the attempt was made to show the god as real and then to present in a way neasable to every eye the form of the vision together with the transfiguring setting. At that point drama in the strict sense begins. Now the dithyrambic chorus takes on the task of stimulating the of the listeners right up to the Dionysian level, so that when the tragic hero appeared on the stage, they did not see something like an awkward masked person but a visionary shape born, as it were, out of their own enchantment. If we imagine Admetus thinking deeply his recently deepened v.e.fa Alcestis and pining away in his spiritual contemplation of her, and how suddenly is up to him an image of similar form and similar gait. But in disguise, if we imagine his sudden trembling anticipation, his emotional comparisons, his instinctive conviction, then we have an analogy to the sensation with which the aroused Dionysian spectator sees the god stride onto the stage, with whose suffering he has already won. Spontaneously he transfers the whole picture of the god, which like magic trembles in his soul, onto that mascot form and dissolves the reality of that figure as if in a ghostly unreality. This is the Apollonian dream state, in which the world of day veils itself and a new world, clearer, more comprehensible, more moving than the first, and yet shadow-like generates itself anew in a continuing series of changes before our eyes. With this in mind, we can recognize in tragedy a drastic contrast of styles, color, movement, dynamics of speech appear in the Dionysian lyric of the chorus and also in the Apollonian dream world of the scene as expressive spheres completely separate from each other. The Apollonian illusions, in which Dionysus objectifies himself, are no longer an eternal sea, a changing weaving motion, a glowing sense of living, as is the case with the music of the chorus, no longer those powers which are only felt and cannot be turned into poetic images, in which the frenzied servant of Dionysus fells the approach of the god. Now, from the acting area the clarity and solemnity of the epic form speaks to him. Now Dionysus no longer speaks through forces but as an epic hero, almost as the language of Homer. 9. Everything Eulic comes to the surface in the Apollonian part of Greek tragedy, in the dialogue, looks simple, translucent, and beautiful. In this sense the dialogue is an image of the Greeks, whose nature reveals itself in dancing, Bezos in dancing the greatest power is only latent, betraying its presence in the lithe and rich movement. The language oft softy and herns surprises us by its Apollonian clarity and brightness, so that we immediately imagine that we are glimpsing the innermost basis of their being, with some astonishment that the path to this foundation is so shone. However, once we look away from the character of the hero as it surfaces and becomes perceptible, a character which is basically nothing more than a light picture cast onto a dark wall, that is, an illusion through and through, we penetrate further into the myth which projects itself in this bright reflection. At that point we suddenly experience a phenomenon which is the reverse of a well-known optical one. When make a determino attempt to directly at the sun and turn away blinded, we have dark-colored specks in front of our eyes, like a remedy. Those illuminated illusory pictures of the Sophoclean heroes are the reverse of that, briefly put, the Apollonian of the mask, necessary creations of a glimpse into the inner terror of nature, are like bright spots to heal us from the horridoring night of the disabled gaze. Only in this sense can we think of correctly grasping the serious and significant idea of Greek serenity. Whereas nowadays we mn into the false idea of this as a condition of safe contentment with all of life's paths and bridges. The most painful one figure of the Greek stage, the unlucky Oedipus, is by Sophocles as the noble man who is destined for error and misery in spite of his wisdom, but who at the end through his immense suffering exerts a beneficial effect around him which is effective on those different from him. The noble man does not sin. That's what the profound poet wishes to tell us. Through Oedipus' actions every law, every natural principle of order, indeed, the entire moral world may collapse, but of these actions a higher circle of consequences is created, which will found a new world on the mince of the old world which has been overthrown. Insofar as the poet is also a religious thinker, that is what he says to us. As a poet, he shows us first a wonderfully complicated legal knot, hook the judge, link by link, undns, in the praise destroying himself. The real joy for the Greek in this dialectical solution is so great that a sense of powerful serenity invests the entire work, which breaks the sting of the dreadful preconditions which started the process. In Oedipus in Colonus we run into this same serenity, but elevated by an immeasurable transformation. Unlike the old man afflicted with excessive suffering, a man who merely suffers as the victim of everything which happens to him, now we have the unearthly serenity which descends from the sphere of the and indicates to us that the hero in his purely passive conduct his highest action, which reaches out far over his own life, whereas his conscious striving in his earlier life led him to pure passivity. Thus for the mortal eye the inextricably tangled legal knot of the Oedipus story is slowly untangled, and the most profound human joy suffices us if this d/ine dialectical companion piece. If we have here correctly explained the poet, one can still ask whether the content of the myth has been exhausted in that explanation. And here we see that the entire conception of the poet is nothing other than that illuminated image which nature as healer holds up before us after a glimpse into the abyss. Oedipus the murderer of his father, the husband of his mother, Oedipus the solver of the riddle of the Sphinx. What does the secret trinity of these fatal events tell us? There is a very ancient folk belief, especially in Persia, that a wise magus could be born only out of incest. With hindsight on Oedipus as the solver of riddles and emancipator of his mother, have to interpret right away is the fact that right there where, through prophecy and magical powers, the spell of present and future is broken, that rigid law of individuation and the essential magic of nature in general, then an immense natural horror, for example, incest, must have come first as the original cause. For how could we compel nature to yield up its secrets, if not for the fact that we fight back against her and win, that is, if not for the fact that we commit unnatural actions? I see this idea stamped out in that dreadful trinity of Oedipus's three fates. The same man who solved the riddle of nature, the ambiguous Sphinx, must also break the most sacred natural laws when he murders his father and marries his mother. Indeed, the myth seems to want to whisper to us that wisdom, especially Dionysian wisdom, is something horrific and hostile to nature, that a man who through his knowledge pushes nature into the destructive abyss, has to experience in himself the disintegration of nature. The lance of knowledge tums itself against the wise man. Wisdom is a crime against nature. The myth calls out such frightening statements to us. But, like a ray of sunlight, the Greek poet touches the sublime and fearful Memnon's column of myth, so that the myth suddenly begins to play out Sophoclean. Now I'm going to compare the glory of passivity with the glory of activity which illuminates Aeschylus's Prometheus. What Aeschylus the thinker had to say to us here, but what Aeschylus as a poet could only hint at through a metaphorical picture, that's what young Girton knew how to reveal in the bold words of his Prometheus. Here I sit, I make men in my own image, a race like me, to suffer, to weep, to enjoy life and rejoice, and then to pay no attention, like me. Man, rising up into something titanic, is victorious over his own culture and compels the gods to unite with him, because in his self-controlled wisdom he holds their existence and the limits to their authority in his hand. The most mainlaus thing in that poem of Prometheus, which is, according to its basic concepts, is a hymn celebrating impiety, is, however, the deep Aeschylean impulse for justice. The immeasurable suffering of the brave individual on the one hand, and, on the other, the peril faced by the gods, even a presentiment of the Fivlite oft goggles, the compelling for a metaphysical oneness, for a reconciliation of both these worlds of suffering. All this is a powerful reminder of the central point and major claim of the Aeschylean worldview, which sees fate, Moira, enthroned over goggles and men as eternal justice. With respect to the astonishing daring with which Aeschylus places the Olympian world on his scales of justice, we must remind ourselves that the deep-thinking Grek had an unshakably firm basis for metaphysical thinking in his mystery cults, and that he could unload all his skeptical onto the Olympians. The Greek artist, in particular, in looking back on these divinities, felt a dark sense of reciprocal dependency, and this sense is symbolized especially in Aeschylus's Prometheus. The Titanicanist, Prometheus, found in himself defiant belief that he could make men and, at the very least, destroy Olympian goggles. All this through his higher wisdom. He, of course, was compelled to atone for in eternal suffering. The magnificent capability of the great genius, for whom eternal suffering itself is too cheap a price, the harsh pride of the altist, that is the content and soul of Aeschylean poetry, whereas, Sophocles in his Oedipus makes his case by sounding out the victory song of the holy Mam. But also this meaning which Aeschylus gave the myth does not fill the astonishing depth of its terror. The altist's joy in being, the serenity of artistic creativity in spite oft had impiety, is only a light picture of cloud and sky, which mirrors itself in a dark of sorrow. The Prometheus saga is a primordial possession of the alien population collectively and documentary evidence of their talent for the profoundly tragic. In fact, it could the case that for the alien being this myth has the same defining meaning as the myth of the fall has for the Semitic peoples, and that myths are, to some degree, related as brother and sister. The precondition of this Prometheus myth is the extraordinary value which a naive humanity associates with fire as the divine protector oft had rising culture. But the fact that man freely controls fire and does not receive it merely as a gift from heaven, as a stirring lightning flash or warming rays of the sun, appeared to these contemplative primitive men as an outrage, a crime against ine nature. And so right there the first philosophical problem posed an awkward insoluble contradiction between man and God and pushed it right up to the door of that culture, like a boulder. The best and loftiest thing which mankind can share is achieved through a crime, and people must now accept the consequences, namely, the entire of suffering and troubles with which the offended divine presences emit the nobly ambitious human race. Such things must happen. An austere notion which, through the value which it gives to a crime, stands in a curious contrast to the Semitic myth of the fall, in curiosity, lying false heads, temptation, lust, in shone a row of predominantly female emotions are upon as the origin of evil. What distinguishes the Aryan conception is the lofty view of an active transgression as the essentially Promethean virtue. With this, the ethical basis of pessimistic tragedy is established together adel the justification of human evil, that is, human guilt as the penalty for that sin. The impiety in the essence of things, that's what the thinking alien is not inclined to quibble away. The contradiction in the heart of the world reveals itself to him as the interpenetration of different worlds, for example, a divine and human world, each one of which is right in its separate way but which must suffer for its individuality as the two worlds come close together. With this heroic push of the individual into the universal, with this attempt to stride out over the limits of individuation and to wish to be oneself a world being, man suffers in himself the contradiction hidden in things, that is, he the loss and he suffers. Just as among the aliens crime is seen as male, and among the Semites sin is seen as female, so the original crime was committed by a man, the original sin by a woman. In this connection, the chorus of which is fingered as Faust says, "We're not so particular in what we say, woman takes 1,000 steps to get her way, but no matter how quickly she hurries on, with just one leap the man will get it done." Anyone who understands this innermost core of the Prometheus saga, namely, the imperative requirement that the individual striving like a titan has to fall into crime, must also sense at the same time the unap0110 neon quality of these pessimistic concept, for Apollo wants to make these separate individual worlds tranquil precisely because he establishes the borderline between them and, with his demands for self-knowledge, and always reminds us once again of most sacred laws of the world. However, to prevent this Apollonian tendency from freezing form into Egyptian stiffness and frigidity, and to prevent the movement of the entire from dying away, through the attempts of the Apollonian tendency to prescribe to the individual wars their path and extent, from time to time the high FLCOD of the Dionysian destroys those small circles in which the one-sided Apollonian will seeks to confine the Greek spirit. Now suddenly a tidal wave of the Dionysian takes the single small individual, crests on its back, just as the brother of Prometheus, the Titan Atlas, shouldered the Aeon. This titanic impulse to become something like the Atlas of all individuals and to bear them on one's wide back, higher and higher, further and further, is the common link. The Promethean and the Dionysian. In this view, the Aeschylean Prometheus is a Dionysian mask, while, in that previously mentioned deep desire for justice, Aeschylus betrays to those who understand his paternal descent from Apollo, the gaucle of individuation and the limits of justice and the double nature of the Aeschylean Prometheus, his simultaneously Dionysian and Apollonian nature, can be expressed in an understandable way with the following words: everything present is just and unjust, and both aspects are equally justified. That's what one calls a world. 10. It is an incontestable tradition that Greek tragedy in its oldest form had as its subject only the suffering of Dionysus, and that for a long time later the individually present stage heroes hire only Dionysus. But with the same certainty can assign that right up to the time of Euripides Dionysus never ceased being the tragic hero, that all the famous figures of the Greek theatre, like Prometheus, Oedipus, and so on, are only masks of that primordial hero Dionysus. The fact that behind all these masks stands a divinity, that is the fundamental reason for the frequently admired characteristic ideality of those well-known figures. Someone, I don't know who, asserted that all individuals, as individuals, have to be taken as comic and thus untragic, that the Greeks in general could not tolerate individuals in their tragic theatre. In fact, they seem to have felt this way. That Platonic distinction between an evaluation of the idea in contrast to the idol in connection with likenesses lies deeply grounded in the nature of the Greeks. But for us to make use of Plato's terminology, we have to talk of the tragic figures of the Greek stage in something like the following terms: the one truly real Dionysus appears in a multiplicity of shapes, in the mask of a struggling hero and, as it were, bound up in the nets of the Q1UA1 wool. So now the God made manifest talks and acts in such a way that he looks like an erring, striving, suffering individual. The fact that he appears in general with this epic definition and clarity is the effect of Apollo, the interpreter of dreams, who indicates to the chorus its Dionysian state by this metaphorical appearance. In reality, however, that hero is the suffering Dionysus of the mysteries, that Gulluho experiences the suffering of the individual in himself, the about whom the amazing myths tell how he, as a child, washed by the Titans and now in this condition is venerated as Zagreus. Through this is revealed the idea that this dismemberment, the essentially Dionysian suffering, is like a transformation into air, water, earth, and fire, that also have to look upon the condition of individuation as the source and basis for all suffering, as something in itself reprehensible. From the laughing of this Dionysus arose the Olympian gods, from his tears arose mankind. In that existence as dismembered god Dionysus has the dual nature of a cruelly savage daemon and a lenient, gentle master. The initiates in the Eleusinian mysteries hope d for a reborn of Dionysus, which we now can understand as the mysterious end of individuation. The initiates' song of jubilation cry out to this approaching third Dionysus. And only with this hope was there a ray of joy on the face of the fragmented world, Tom Apin into individuals, just as myth reveals in the picture oft eternal sorrow of sunken Demeter, who rejoices again for the first time when someone says to her that she might be able once again to give bilh to Dionysus. In these established concepts already are assembled all the components of a profound and pessimistic worldview, together with the mysterious teachings of tragedy, the basic acknowledgement of unity of all existing things, the idea of individuation as the ultimate foundation of all evil, art as the joyful hope that the spell of individuation is there for us to break, as a premonition of a re-established unity. It has been pointed out earlier that the Homeric epic is the poetry of Olympian culture, with Uhuk it sang its own song of victory over the terrors of the fight against the Titans. Now, under the overwhelming influence of tragic poetry, the Homeric myths were newly rebum and show in this metamorphosis that by now the Olympian culture is overcome by an even deeper new. The defiant Titan Prometheus repelled to his Olympian Topher that for the first time his Enel was threatened by the highest danger, unless he quickly joined forces with him. In Aeschylus we acknowledge the union oft frightened Zeus, you read the end of his with the Titan. Thus the earlier age of the Titans is belatedly brought back from Tartarus into the light once more. The philosophy of wild and naked nature looks with the unconcealed countenance of TMTH at the myths of the Homeric world dancing past it before the flashing eyes of this goddess. Those myths grow pale and tremble, until they press the mighty fist of the Dionysian artist into the service of the new divinity. The Dionysian truth takes over the entire realm of myth as the symbol of its knowledge and speaks of this knowledge, partly in the public culture of the tragedy and partly in the secret celebrations of the dramatic mystery celebrations, but always in the disguise oft old myths. What power was it Uhuk liberated Prometheus from his soldiers and transformed myth to a vehicle of Dionysian wisdom? It was the Herculean power of music. Music, which attained its highest manifestation in tragedy, had to interpret myth with a new significance in the most profound manner, something we have already described before as the most powerful capacity of music. For it is the lot of every myth gradually to creep into the crevice of an assumed historical reality and to become analyzed as a unique fact in answer to the historical demands of some later time or other. The Greek were already freely on their way to labeling cleverly and arbitrarily the completely mythical dreams of their youth as historical, pragmatic, and youthful history. For this is the way religions tend to die out, namely, when the mythical preconditions of a religion, under the strong, rational eyes of an orthodox dogmatism become classified as a closed totality of historical events and people begin uproariously to defend the credibility of their myths, but to resist the naturally continuing life and growth of those myths, and when the feeling for the myth dies out and in its place the claim to put religion on a historical steps onto the scene. The newly bomb genius of Dionysian music now seized these dying myths, and in its hands myth blossomed again, with colors it had never shone before, with a scent which stirred up a longing premonition of a metaphysical world after this last flourishing. Myth collapsed, its leaves grew pale, and soon the mocking Lucians of antiquity grabbed up the flowers, scattered around by all winds, colorless and withered through tragedy. Myth attains its most profound content, its most expressive form. It lifts itself up again, like a wounded hero, and with the excessive power and wise tranquility of a dying man, its eyes burn with its last light. What did you want, you rascal Euripides, when you sought to force this dying man once more into your service? He died under your powerful hands. And now you had to use a counterfeit, masked myth, which was able only to dress itself up with the old splendor, like Hercules's monkey. And as myth died with you, so died the genius of music as well. Even though you plundered with greedy hands all the gardens of music, you achieved only a counterfeit masked music. And because you abandoned Dionysus, you were then abandoned by Apollo. Even if I hunted out all the passions from there and charmed them into your circle, even though you sharpened and filed a really sophisticated dialectic for the speeches of your herns, your heroes only counterfeit, masked passions and speak only a counterfeit, masked language. 11 Greek tragedy died in a manner different from all its ancient sister arts. It died by suicide, as a result of an insoluble, hence tragic, conflict, heres. All the others passed away in advanced old age with the most beautiful and tranquil deaths. If it is an appropriately happy natural condition to depart from life with beautiful descendants and without any painful strains in one's life, the end of those ancient artistic genres manifests to us such a fortunate natural state of things. They disappeared slowly, and their more beautiful children were already standing there before their dying gaze, impatiently lifting their heads in courageous gestures. By contrast, with the death of Greek tragedy there was created an immense emptiness, profoundly felt everywhere. Just as the Greek sailors at the time of Tiberius heard from some isolated island the shattering cry, "The great god Pan is dead," so now, like a painful lament, rang out throughout the Greek world, tragedy is dead. Pantty itself is lost with it. Away, away with you, you stunted, emaciated epigones. Off with you to hell, so you can for once eat your fill of the crumbs from your former masters. If a new form of art blossomed which paid tribute to tragedy as its predecessor and mistress, it was looked upon with fright, because while it carried the characteristics of its mother, they were the same ones she had shown in her long death struggle. Tragedy's death struggle was fought by Euripides, and this later art form is known as New Attic Comedy. At the atrophied form of tragedy lived on, as a monument to tragedy's extremely annihilent death. Looking at things this way makes understandable the passionate fondness the patriarchs of the newer comedies felt for Euripides. Thus, Philemon's wish, to be hanged immediately so that he could seek out Euripides in the Undenfurl, provided only he could be convinced that the dead man was still in possession of his wits, is no longer something strange. However, if we ask ourselves to indicate, briefly and without claiming to say anything in detail, what Euripides might have in common, Menander and Philemon and Aha was so excitingly exemplary and effective for them in Euripides, it is enough to say that the spectator in Euripides is brought up onto the stage. Anyone who recognizes the material out of which the Promethean tragedians before Euripides created their heroes and how remote from them was any intention of bringing the TME mask of reality onto the stage, will see clearly the totally deviant tendencies of Euripides. As a result of Euripides, the man of ordinary life pushed his way out of the space and up onto the acting area. The mirror in which earlier only great and bold features had been shown now displayed a painful fidelity which conscientiously reflected the features of nature. Odysseus, the typical Greek of the older art, now sank in the hands of the newer poets into the figure of Graulis, who from now on stands right at the center of dramatic interest as the good healthy clever slave what Euripides in Aristophanes' Frogs gives himself credit for as a service, namely, that through his household medicines he freed tragic art of its pompous hustle and bustle. That point can trace above all in his tragic heroes. Essentially the spectator now saw and heard his double on the Euripidean stage and was happy that that character understood how to talk so well. But this was not the only delight. People themselves learned from Euripides how to speak. He praises himself on this very point in the contest with Aeschylus, how through him the people learned to obso in an artistic way, with the keenest sophistication, to judge, and to draw consequences. Because of this complete transformation in public language he also made the new comedy possible. For from that time on there was nothing mysterious about how ordinary life could appear on stage and what language it would use. Middle-class mediocrity, on which Euripides built all his political hopes, now came into prominence up to that point, in tragedy the demigod and in comedy the intoxicated satyr or semi-human had determined the nature of the language. And so the Aristophanic Euripides gave himself high praise for how he presented common, noun, ordinary living and striving, which any person was capable of judging. If now the entire crowd philosophized, administere their lands and guides with tremendous astuteness, and carried on their own legal matters, well then, he claimed, that was to his credit and the achievement of the wisdom which he had dumbed into the people. The new comedy could now direct its attention to such a prepared and enlightened crowd, for whom Euripides became, to some extent, the choir master. Only this time the chorus of spectators had to have practice. As the chorus was well trained to sing in the Euripidean musical key, a style of drama like a chess game arose, the new comedy, with its continuing triumph of sly shrewdness. But Euripides, the leader of the chorus, was incessantly praised. And people would have let themselves be killed in order to learn more from him, if they had not been aware that tragic poets were just as dead as tragedy itself. With tragedy the Greeks had surrendered their faith in immortality, not merely the faith in an ideal past, but also the faith in an ideal future. The saying from the Yule noun Mitten epitaph, as an old man negligent and trivial is applicable also to the old age of Hellenism. The witty, the foolish, and the capricious, these are its loftiest divinities. The fifth state, that of the slur, or at least the feelings of a slave, now come to mle_, and if it is possible to talk still of a grnk serenity, it is the serenity of the slave, who has no idea how to take responsibility for anything difficult, how to strive for anything great, or how to value anything in the past or altar higher than the present. It was this appearance of Greek serenity which so outraged the profound and feral natures of the first 4 centuries of Christianity. To them this feminine flight from seriousness and terror, this cowardly self-satisfaction with comfortable consumption, seemed not only despicable but also the essentially anti-Christian frame of mind, and to the influence of this outrage we can ascribe the fact that the view of Greek antiquity as a time of rose-colored serenity lasted for centuries with almost invincible tenacity, as if Greek antiquity had never produced a 6th century, with its spin-off tragedy, its mystery cults, its Pythagoras and Heraclitus, indeed, as if the anistic of the great age simply did not exist. Although these works, each and every one of them, cannot be explained at all on the grounds of such a senile joy in existence and serenity, appropriate to a slave, or of things which testio to a completely different world view as the basis of their existence. Finally, when it is asserted that Euripides brought the spectator onto the stage in order to make him really capable for the first time of judging drama, it may appear as if the older tragic art had not resolved its false relationship to the spectator, and people might be tempted to value the radical tendency of Euripides to attain an appropriate relationship between the alt work and the public as a progressive step beyond Sophocles. However, the public is only a word and not at all a constant, firm thing of value. Why should an anist be duty-bound to accommodate himself to a power whose strength is only in and if, with respect to his talent and intentions, he senses that he is superior to every one of these spectators? How could he feel more respect for the common expression of all these capacities inferior to his own than for the most highly talented individual spectator? To tell the truth, no Greekanist handled his public over a long lifetime with greater daring and self-satisfaction than Euripides. As the masses threw themselves at his feet, he nonetheless, with a sublime act of defiance, threw his own indi_clua attitudes in their faces, those same attitudes with which he had conquered the masses. If this genius had had the slightest reverence for the pandemonium of the public, he have broken apart under the cudgel blows of his failures long before the middle of his lifetime. Taking this into account, we see that our expression Euripides brought the spectator onto the stage, in order to make the spectator capable of making judgments, was only provisional, and that we to seek out a deeper understanding of his dramatic tendencies. By contrast, it is well known everywhere how Aeschylus and Sophocles during their lifetime and, indeed, well beyond that, stood in full possession of popular favour, and thus, given these predecessors of Euripides, there is no point in talking about a misunderstanding between the artqrk and the public. What drove the richly talented anist, Euripides, constantly under the urge to create, away from the path above which shone the sun of the greatest poetic names and the cloudless sky of popular approval? What curious consideration of the spectator led him to go against the #tater? How could he be contemptuous of his public out of a high respect for his public? The solution to the riddle immediately above is this: Euripides felt himself as a set higher than the masses, but not higher than two office spectators. He brought the masses up onto the stage. Those two spectators he honored as the only judges capable of rendering and as the masters of all his art. Following their instructions and reminders, he transposed the entire world of feelings, passions, and experiences, which up to that point had appeared in the rows of spectators as an invisible chorus in every celebratory presentation, into the souls of his stage her and following the demands of his two judges, he sought out for his heroes new characters, a new language, and a new tone. In the light of these two spectators alone he heard judgment pronounced on his creation, just as much as he heard encouragement promising victory, when he saw himself once again condemned by the justice of the general public. The first of these two spectators is Euripides himself, Euripides the thinker, not the poet. Of him we can say that the extraordinarily richness of his critical talent, like that of Lessing, constantly stimulated, even if it did not create, an additional productive anistic drive. With this talent, with all the clarity and agility of his critical thinking, Euripides sat in the theatre and struggled to recognize the masterpieces of his great predecessors, as with a painting darkened by age, feature by feature, line by line. And here he encountered something familiar to those know the profound secrets of Aeschylean tragedy. He became aware of something incommensurable in each feature and in each line, a senile deceptive clario and, at the same time, an enigmatic depth. The infinity of the background. The clearest figure still always had a comet's tail attached to it, which seemed to hint at the unknown, the inexplicable. The same duality lay over the construction of the drama, as well as over the meaning of the chorus. And how ambiguously the solution of the ethical problems remained for him, how questionable the handling of the myths. How unequal the division of luck and disaster. Even in the language of the old tragedies there was a great deal he found, or, at least, enigmatic. He especially found too much pomp and circumstance for simple relationships, many figures of speech and monstrosities for the straightforward characters. So he sat there in the theatre, all of uneasy thoughts, and, as a spectator, he came to realize that he did not understand his great predecessors. Since his reason counted for him as the root of all enjoyment and creativity, he had to ask himself and look around to see if there was anyone who thought the way he did and could in the same way attest to that incommensurability of the old drama. But the public, including the best individuals among them, met him only a suspicious smile. No one could explain to him why his reflections about and objections to the great masters might be correct, and in this agonizing condition he found the other spectator, who did not understand tragedy and therefore did not value it, united with him. Euripides could dare to begin emerging from his isolation to fight the immense battle against the alt works of Aeschylus and Sophocles, not with critical rhythms, but as a dramatic PTRT, who sets up the presentation of his tragedy in opposition to the tradition. Point 12. Before we designate this other spectator by name, let's linger here a moment to reconsider that characteristic duality and incommensurability at the heart of Aeschylean tragedy, something we described earlier. Let us think about how strange we find the chorus and the hero of those tragedies, which were not able to reconcile with what we are used to or with our traditions, until we recognized that duality itself as the origin and essence of Greek tragedy, as the expression of two artistic drives together, the Apollonian and the Dionysian. To cut that primordial and all-power-fueled Dionysian element out of tragedy and to rebuild tragedy as a pure, new, and un-Dionysian morality and worldview that has now itself to us very clearly as the tendency of Euripides. Near the end of his life, Euripides himself propounded as emphatically as the question the value and meaning of this tendency in a myth to his contemporaries. Should the Dionysian exist at all? Should we not eradicate it solely from Greek soil? Of course should, the poet says to us, if only it were possible, but the god Dionysus is too powerful. The most intelligent opponent, like Pentheus in the Bacchae, is unexpectedly charmed by Dionysus and runs from him in this enchanted state to his. The judgment of the two old men, Cadmus and Tiresias, seems also to the judgment of the aged poet. The mind of the cleverest individual does not throw away that old folk that eternally propagating reverence for Dionysus. Indeed, where such imagined powers are concerned, it is appropriate at least to demonstrate a diplomatically prudent show of joining in, but even with that, the god might still possibly take offense at such a lukewarm participation and transform the diplomat finally into a dragon, as happens here with Cadmus. The poet tells us this: Aoho fought throughout his long life against Dionysus with heroic force, only to conclude his life finally with a glorification of his and a suicide, like a man suffering from vertigo who, in order to escape the dreadful dizziness, which he can no longer endure, throws himself off a tower. That tragedy is a protest against the practicality of his anistic program, and that program had already succeeded. A miracle had taken place. Just when the poet recanted, his program was already victorious. Dionysus had already been chased off the tragic stage, and by a demonic speaking out from Euripides. But Euripides was, to some extent, only a mask. The divinity who spoke out of him was not Dionysus, and not Apollo, but an entirely daemon called Socrates. This is the new opposition, the Dionysian and the Scratic. And from this contrast, Greek tragedy perished as a work of art. No matter now how much Euripides might seek to console us if his retraction, he was unsuccessful. The most magnificent temple lay in mince. Used to us are the laments of destroyer and his awareness that it had been the most beautiful of all temples. And even if Euripides himself, as a punishment, has been turned into a dragon by the anistic critics of all ages, who can be satisfied with this paltry compensation? Let's get closer now to this Socratic project, myth which Euripides fought against and conquered. Aeschylean. What purpose? That's the question we need to ask at this point. Could Euripides' intention to ground drama solely on the un-Dionysian had, if we assume its implementation had the very highest ideals? That form of drama remained if it was not to be born from the womb of music, in that mysterious half-light of the Dionysian? All it could be was dramatic epic, an Apollonian art form in which the tragical effect is naturally unattainable. This is not a matter of the content of the represented events. I might even assume that in proposed Nostka it would have been impossible to make the suicide oft that idyllic being, which was to be carried out in the fifth act, grippingly tragic, for the power oft Apollonian epic is so extraordinary that it magically transforms the most horrific things through that joy and redemption through appearances right before our very eyes. The set of the dramatic epic cannot completely with his pictures, any more than the epic rhapsodist can. It is always a matter of still calm, tranquil contemplation with open eyes, a state which sees the images in front of it. The actor in this dramatic epic remains, in the most profound sense, still a rhapsodist. The consecration of the inner dream lies upon all his actions, so that he is never completely an actor. How is Euripides' work related with respect to this ideal of Apollonian drama? It is just like the relationship of the solemn rhapsodist of the olden times to the younger attitude, whose nature is described in Plato's Ion, L% I say something sad, my eyes fill with tears. But if what I say is horridoring and terrible, then the hairs on my head stand on end from fright, and my heart knocks. Here we do not see any more the epic dissolution of the self in appearances, the disinterested coolness oft real actor, who remain, even in his highest achievements, totally appearance and delight in appearances. Euripides is the actor with the beating hen with his hair standing on end. He designs his work as a Socratic thinker, and he carries it out as a passionate. Euripides is a Purist neither in planning his work nor in carrying it out. Thus the Euripidean drama is simultaneously a cool and fiery thing, equally capable of freezing or burning. It is impossible for it to attain the Apollonian effect of the epic, while, on the other hand, it has divorced itself as much as from the Dionysian elements, and now, in order to work at all, it adds new ways to arouse people, methods which can no longer lie within either of the two individualistic drives of the Apollonian and the Dionysian. These methods of arousing people are detached paradoxical ideas, substituted for Apollonian objects of contemplation, and fiery emotional effects, substituted for Dionysian enchantment. The fiery effects are, to be sure, imitated with a high degree of realism, but the ideas and emotional effects are not in the slightest way imbued with the spirit of art. If we have now recognized that Euripides did not succeed in basing his drama solely on Apollonian principles, that his un-Dionysian tendencies much rather him astray into an inaltistic naturalist who are now able to move closer to the essential quality of his Socratic aesthetics, whose most important law nms something like this: everything must be understandable in order to be beautiful, a corollary to the Socratic saying, only the knowledgeable person is viluous. With this canon at hand, Euripides measured all the individual features and justified them according to this principle: the language, characters, dramatic construction, the choral, what we habitually assess so frequently in Euripides, comparison with Sophoclean tragedy, as a poetical deficiency and a backward step, is for the most part the product of his emphatic critical process, his daring intelligence. Let the Euripidean prologue serve as an example of what that rationalistic method produces. Nothing can be more offensive to our stage techniques than the prologue in Euripides's plays. That a single person should step forward at the beginning of a work and explain who he is, what has gone on before the action stands, what has happened up to this point, and even hat v.il in the unfolding of the work, that would strike a modern poetical dramatist as a wanton, inexcusable abandonment of all the effects of suspense. If we know everything is going to happen, who will want to sit around waiting to see that it really does happen? For here there is nothing like the stimulating relationship between a prophetic dream and a later real event. Euripides thought quite differently the matter. The effect of tragedy never depends on epic suspense, on the tempting uncertainty about what will happen now and later. It depends far more on those great rhetorical lyrical scenes in which the passion and dialectic of the main hero swelled up into a wide and powerful storm. Everything was preparing for pathos, not for action. What did not prepare the way for paths was considered disposable, but who hinders most serious lithe listeners' delighted devotion to such scenes as any missing part, any gap in the network of the previous events. As long as the listener still has to figure out who this or that person means, gives rise to this or that conflict in motives or purposes, then his all immersion in the suffering and action of the main character, his breathless sympathy with and fear for them are not the Aeschylean Sophoclean tragedies made use of the most elegant anistic methods in the opening scenes to provide the spectators, as if by chance, all the necessary clues to understand everything, a technique in which their noble artistry proves its worth by all of dotting the necessary features to appear, but, so to speak, as something masked and accidental. But Euripides still he noticed that during these first scenes the spectator was oddly disturbed, having to figure out the simple arithmetic of the previous events, so that the pantical and the pathos of the exposition was lost on him. Therefore Euripides set up the prologue even before the exposition and put it in the mouth of a person whom people could tmst. A divinity would necessarily confirm the outcome of the tragedy for the public, more or less, and take away any doubts about the reality of the myth, in a manner similar to the way in which Descartes could establish the reality of the empirical UMLD through an appeal to the truthfulness of God and his inability to lie. At the end of his drama, Euripides once again made use of this same divine truthfulness in order to confirm his hero's future for the public. That is the task of the notorious Deus ex machina. Between the epic prologue and epilogue lay the lyrical, dramatic present, the essential. So Euripides as a poet is, above all, the echo of his conscious knowledge, and it is precisely this which confers upon him such a memorable place in the history of Greek art. In view of his critically persuasive creativity, it must have often struck him that he must be bringing alive in drama the opening of Anaxagoras's text, the first lines of which go as follows: "In the beginning everything was a confused mixture, but then came reason and created order." And if, among philosophers, Anaxagoras, with his concept of mind, seems to be the first sober man among total drunkards, so Euripides might have conceptualized his relationship to the other poets with a similar image. So long as the single creator of order and ruler of all, the mind, was still excluded from altistic creativity, everything was still mixed up in a chaotic primordial pudding. That's how Euripides must have thought about it, that's how he, the first sober poet, must have passed sentence on the drunken poets. What Sophocles said about Aeschylus, that he does what's right, without being aware of it, was certainly not said in any Euripidean sense. Euripides would have conceded only that Aeschylus created improperly because he created without any conscious awareness. Even the god-like Plato speaks oft creative capability of PNTS and how this is not a conscious understanding, but for the most part only ironically, and he draws a comparison with the talent of prophets and dream interpreters, for the poet is not able to decide until he has lost his conscious mind and reason no longer resides in him. Euripides undertook the task, which Plato also took on, to show the opposite oft irrational poet his basic aesthetic principle: everything must be conscious in order to be is, as one have said, the corollary to the Socratic saying, everything must be conscious in order to be good. With this in mind, it is permissible for us to assess Euripides as the poet of Socratic aesthetics. Socrates, however, was that sane spectator, who did not understand the old tragedy and therefore did not value it. With Socrates as his ally, Euripides dared to be the herald of a new altistic creativity. If old tragedy perished in this development, then Socratic aesthetics is the murdering principle. Insofar as the fight was directed against the Dionysian of the Olderon, recognize in Socrates the enemy of Dionysus, the new Orpheus, who roused himself against Dionysus, and who, although destined to be torn apart by the Maenads of the Athenian court of justice, nevertheless himself made the god fly away. Dionysus, as when he fled from Lycurgus, king of the Edeni, saved himself in the depths of the sea, that is, in the mysterious floods of a secret cult which would gradually overrun the entire QRLD. 13 That Sarates had a close relationship to Euripides' project did not escape their contemporaries in ancient times, and the clearest expression for this happy intuition is the more floating around Athens that Socrates was in the habit of helping Euripides with his poetry. Both names were invoked by the supporters of the good old days when it was time to list the present popular leaders whose influence had brought about a situation in which the old strength of mind and body manifested at the Battle of Marathon was being increasingly sacrificed for a dubious way of explaining things, in a continuing erosion of the physical and mental powers. This was the tone, half indignation, half contempt, in which Aristophanic comedy habitually talked of these men, to the irritation of the neuter generations, who, although happy enough to betray Euripides, were always totally amazed that Socrates appeared in Aristophanes as the first and most important sophist, the mirror and essence of all sophistic ambitions. As a result, they took consolation in putting Aristophanes himself in the stocks as an impudent lying Alcibiades of poetry. Without here defending the profound instinct of Aristophanes against such attacks, I proceed to demonstrate the close interrelationship Socrates and Euripides as the ancients saw it. It's particularly important to remember in this connection that Socrates, as an opponent of tragic art, never attended the performance of a tragedy and only joined the spectators when a new piece by Euripides was being produced. The best known connection, however, is the close juxtaposition of names in the oracular pronouncements of the Delphic oracle, which indicated that Socrates was the wisest of men and at the same time the judgment that Euripides captured second prize in the contest for wisdom. Sophocles was the third person named in this hierarchy, the man who could praise himself in comparison with Aeschylus by saying that he, Sophocles, did what was right because he knew what was right. Obviously, the degree of clarity in these men's knowledge was the factor that designated them collectively as the three wise men of their time. But the most pointed statement about this new and unheard of high opinion of knowledge and reason was uttered by Ahen. He claimed that he was the only person to assign that he knew nothing, Euheres, in his critical wandering about in Athens conversing with the greatest orators, poets, and altists. Everywhere he ran into people who imagined they knew things. Astonished, he recognized that all these famous people had no correct and clear insight into their and carried out their work instinctually. Only from instinct. With this expression we touch upon the heart and center of the Socratic project. With this expression Socratic thought condemns existing art as well as contemporary ethics. Wherever he directs his searching gaze, he sees a lack of insight and the power of delusion, and from this he infers the inner falsity and worthlessness of present conditions. On the basis of this one point, believed he had to existence. He, one solitary individual, stepped forward with an expression of contempt and superiority, as the pioneer of a brand new style of culture, art, and morality, into that world, a scrap of which we would count it an honor to catch. That is the immensely disturbing thing which grips us about Socrates whenever we into him, and which over and over again always stimulates us to find out the meaning and intention of this man, the most problematic figure of ancient times. MMO is the man who can dare, as an individual, to deny the very essence of Greece, which with Homer, Pindar, Aeschylus, Phidias, Pericles, Pythia, and Dionysus is certainly worthy of our highest narration. What demonic force is it that could dare to sprinkle this magic drink into the dust? What demigod is it to whom the ghostly comes of the noblest specimens of humanity had to cry out, "Alas, alas! You have destroyed our beautiful world with your mighty fist, it is collapsing, falling to pieces." A key to the heart of Socrates is offered by that amazing phenomenon indicated by the term Socrates' daimon and under special circumstances in which his immense reasoning power was stalled in doubt, he resolved his irresolution firmly with a divine voice which expressed itself at such times. When this voice came, it always sounded a cautionary note. Ln this totally strange character instinctive wisdom reveals itself only in order to confront the conscious knowledge now and then as an imp.dement Maria's in all productive men instinct is the truly creative and affirming power, and consciousness acts as a critical and cautioning reaction. In Socrates the instinct the critic, consciousness becomes the creator truly a monstrous now, we see here a grotesque defect in mythical consciousness, so that Socrates can considered specifically a non-mystic man in whom the logical character has become too massive through excessive use, just like instinctive wisdom in the mystic. On the other hand, it was impossible for that logical drive, as it appeared in Socrates, to tum against itself in its unfettered msh. It demonstrates a natural power of the sort we meet, to our shuddering surprise, only in the very greatest powers. Anyone who has sensed in the Platonic texts the merest scent of the godlike naivete and confidence in the direction of teaching has also felt how that immense drear heel of Socratic logic is, as it were, in motion behind Socrates, and how we have to see this behind Socrates, as if you were looking through a shadow that he himself had a premonition of this relationship comes out in the dignified seriousness with which he assessed his calling everywhere, even before his judges. To censure him for this is as impossible as it is to approve of his influence on the removal of instinct when St. Rates was hauled before the assembly of the Greek state. There was only one form of sentence for this irreconcilable conflict, namely, banishment. People should have expelled him beyond the borders as something enigmatic, unclassifiable, and inexplicable, so that some world could not justly charge the Athenians with actum shamioly underscore the fact that death and not exile was pronounced o'er him. Socrates himself appears to have brought fairly clear about who hate he was doing and without the natural horror of death. He went to his death with the same tranquility Plato him showing as he leaves the symposium, the last drinker in the early light of dawn, beginning a new day, while him, on the benches and the ground, his sleeping dinner companions stay behind, to dream of Socrates the truly erotic man. The dymg was the new ideal of the noble Greek youth, never seen before. Right in the vanguard, the typical Greek Eutlu Plato, prostrate himself before Socrates' picture with all the finent adoration of his passionately enthusiastic soul. 14 Let's now imagine that one great Cyclops eye of Socrates fine used on tragedy, that eye in which the beautiful madness of altistic enthusiasm never glowed. Let's imagine how it was impossible for that eye to peer into the Dionysian abyss with a feeling of pleasure. Then what must that eye have seen in the lofty and highly praised tragic art, as Plato calls it? Something really unreasonable, with causes without effects, actions which apparently had no causes, and as a whole so very odd and with so many different elements that any reasonable person had to reject it, but dangerous tinder for sensitive and easily excitable minds. We know which single form of poetry Socrates understood, Aesop's fables. And no doubt his reaction involved that smiling complacency Ithuhuk the noble and good Gelalt in his fable of the bee and the hen sings the praises of you see in me, the use of poetry to tell the man without much sense a picture image of the tmth of things. But for Socrates tragic alt did not seem speak the truth at all, apart from the fact that it did address itself to those much sense, and thus not to philosophers, a double excuse to keep one's distance from it. Like Plato, he assigned it to the end of cosmetics, which present only a pleasant surface, not the end. He therefore demanded that his disciples abstain and stay away from such unphilosophical temptations, with so much success that the young poet of tragedy, Plato, immediately burned his poetical writing in order to be able to become Socrates' student. But here invincible talents fought against the Socratic instructions. His power, together with the force of his immense personality, was always still strong enough to force poetry itself into new attitudes, unknown up until then. An example of this is Plato himself. To be sure, in his condemnation of tragedy and in general he did not remain back behind the naive cynicism of his master. But completely from artistic necessity he had to create an art form related directly to the existing art forms which he had rejected. The major criticism which Plato made about the old art that it was the imitation of an illusion and thus belonged to a lower world than the empirical world must above all not be directed against his new work of art. And so Plato exerting himself to go beyond reality and to present the idea which forms basis of that pseudo-reality with that, however, the thinker Plato reached by a detour the very place where, as a poet, he had always been at home and from where Sophocles and all the old alt was protesting against Plato's criticism. If tragedy had assimilated all earlier forms of art, so the same holds true, in an odd way, for Plato's dialogues, were created from a mixture of all available styles and forms and hover between explanation, lyric, drama, prose and poetry right in the middle, and in so doing broke through the strict old law about the unity of stylistic form. The Cynic philosophers went and through along the same path with their excessively garish and motley collection of styles, weaving back and forth between prose and metrical forms. They produced the literary image of raving Socrates, which they were in the habit of presenting in their own lives. The Platonic dialogue was, so to speak, the boat Anuhak, the shipwreck of the old poetry, along with all its children, was saved. Pushed together into a single narrow space and with an anxious Socrates at the helm, they humbly set off now into a new world, which never could see enough fantastic images of this evil. Plato really gave all later worlds the image of a new form of and the image of the novel, which can be characterized as an infinitely intensified Aesopian fable, in which the priorities of P and Tri and dialectical philosophy were the same as the relative priorities of that very philosophy and theology for many hundreds of years. Poetry, in other words, was subsercent. This was new position, the place into which Plato forced it under the influence of the demonic Socrates. Now philosophical ideas grew up around and forced it to cling to the trunk of dialectic. Apollonian tendencies metamorphosed into logical systematizing, something corresponding to what we noticed at Euripides, as well as a translation of the Dionysian into naturalistic effects. Socrates, the dialectical hero in Platonic drama, reminds us oft-changed nature of the Euripidean hero, who has to defend his actions with reasons and counter-reasons and thus frequently runs the risk of losing our tragic sympathy for who can fail to recognize the optimistic element in the health of dialectic, which celebrates a jubilee with every conclusion and can breathe only in a cool conscious brightness, that optimistic element, which, once pushed into tragedy, gradually overruns its Dionysian regions and necessarily drears them to self-destruction, right to their death. Leap into middle-class drama. Let people merely recall the consequences of the Socratic sayings: virtue is knowledge, sin arises only from ignorance, the virtuous person is the happy person. In these basic forms of optimism lies the death of tragedy, for now the virtuous hero must be a dialectician. Now there must be a perceptible link between virtue and knowledge, belief and morality. Now the transcendental of justice in Aeschylus is lowered to the flat and impertinent principle of poetical justice with its customary deus ex machina. What this new Socratic optimistic stage world LTNK like with respect to the chorus and the whole musical Dionysian basis for tragedy in general? All that seemed to be something accidental, a reminder oft origin of tragedy which we can well do without, because we have come to realize that the chorus can be only as the origin of tragedy and the tragic in general. Already in Sophocles the chorus reveals itself as something of an embarrassment, an important indication that even with him the Dionysian stage of tragedy was beginning to fall apart. He did not dare to tmst the comes to carry the major share of the action, but limited its role to such an extent that it appears almost as one of the actors, just as if it had lifted out of the orchestra into the scene. This feature naturally destroys its nature completely, no matter how much Aristotle approved of this arrangement of the comes. This demotion in the of the chorus, which Sophocles certainly recommended in his dramatic practice and, according to tradition, even in a mitten text, is the first step toward the destruction of the chorus, whose phases in Euripides, Agathon, and the New Comedy followed with breakneck speed one after the other. Optimistic dialectic, with its syllogistic whip, drove music out of tragedy, that is, it destroyed the essence of tragedy, which can be interpreted only as a manifestation and imaginary presentation of Dionysian states, as a perceptible symbolizing of music. As the dream world of a Dionysian intoxication, we have noticed an anti-Dionysian tendency already effective before Socrates, which only achieves in him an expression of incredible brilliance. Now we must not shrink back from the question of here such a phenomenon as Socrates points. For are not in a position, given the Platonic dialogues, to see that phenomenon as a force of totally negative dissolution. And so, while it's true that the immediate effect of the Socratic drive was to bring about the destruction of Dionysian tragedy, the profound living experiences of Socrates himself force us to the question whether or not there must necessarily be only an antithetical relationship between Socrates' doctrines and whether the birth of an altistic Socrates is in general something of a contradiction. Where culture is seemed, that despotic logician now and then had the feeling of a gap, an emptiness, a partial sense of reproach for a duty he might have neglected. As he explains to his friends in prison, often one and the same dream apparition came to him, always with the words, "Socrates, practice music." He calmed himself, right up to his last days, if the interpretation that his philosophizing was the highest musical art, and believed that it was incorrect that a divinity would remind him of common, popular music. Finally in prison he came to understand how, in order to relieve his conscience completely, to practice that music which he had considered insignificant. And in this he composed a poem to Apollo and rendered a few of Aesop's fables in verse. What drove him to this practice was something like the voice of his warning demon. It was his Apollonian insight that, like a barbarian king, he did not understand a divine image and was in danger of sinning against a divinity through his failure to understand. That statement of Socrates' dream vision is the single indication of his thinking about something perhaps beyond the borders of his logical nature. So he had to ask himself, have I always labeled unintelligible things I could not understand? Perhaps there is a kingdom of wisdom which is forbidden to the logician? Perhaps art is even a necessary correlative and supplement to scientific understanding? 15. In the sense of this last ominous question we must discuss how the influence of Socrates has spread out over later worlds, right up to the present and even into all ulterior ages, like a constantly growing shadow in the evening sun, and how that influence always makes necessary the recreation of art, I mean art in its most profound and oddest metaphysical sense, and through its own immortality guarantees the immortality of art. For this fact to be acknowledged, before it was established that all inherently depended on the Greeks, from Homer right up to Socrates, we had to deal with these Greeks as the Athenians dealt with Socrates. Almost every age and cultural stage has at some time or another sought in an ill-tempered frame of mind to free itself of the Greeks. Bezos, in comparison with the Greeks, all their achievements, apparently fully original and admired in all sincerity, suddenly appeared to lose their color and life and were town successful copies, even caricatures, and so a heartfelt inner anger constantly kept breaking out against that arrogant little nation who dared throughout time to define everything that was not produced in its own country as barbaric. Who were these Greeks? People asked themselves, who had achieved only an ephemeral historical glitter, only ridiculously restricted institutions, only an ambiguous competence in morality, who could even be identified with haedial vices, yet who had nevertheless taken a preeminent place among nations for their value and special importance, something fitted for a genius among the masses? Unfortunately, people were not lucky enough to find the couple who can do away with such a being, for all the poisons they created, envy, slander, and inner anger, were insufficient to destroy that self-satisfied magnificence. Hence, confronted by the Greeks, people been ashamed and afraid. It seems that an individual who values the TMTH above everything else might dare to propose as TME the notion that the Greeks drive the chariot of our culture and every other one, but that almost always the wagon and the horses are inferior material and cannot match the glory of their drivers, who then consider it on New York to whip such a team into the abyss. Over Uhuk they themselves jump with a leap worthy of Achilles. To demonstrate that Socrates also merits such a place among the drivers of the chariot, it is sufficient to recognize him as typifying a form of existence inconceivable before him, the type known as theoretical man. Our next task is to reach some insight about the meaning and purpose of such a man. The man, like the artist, takes an infinite satisfaction in the present and is, like the artist, protected by that satisfaction from the practical effects of pessimism. With its lynx eyes Uhuk glow only in the darkness. But while the artist, in his relation of the TMTH, always keeps his enchanted gaze hanging on what still remains hidden after his revelation, theoretical man enjoys and remains satisfied with the covers which have been thrown off, and his greatest delight in the praise of continually successful unveiling, a success Uhuk his own power has brought. There would be no scientific knowledge if it concerned itself only with that one naked and had nothing else to do. For then its disciples would have to fell like those people who want to dig a hole straight through the eon, and one among them sees that, even with the greatest lifelong effort, he is in a to dig through only a really small piece of the immense depths, and that piece will be covered over in front of his very eyes by the work of the person next to him, so that a third person would apparently do well to select a new place for the tunneling efforts he undertakes on his own initiative. Now, if one person convincingly demonstrates that it is impossible to reach the antipodes by this direct route, who will want to continue to work on in the old depths, unless there was a possibility in the meantime that he would happy finding some valuable rock or discovering some natural law. For that reason, Lessing, the most noble theoretical man, dared to state that for him the search for the truth counted for more than truth itself. That statement unmasks the fundamental secret of scientific knowledge, to the astonishment, even the anger, of scientists. Now, of course, alongside this single recognition, excessively truthful and brar, stands a profound but delusive image, which first came into the world in the person of Socrates, that unshakable faith that thinking, guided by the idea of causality, might reach into the deepest abyss of being, and that thinking is capable of, not just understanding being, but even correcting it. This lofty metaphysical delusion is inherent in scientific research and leads it over and o'er again to its limits. At Uhuk point it must turn itself into art, something which is really predictable in this mechanical process. With the torch off these idea, let's at Socrates. To us he appears as the first person who was capable not only of living under the guidance of this scientific instinct, but also of dying under it, something much more difficult. Therefore the picture of the dying Socrates as a man raised above fear of death by knowledge and reason is the emblazoned shield hanging over the entranceway to scientific research, reminding every individual of his purpose, namely, to make existence intelligible and thus apparently justified. Of course, when reasoning cannot succeed in this endeavor, myth must finally serve, something which I have just noted as the necessary consequence, and, even the purpose of, science. Anyone who clearly sees how, after Socrates, that mystagogue of knowledge, one philosophical honor or another, like wave after war, arose in turn, and how an unimaginable universal greed for knowledge through the extent of the educated world steered knowledge around on the high seas as the essential task for every person of greater capabilities, a greed which it has been impossible since then completely to expel from scientific knowledge, and how through this universal greed a common net of thinking was cast over the entire earth for the first time, with even glimpses of the MLE-bound workings of an entire solar system. Whoever reminds himself of all this, together with that astonishingly high pyramid of contemporary knowledge, cannot deny that in Socrates we see a turning point and imax of so-called world history. Imagine for a moment the following scenario. if the incalculable sum of all the energy which has been used in pursuit of these world project is spent not in the surcease of knowledge but on the practical, i.e., egotistical, aims of individuals and peoples, then in all probability the instinctive delight in living will be so weakened in universal wars of destruction and continuing migrations of people that, if suicide being a common occurrence, the individual, perhaps out of a sense of duty, would have to see death as a final rest and, like the inhabitants of the Fiji Islands, the son would strangle his parents, the friend would strangle his friend, a practical pessimism, which could give rise to a dreadful ethic of mass murder out of sympathy. Such a belief is present and was present all over the world. Art did not appear in some form or other, especially in religion and science, as a remedy and a defense against that pestilence. With respect to this practical pessimism, Socrates is the original picture of the theoretical optimist, who in the belief, which I have described, that we could discover the nature of things conferred upon knowing and discovering the power of a universal medicine and understood evil in itself as error. To push forward with that reasoning and to separate true knowledge from appearance and error seemed to the man to be the noblest, even the single truly human, just as that mechanism of ideas, judgments, and conclusions has been valued, from Socrates on, as the highest activity and the most admirable gift of nature, above all other faculties. Even the noblest moral deeds, the sympathetic emotions, self-sacrifice, heroism and that calmness in the soul, so difficult to attain, which the Apollonian Greeks called sophrosine, all these were derived by Socrates and his like-minded descendants right up to the present from the dialectic of knowledge and therefore described as teachable. Whoever has experienced the delight of a Socratic discovery and feels how this, in ever-widening rings, seeks to enclose the entire world of phenomena, will experience no spur capable of pushing him into existence more intense than the desire to complete that conquest and to weave a solid impenetrable net. To a man so minded, the Platonic Socrates appears as the teacher of an entirely new form of Greek serenity and of a blissful existence which seeks to discharge itself in actions. And these actions will consist, for the most part, like those of a midwife, of things concerned with the education of noble disciples, in order to produce an endless supply of geniuses. But now science, incited by its power-all delusion, speeds on inexorably right to its limits. At whose point the optimism hidden in the essence of logic fails. For the circumference of circle of science has an infinire of points, and while it is still impossible to see how that circumference could ever be completely measured, nevertheless the noble, talented man, before the middle of his life, inevitably comes up against some point on that circumference, where he stares at something which cannot be illuminated when, at this point, he sees to his horror how logic turns around on itself and finally bites its own tail. Then a new form of knowledge breaks the acknowledgement of tragic, which in order merely to be endured, requires art as a protector and healer. If we look at the loftiest realms of the world streaming around us, our eyes strengthened and refreshed by the Greeks, we become aware of that greed of insatiably optimistic knowledge, which generates previews for us, tumbling into tragic resignation and a need for art, even if it's TME that this same greed, in its lower levels, must express itself as hostile to and must especially loathe Dionysian tragic and, as I have already explained in the example of the conflict between Aeschylean tragedy and Socratic doctrine. Here we are now knocking, with turbulent feelings, on the DCKR of the present and auteur. Will that transformation lead to continuously new configurations of genius and straight to the music-playing Socrates? Will that Udnetovan, either in the name of religion or of science, fly over existence always more tightly and delicately, or is it determined that it will be ripped to shreds by the restless barbaric impulses and hurly-burly Ulick we now call the present? We are standing here on the sidelines as lookers-on, worried but not without hope, for we are being permitted to witness that immense struggle and transition. But there is a magic spell in these battles, looks at them must also fight them. 16. By setting out this historical example, we have attempted to clarify how tragedy surely dies away with the disappearance of the spirit of music, since tragedy can arise only out of this spirit to mitigate the strangeness of this claim and, on the other hand, to indicate the origin of this idea of ours, we must now openly face up to analogous phenomena oft present time. We must stride right into the midst oft whose battles as I har just said, are being waged in the loftiest spheres of our present world between the insatiably optimistic desire to know and the artistic need for tragedy. In this discussion, I shall omit all the other opposing drives which have in every age worked against especially against tragedy, and have at present taken hold to such an extent that, for example, in the inn of the theatre, only farces and ballets achieve a fairly rich profit with their fragrant blooms, which are perhaps not for everyone. I shall speak only of the most illustrious opposition to the tragic world view, by that I mean research scholarship, optimistic to the core of its being, with its father Socrates perched on the pinnacle. Shortly I shall also indicate by name the forces which seem to me to guarantee a new birth of tragedy and who knows what other blessed hopes for the German character. Before we leap into the middle of this battle, let us wrap ourselves in the armor of the knowledge seized upon earlier. In opposition to all those eager to derive alt from a single principle as the necessary living origin of every work of art, I keep my eyes fixed on both those altistic divinities of the Greeks, Apollo and Dionysus, and recognize in them the living and clear representatives of two art worlds, very different in their deepest being and their highest goals. Apollo stands before me as the transfigured genius of the principium individuations, the individualizing principioi, through eulic release is only to be tmly attained in illusion. However, under the mystical joyous cries of Dionysus, the spell of indi-ituation shatters and the way lies open to the maternal source of being, to the innermost core of things. This tremendous difference, which opens up a yanmi gap between plastic 8 as Apollonian and music as Dionysian. Alt became more or less to only one great thinker, when he, without any prompting from the symbolism of the Greek gods, recognized the different character of music and the origin of all other ans from it. Because music is not, like all the others alt forms, images of appearances, but an immediate reflection of the will itself, and also because it presents itself as the metaphysical counterpart to all physical things in the world, the thing in itself as counterpart to all appearances, Schopenhauer, World as Will and Idea, p. 310. On the basis of this most significant way of understanding all aesthetics, which, taken seriously, marks the first beginning of aesthetics, Richard Wagner, to confirm its lasting truth, set his stamp, when he established in his Beethoven that music must be assessed on aesthetic principles entirely different from those for all fine arts and not at all according to the category of beauty, although an Aaron ms aesthetics, in the service of a misleading and degeneratin, has become accustomed to the idea of beauty asserting itself in the world of images and to demand from music an effect similar to the effect of plastic arts, namely, the arousal of satisfaction in beautiful forms. After my recognition of that tremendous opposition, I sensed in myself a strong urge to approach the essence of Greek tragedy and, in so doing, the deepest insight into the Hellenic genius. Now for the first time I believed I was capable of the magical task of posing the basic problem of tragedy in my own mind, over and the jargon of our customary aesthetics. Through that, such an strange idiosyncratic glimpse into the Hellenic was granted to me that it had to appear to me as if our classical Hellenistic scholarship, which is so proud of itself, had up to this point known for the most part, only how to gloat over games with shadows and trivialities. We may be able perhaps to touch on this original problem if the formvetting question, mad aesthetic effect arises when those separate powers of art, the Apollonian and the come to operate alongside each other. Or, put more briefly, is the relationship between music and images and ideas. Richard Wagner applauded Schopenhauer on this very point for the restrained clarity and perceptiveness of his explanation. Schopenhauer spoke his news on this matter in the greatest detail in the Fulmvetting place, which I will quote again here in Hall, from World as Will and Idea, 1, p. 309. As a result of all this, we can look upon the world of appearance, or nature, and music as two different expressions of the same thing, which itself is thus the only analogy mediating between the two. Thus, an understanding of this thing is required in order to hail insight into that analogy. Consequently, music, considered as an expression of the world, is universal to the highest degree, something which even has a relationship with the universality of ideas, rather like the way these are related to particular things. Its universality is, however, in no way the empty universality of abstractions, but something of an entirely different kind, up with a thoroughly clear certainty. In this, music is like geometric figures and numbers, which are the universal forms of all possible objects of experience and applicable to them all a priori before experience, although they are not abstract but vivid and always fixed. All insible effons, excitements and expressions of the will, all those processes inside human beings, which reason subsumes under the broad negative concept of feelings, are there to express through the infinite number of possible melodies, but always in the universality of mere form, without matter, always only according to the thing in itself, not according to its appearance, like its innermost soul, without the body. From these inner relationships which music has with the essence of all things, we can also account for the fact that when an appropriate music is heard in any scene, business, action, or environment, this music appears to open up to us the most secret sense of these things, and seems to come forward as the most correct and clearest commentary on them. In the same way, for the man who surrenders himself entirely to the experience of a symphony, it appears as if he saw all the possible events of life and the world drawn over into himself. Nevertheless, he cannot, if he thinks about it, perceive any similario between that game of sounds and the things which come into his mind. For music is, as mentioned, different from all other arts, in that it is not a one of appearances, or more correctly, the adequate objectification oft will, but the portrayal of the v.il itself, as well as the metaphysical complement of all physical things in the world, presenting the thing in itself as complement to all appearances. We could, therefore, call the QRLD the embodiment of music just as much as the embodiment of the will, and that's why it is understandable that music is capable of bringing out every painting, even every scene of real life and the world, with an immediate and higher significance, and, of course, to do that all the more, the closer the analogy of its melody to the inner spirit of the given phenomenon. On this point we base the fact that we can set a poem to music as a song or as a vivid presentation in pantomime or as in an opera. Such pictures of men's lives, given a foundation in the universal speech of music, are not bound to music and do not correspond with music by a compelling necessity, but they stand in relation to music as a random example to a universal idea. They present in the clarity of the real the very thing which music expresses in the universality of mere form. For melodies are, to a certain extent, like general ideas, an abstraction from the real, for reality, the world of separate things, supplies clear phenomena, remarkable and individual things, the single case, to both the universality of ideas and the universality of melodies. Both of these universals, however, are, from a certain point of view, contrary, since ideas consist only of forms abstracted first from perception, rather like the strip.away outer skin of things, and are thus really and entirely abstractions whereas, music, by contrast, gives the heart of the thing, the innermost core, which comes before all particular shapes. This relationship is easily expressed properly in the language of the scholastics. Ideas are the universalia post rem, universals after the fact. Music, however, gives the universalia ante rem, universals before the fact, and reality the universalta tien re, universals tien the fact. The fact that in general there can be a connection between a musical composition and a perceptible presentation rests on the point that, as stated, both are only very different expressions of same inner essence of the world. Now, when in a particular case such a connection is tmly present and the composer has known how to express in the universal language of music the dynamics of the v.il, which constitutes the core of the event, then the melody of the song, the music oft opera, is frill of expressium. The Commelnchef's discovery of the analogy between both must, however, issue from the immediate realization oft world essence, unknown to his reason, and must not be an imitation, conveyed in ideas with conscious. Intentionally underscore athemis. The music does not express the inner essence, that is, the will itself, but only imitates inadequately its appearance. Following what Schopenhauer has taught, we also understand music as the language of the unmediated will and file our imaginations stirred to shape that spirit world. Uhak speaks to us invisibly and nonetheless in such a vital manner, and to embody it in ourselves through a metaphorical illustration. By contrast, image and idea, under the influence of a truly appropriate music, reach an elevated significance. Thus, Dionysian alt customarily works in two ways. On Apollonian anistic music arouses us to consider an image, in some way similar to the Dionysian universality, and music then permits that image to come forward with the highest significance. From this intelligible observation and without any deeper considerations of unapproachable things, I conclude that music is capable of generating myth, that is the most meaningful example, and, of giving birth to the tragic myth, that myth which speaks oft recognition of the Dionysian among the Greeks. I have explained the phenomenon of the lyric poet, and after that how music in the lyric poet strives to make known its essence in Apollonian pictures. Let us now imagine that music at its highest intensity also must seek to reach its highest representation. Thus, we must consider it possible that music also knows how to find the symbolic expression for its essentially Dionysian wisdom. And where else will we hard to look for this expression, if not in tragedy and in the idea of tragedy generally? From the essence of and as it is commonly according to the single categories of illusion and beauty, it is genuinely impossible to derive the tragic. Only with reference to the spirit of music do we understand joy in the distinction of the individual. Now, individual examples of such a destruction makes clear the eternal phenomenon of Dionysian art, which brings into expression the will in its omnipotence out from behind, so to speak, the principium individuationis, the life beyond all appearances and eternal life. In spite of all destruction, the metaphysical joy in the tragic is a translation oft instinctive unconscious Dionysianism into the language of the image. The hero, the highest manifestation of the will, is destroyed, and we are happy at that, because, on all, he is only an illusion, and the eternal life of the oil is not disturbed by his distinction. We believe in eternal life, so tragedy calls out, while the music is the unmediated idea of this life. The QRK of the plastic artist has an entirely purpose. Here Apollo overcomes the suffering of the individual through the bright exaltation in the eternity oft illusion. Here beauty is Darius over the suffering inherent in life. The pain is, in a certain sense, brushed away from the face of nature. Ln Dionysian alt, and in its tragic symbolism this Satni nature speaks to us with its TME, undisguised voice, be as I am. Under the incessantly changing phenomena, the eternal primordial mother, always forcing things into existence, always satisfied with the changing nature of amorances. 17 Dionysian alt also wants to us of the eternal delight in existence. But we must seek this delight, not in appearances, but behind them we must recognize how everything comes into being must ready for a pain-filled distinction. We are to gaze directly into the terror of individual existence, but, in the process, must not become paralyzed. A metaphysical consolation tears us momentarily out of the hustle and bustle of changing forms. For a short time we really are the primordial essence itself and feel its unbridled lust for enjoy in existence. The struggle, torment, and destruction of appearances now consider necessarily, on account of the excess of countless forms of existence forcefully them sting themselves into life, and of the exuberant fecundity of the world's will. We are transfixed by the raging barbs of this torment in the very moment when we become, as it were, one with the immeasurable primordial delight in existence, and when we sense the indestructible and eternal nature of this Dionysian joy in spite of fear, and are fortunate vital beings, not as individuals, but as the one force of life, with whose joy we harbin ost. The story of how Greek tragedy arose tells us now with clear certainty how the Greeks' tragic work of art really was out of the spirit of music. With this idea we think we have, for the first time, reached a understanding of the original and astonishing meaning of the comes. At the same time, however, we must concede that the significance of the tragic myth explained previously, to say nothing of Greek philosophy, was never entirely clear to the Greek poets. Their herns speak to us in an extent more superficially than they act, and the myth does not really find its adequate objectification in the spoken word. The structure of the scenes and the vivid images reveal a deeper wisdom than the himself can grasp words and ideas. We can make the satiny abswation about Shakespeare, whose Hamlet, for example, similarly speaks in a more superficial manner than he acts, so that we derive the above-mentioned study of Hamlet, not from the MRDS, but from the deepest view and review of the totality of work with respect to Greek tragedy. Uhuk, of course, comes to us only as a drama of words. I have even suggested that incongruity between myth and word can easily seduce us into considering it shallower and more empty of meaning than it is, and thus to assume a more superficial action than it must have had according to the testimony of the ancients. For we easily forget that what the poet as a wordsmith could not achieve, the attainment of the highest intellectualization and idealization of myth, he could achieve successfully at any time as a creating musician. Admittedly, through scholarship we must recreate the extraordinary of the musical effects in order to receive something of that incomparable consolation necessarily characteristic of tragedy. But we would experience this extraordinary musical power for what it is only if we're Greeks, because considering the entire development of Greek music, which is well known, quite familiar to us, and infinitely richer by belief our hearing only youthful songs, sung with only a timid sense of their power. The Greeks are, as the Egyptian priests say, eternal children, and where tragic art is concerned, only children who do not know what an exalted toy has arisen under their hands. Something Uhuk will be destroyed. Evestmgla of the spirit of music for pictorial and mythic mlich increasingly intense from the beginning of the lyric right up to Attic tragedy, suddenly breaks apart, right after developing in frill luxuriant bloom, and so to speak, disappears from the surface of Hellenicon. Although the Dionysian world-view born out of this struggle lives on in the mysteries and in its most amazing transformations and degeneration never stops attracting serious natures to it. Isn't it possible that it will rise from its mystical depths as art once more? At this point we are conceived with the question whether the power whose hostile effects broke tragedy has sufficient power for all time to hinder the anistic regrowth of tragedy and the tragic world view. If old tragedy was derailed by the dialectical drive for knowledge and by the optimism of scholarly research, might have to infer from this fact an eternal struggle between the theoretical and the tragic world views. And only on the spirit of knowledge is taken right to its limits and its claim to universal validity destroyed by the establishment of that limit would it be possible to hope for a revival of tragedy. For a symbol of such a cultural form, we would hard to set up Socrates the player of music, in the sense talked about earlier. By this opposition I understand with respect to the spirit of scholarly research the belief, which first came to light in the person of Socrates, that our understanding of nature can be grounded and that knowledge has a universal healing power. Whoever remembers the most immediate consequences of this restless forward-driving spirit of scientific knowledge will immediately recall how it destroyed myth and how through this destruction poetry was driven out of its naturally ideal soil as something from now on without a home. If you are correctly ascribed to music the power to bring about out of itself a rebirth of myth, then we will to seek out the spirit of science on that very path where it has its hostile encounter with the myth-creating power of music. This occurred in the development of the new Attic dithyramb, whose music no longer expressed the inner essence, the will itself, but only gave back an inadequate appearance in an imitation delivered through ideas. From such innerly degenerate music those with a true musical nature turn away with the same aversion which they had displayed before the art-killing tendency of Socrates. The instinct of Aristophanes, which grasped issues so surely, was certainly right when he linked together Socrates himself, the tragedies of Euripides, and the music oft new meters of dithyrambs, hating each of them and smelling in all three often the characteristics of a degenerate culture. Through that new dithyramb, music is criminally turned into a mimetic demonstration of appearances, for example, a battle or storm at sea, and in the process is totally robbed of all its power to create myths, for when music seeks only to arouse our indulgence by compelling us to find external analogies between an event in life or nature and certain rhythmic figures and characteristic musical sounds, when our understanding is supposed to be satisfied with the recognition of these analogies, then we are dragged down into a in which a conception of the mythic is impossible. For myth must be vividly felt as a single instance of universality and tmth staring into the infinite. Truly Dionysian music works on us as a universal mirror reflecting the will of the world. Each vivid event reflected in this mirror udens out at once for our feelings into the image of an eternal tmth. By contrast, the sound painting of the new dithyramb immediately strips such a 6/ql evil of its mythic character. Now the music has become a feeble copy of a phenomenon and in the process, infinitely poorer than the phenomenon itself. Through this impoverishment the phenomenon itself is even lurid in our feelings, so that now, for example, a battle imitated in this kind of music plays itself feebly out in marches, trumpet calls, and so forth. And our imagination is held back precisely by these superficialities. Painting with music is thus in every respect the opposite to the myth-creating power of TME music. Through the former a phenomenon becomes more impoverished than it is, whereas through Dionysian music the individual phenomenon becomes richer and widens into an image of the world. It was a powerful victory of the non-Dionysian spirit when, in the development of the new dithyramb, it alienated music from itself and pushed it down to be the slave of appearances. Euripides, who, in a higher sense, must have had a thoroughly unmusical nature, is for this very reason an ardent supporter of the new dithyrambic music and uses all its stick effects and styles idly of a thief from another perspective. See the force of this un-Dionysian spirit in action directing its effects against myth, when we turn our gaze toward the way in Uhuk, the way in which the presentation of character and the psychological complexities get way out of hand in the tragedies of Sophocles. The character cannot be allowed to broaden out any more into an eternal type, but, by contrast, must appear an individual through the altistic qualifications and shading, through the most delicate clarity of every line, so that the spectator generally no longer experiences the myth but the commanding naturalism of the altist, his power of imitation. Here also we become aware of the victory of appearances over the universal and of the delight in the particular. Rather like an anatomical specimen already we breathe the air of a theoretical world, which values the scientific insight higher than the anistic mirror image of a universal principle. The movement along the line of increasing characterization quickly goes further. While Sophocles still paints whole characters and yokes their sophisticated development to myth, Euripides already paints only large one character traits, which are capable of expressing themselves in violent passions. In the new Attic comedy there are masks with only one expression, reckless old men, deceived pimps, mischievous slaves in an inexhaustible repetition. Where now has the myth-building spirit of music gone? Is left now for music is music of stimulation or memory, that is, either music as a means of stimulating jaded and wom out memes or sound painting. As far as the first is concerned, the text is largely irrelevant. Already in Euripides, when his heroes or chorus first start to sing, things get really out of hand. What must it been like with his unapologetic successors? However, the new Undionysian spirit manifests itself with the uttermost clarity in the conclusions of the new plays. In the old tragedy, the metaphysical consolation was there to file at the conclusion. Without that, the delight in tragedy simply cannot be explained. The sound of reconciliation from another world ECHNS most purely perhaps in Oedipus at Colonus _ but as the genius of music flew away from tragedy, tragedy is, in the strong sense oft term, dead. For out of what are people now able to create that metaphysical consolation? Consequently, people LCOK'd for an earthly solution to tragic dissonance after the hero was sufficiently tortured by fate. He was paid a earned reward in an impressive marriage, in testament to his honor. The hero became a gladiator, to whom people gave his freedom, after he had been beaten and was covered with wounds. The Deus Machina moved in to take the place of metaphysical consolation. I will not say that the tragic world view was destroyed entirely and completely by the Sermg spirit of the Undionysian _ we only know that it must have fled out of and as if into the undenfurled, degenerating into a cult, but over the widest surface area of Hellenistic existence raged the consuming wind of that spirit which amounts itself in the form of greed. Serenity, to which I referred earlier as an impotent end. Unproductive delight in life. This serenity is a counterpart to the merciless naivete of the old Greeks, which must say in accordance with its given characteristics as the flowering of Apollonian culture, blossoming out of a dark abyss, as the victory over suffering, the wisdom of suffering, which the Hellenic will gains through its ability to mirror beauty. The noblest form of that other form of Greek serenity, the Alexandrian, is the cheerful _allness of the theoretical man. It manifests the same characteristic features I already derive out of the idea of the Undionysian. It fights against Dionysian wisdom and it strives to dissolve myth. It places an earthy consonance in place of a metaphysical consolation, indeed a particular Deus ex machina, namely, the god of machines and conceivals, that is, the force of nature, recognized and used in the service of a higher egoism. It believes in correcting the world through knowledge, a life led by scientific knowledge, and thus is really in a position to confine the individual man in the narwest circle of problems which can be solved, inside which he can cheerfully say to life, I want you, you are worth knowing. 18. It's an eternal phenomenon. The voracious will always finds a way to keep its creatures alive and force them on to anther living by an illusion spread o'er things. One man is fascinated by the Socratic desire for knowledge and the delusion that with it he'll be able to cure the eternal wound of existence. Another is caught up by the seductive labutial rill of art fluttering before his eyes. Yet another by the metaphysical consolation that underneath the hurly-burly of appearances eternal life flows on indestructibly, to say nothing of the more common and almost more illusions which the will holds ready at all times. In general, these ray stages of illusion are only for nobly ended natures, those who feel the weight and difficulty of existence with more profound reluctance and need to be deceived out of this reluctance by these exquisite stimulants. Everything we call culture emerges from these stimulants, depending on the proportions of the mixture we have a predominantly or artistic or tragic culture, or if you'll permit historical examples, there is either an Alexandrian or a Hellenic or a Buddhist culture. Our entire MC&RN world is trapped in the net of Alexandrian culture and recognizes as its ideal the theoretical man, equipped with the highest intellectual powers and working in the service of science. A man for whom Socrates is the prototype and progenitor. All our methods of education originally have this ideal in view. Every other existence has struggled on with difficulty alongside this ideal as a way of life permit, not as one intend. For a long time now, it's been almost frightening to sense how an educated person here is found only in the form of the scholar. Even our literary arts are had to develop out of scholarly imitations, and in the main effect of rhyme recognize still the development of our poetical form out of unofficial experiments with what is essentially really a scholarly language, not one to us. To a true Greek how incomprehensible must Faust appeared, that man of modern culture, who is inherently intelligible to us. Faust, who storms dissatisfied through all faculties, his drear for knowledge making him devoted to magic and the devil. We have only to stand him beside Socrates for comparison in order to recognize that modern man is beginning to have a premonition of the limits of that Socratic desire for knowledge and is yearning for a coastline somewhere in the v.ide and desolate sea of knowledge. When Ganthe once remarked to Eckermann, with reference to yes, my good man, there is also a productivity in actions. In a delightful naive way he was reminding us that the non-theoretical human being is something implausible and astonishing to modem, so that we had to have the wisdom of a Gcrthe to find out that such a strange form of existence is comprehensible, even forgivable. And now we must not conceal from ourselves who hate lies hidden in the womb of this Socratic culture. An optimism that thinks itself all-powerful. Well, people should not be surprised when the fruits of these optimism ripen, when a society that has been thoroughly leavened this kind of culture, right down to the lowest levels, gradually stands trembling in an extravagant turmoil of desires, when the belief in earthly happiness for everyone, when faith in the possibility of such a universal knowledge culture gradually changes into the threatening demand for such an Alexandrian earthly happiness, into the invocation of a Euripidean Deus ex machina. People should take note, Alexandrian culture requires a slur class in order to be able to exist over time, but with its optimistic view of existence, it denies the necessity for such a class, and thus, the effect of its beautiful words of seduction and reassurance the dignity of human beings and the dignity of work has wom off. It gradually moves towards a horrific distinction. There is nothing more frightening than a barbarian class which has learned to think of its existence as an injustice and is preparing to take revenge, not only for itself, but for all generations. In the face of such threatening storms, who dares appeal with sure confidence to our pale and exhausted religions, who hook themselves in their foundations degenerated into scholarly religions, so that the essential precondition for all religions is already everywhere paralyzed, even in this area, that optimistic spirit which we have just described as the germ of distinction of our society has gained control, while the disaster slumbering in the bosom of theoretical culture gradually begins to worry RNN man, and while he, in his uneasiness, reaches into the treasure of his experience for ways to even the danger, without any inherent faith in these miracles, and while he also begins to have a premonition of his own particular consequences, some great and widely gifted natures have, with incredibly careful thought, known how to use the TMLS of science to set out the and relative nature of knowledge itself and, in the process, decisively to deny the claim of science to universal validity and universal goals. With like this, for the first time, that delusion which presumes with the help of causality to be able to ground the innermost essence of things has become recognized for what it is. The immense courage and wisdom of Kant and Schopenhauer achieved the most difficult victory, the one over the optimism lying concealed in the essential nature of logic, which is, in turn, the foundation of our culture. While this logic, based on eternal vertates, eternal truths which it did not consider open to objectico, had believed that all the riddles of the QRLD could be recognized and resolved, and had treated space, time, and causality as totally unconditional laws with the most universal validity, Kant showed how these really served only to raise mere appearance, the QRK of Maha, to the only reality, the highest reality, and to set it in place as the innermost and true essence of things, and thus To make TME knowledge of this essence impossible, that is, to use an expression of Schopenhauer, to get the dreamer to sleep even more soundly, world as will an idea, I. 498. With this recognition there is introduced a culture I venture to as a tragic culture. Its most important distinguishing feature is that wisdom replaces knowledge as the highest goal, a wisdom which, undeceived by the seductive diversions of science, turns its unswerving gaze towards the all-encompassing picture oft-world and, with a sympathetic feeling of seeks in that QRLD to grasp eternal suffering as its own suffering. Let's imagine a growing generation if this fearless gaze, this heroic attraction for what is immense. Let's imagine the bold step oft these dragon slayers, the proud daring with which they turn their backs on all the doctrines of weakness belonging to that optimism, in order to live resolutely, fully, and completely. Would that not require the tragic man off these culture in his for seriousness and terror to desire anew in the art of metaphysical consolation, to desire tragedy as the Helen which belongs to him and to hard to cry out with Faust, with my desires should I not call into this life the fairest form of all? However, now that Socratic culture has been shaken on two sides, once by the fear of its own consequences, which it is definitely beginning to sense, and, in addition, because it is itself no longer convinced of the eternal validity of its foundations with that earlier naive trust, it can hang on to the scepter of its infallibility only with trembling hands. So it's a sorry spectacle how the dance of its thinking dashes longingly after new forms in order to embrace them, and then how, like Mephistopheles with the seductive Lamia, it suddenly, with a shudder, lets them go. That is, in fact, the characteristic mark of that fracture which everyone habitually talks about as the root malady of modern culture, that theoretical man is afraid of his own consequences and, in his dissatisfaction, no longer dares to commit himself to the fearful ice currents of existence. He nms anxiously up and down along the shore. He no longer wants to have anything completely, any totality with all the natural cruelty of things. That's how much the optimistic way of seeing things has mollycoddled him. At the same time he feels how a culture which has been built on the principles of science must collapse when it begins to become illogical, that is, when it begins to mn back, away from its own consequences. Our art reveals this general distress. In vain people use imitation to lean on all the great productive periods and natures, in vain they gather all literature around man to bring him consolation and place him in the middle of anistic styles and anists of all ages, so that he may, like Adam with the animals, give them an _, but he remains an eternally hungry the critic without joy and power, the Alexandrian man, who is basically a librarian and copy and goes miserably blind from the dust. And printing 19 we can designate the innermost form of this Socratic culture most precisely we call it the culture of opera, for in this area our Socratic culture, with characteristic naivete, has expressed its wishes and perceptions, something astonishing to us if bring the genesis of opera and the facts of the development of opera together with the eternal TMTHS of the Apollonian and the Dionysian first. Iral the emergence of the stilo rappresentativo, the representational style, and a _. Is it credible that this entirely externalized opera music, something incapable of worship, could be accepted and preserved with wildly enthusiastic favor, as if it were the rebirth of all FFUE music, in an age in which Palestrina's inexpressibly awe-inspiring and sacré music had just arisen? On the other hand, would make the diversion-loving voluptuousness of those Florentine circles or the vanity of its dramatic singers responsible for such a rapidly spreading lore of opera? The fact that in the same age, indeed, in the same peoples, alongside the vaulted structure of Palestrina's harmonies, which the entire Christian Middle Ages had developed, there awoke that passion for a half-musical way of speaking that one can only explain by some tendency beyond art, something also in the very nature of recitative to the listener who wishes to hear clearly the word under the singing. There corresponds the singer who speaks more than he sings and who intensifies the Expressions of pathos in half-singing. Through this intensification of pathos he makes the words easier to understand and overpo.varuhates left of the musical half. The real danger now threatening him is that at an inopportune moment he may give the music the major emphasis, so that the pathos in the speech and the clarity of the words necessarily disappear. On the other hand, he always feels the urge for musical release and a virtuoso presentation of his voice. Here the Elnet comes to his assistance, the man who knows how to provide him sufficient opportunities for lyrical interjections, repetitions of words and sentences, and so on, places where the singer can now rest in a purely musical element, without considering the words. This alternation of only half-sung speech frill of urgent emotion and interjections uhuk are all singing, which lies at the heart of the stilo rappresentativo. This rapidly changing effort at one moment to affect the understanding and imagination of the listener and at another to work on his musical senses, is something so completely unnatural and at the same time so innerly contradictory to the Dionysian and Apollonian artistic drives that must conclude that the origin of recitative lies outside all artistic instincts. According to this account, we should define recitative as the mixing of epic and lyric performing, but not at all in an innerly consistent blending, which could never have attained with such entirely disparate things, but the most external concatenation, in the style of a mosaic, something the like of which has no model whatsoever in the realm of nature and experience. But this was not the opinion of those inventors of recitative. Rather they along with their age believed that through that stile rappresentativo the secret of ancient music had been resolved and that only through it could one explain the tremendous effect of an Orpheus, and, indeed, even of Greek tragedy. The new style was valued as the reawakening of the most effective music, the music of the ancient Greeks. In fact, under the universal and totally popular conception of the Homeric world as the primitive world, people allowed themselves to surrender to the dream that they had now climbed down back once more into the paradisal bemes of humankind, when music necessarily must have had that superb pura power, and which the poets knew how to talk so movingly in their pastoral plays. Here we see the innermost development of this truly modern style of art. The opera a need forces itself out in an, but it is a need of an unesthetic son, the yearning for the idyllic, the belief in a primordial existence of the artistic and good man. Recitative servat as the rediscovered language oft had primordial man, and opera as the rediscovered land of that idyllic or heroically gokl being. In all his actions at the satiny time follows a natural anistic drive, who sings at least something in everything he has to say, so that, given the slightest emotional arousal, he can immediately sing out in frill voice. For us now it is unimportant that contemporary humanists used this newly created picture of the paradisal altist to fight against the old church idea of human beings as inherently corrupt and lost, so that opera is to be as the opposing dogma of good people, something in which they simultaneously discord a way of consoling themselves against that pessimism to which the seriously minded people of that time, given the horridoring uncertainties of all conditions, were attracted most strongly. It's enough for us to recognize how the real magic and thus the origin of these new artistic form lies in the satisfaction of an entirely unesthetic need, in the optimistic glorification of man as such, in its view of primitive man as naturally gwd and artistic man. This operatic principle has gradually transformed itself into a threatening and terrible demand, qui, faced with the socialist movement of the present day, can no longer fail to hear. The good primitive man wants his rights, what paradisal prospects? Alongside this point I set another equally clear confirmation of my opinion that opera is constructed on the same principles as our Alexandrian culture. Opera is the birth man, of the critical not of the artist, one of strangest facts in the history of all the arts. It was the demand of completely unmusical listeners that people had to hear the words above all, so that a ribbon of music was only to be expected, and some way of singing was discovered according to which the MRDS of the text rule over the counterpoint, the way a Lord Miles his circants underscore for the words, they said, are nobler than the accompanying harmonic system, just as the soul is nobler than the body. In the beginning of opera, the union of music, image, and word was treated according to the amateurish and unmusical crudity of these views. The first experiments with the sense of this aesthetic were launched in distinguished amateur circles in Florence by the poets and singers patronized there. The man who is artistically impotent produces for himself a form of, and precisely because he is the inherently inanistic man, because he has no sense of the Dionysian depths of music, for his own sake he transforms musical taste into easy-to-understand verbal and musical rhetoric, oft passions in stillo rappresentatvo, and into the voluptuousness of the art of singing. Because he is incapable of seeing a vision, he presses and decorative artists into his surcease underscore because he has no idea how to grasp the true essence of the artist. He conjures up right in front of him the artistic primitive man to suit his own taste, that is, the man who, when passionate, sings and speaks verse. He dreams himself back in an age in which passion was sufficient to produce songs and poems, as if that feeling has ever been in a position to create something artistic underscore. The precondition of opera is a false belief about the artistic process. It is, in fact, the idyllic faith that in reality every sensitive man is an artist according to the meaning of this belief. Opera is the expression of lay amateurs in art, something which dictates its laws with the curule optimism of theoretical man. If we wanted to bring together into a single conception both of these ideas I have just described in connection with the origin of opera, all we would have left to do is to speak of an idyllic tendency in opera, and the only things would need to use are Schiller's way of expressing himself and his explanation. He claimed that nature and the ideal are either an object of sorrow, when the former is represented as lost and the latter as unattained, or both are an object of joy, when they are represented as real. The first produces the elegy in a narrower sense, and the other produces the idyll in its broadest sense. And right away we must draw attention to the common characteristic of both of these ideas in the genesis of opera, that in them the ideal dce not register as unattained and nature dtrs not register as lost. According to this feeling, there was a primordial time for man when he lay on the hem of nature and, with this state of nature, simultaneously attained the ideal of humanity in paradisal goodness and artistly. We all are said to have descended from these perfect primitive men, and, we still were their faithful image. We only had to cast some things away from us in order to recognize ourselves once again as these primitive people, thanks to a voluntary renunciation of superfluous scholarship, of lavish culture. Till rough his operatic imitation of Greek tragedy, the educated man oft Renaissance let himself be led back to such a harmony of nature and the ideal, to an idyllic reality underscore. He used this tragedy, as Dante used Virgil, to be brought right up to the gates of paradise, while from this point on he even found her on his own and passed over from an imitation oft highest Greek art form to a restoration of all things, to a copy of man's original and world. What a confident good nature there is in these audacious attempts, right in the of theoretical culture. Something to be explained only by the comforting faith that man in himself, is the eternally virtuous hero of opera, the eternally pipink or singing shepherd, who must always in the end rediscover himself as such, should he find out at some time or other that he has really lost himself for a while, something which is only the finite of that optimism which here arises out of the depths of Socratic world view, like a sweetly seductive fragrant column of air underscore. Hence among the characteristics of opera there is no sense at all of that elegiac pain of eternal loss. There is rather the cheerfulness of an eternal rediscovery, the comfortable joy in an idyllic reality which man can at least imagine for himself at all times. But in doing this, man may perhaps at some point suspect that this imagined reality is nothing other than a fantastically silly indulgence. Anyone able to measure this against the feral seriousness of true nature and to compare it with the actual primitive scenes of the beginnings of humanity would hail to cry out in disgust, "Get rid of that phantom!" Nevertheless, we would be deceiving ourselves if we believed that such a playful being as opera could be chased away simply by a powerful shout. Like a ghost, whoever wants to destroy opera must undertake the struggle against that Alexandrine cheerfulness. Ulrich expresses its favorite idea so naively in opera. In fact, opera is its real artistic form. But what can we expect for art itself from the effect of a form of art whose origins in general do not lie in the aesthetic realm but which have rather stolen from a half-moralistic sphere over into the realm of art, and who can deceive people its hybrid origin only now and then? On what juices does this parasitic operatic being feed itself, if not from the sap of true art? Are not to assume that, under the influence of opera's idyllic seductions and its Alexandrine arts flattering, the highest task of and the one we should take really seriously, saving the eye from a glimpse into the horror of the night and through the healing balm of illusion rescuing the subject from the spasms brought about by the strivings of the will, would degenerate into a trend to empty and scattered diversion? What happens to the eternal truths of the Dionysian and the Apollonian in such a mixture of styles of the sort I have set down as the essence of the stile rappresentativo, where the music is considered the servant and the libretto the master, where the music is compared to the body and the libretto to the soul, where the highest goal at best will aim at a descriptive tone painting, as it was earlier with the new Attic dithyramb, but here the music is completely alienated from its true office, which is to be a Dionysian world mirror, so that the only thing left for it is to imitate the essential forms of appearances, like a slave of phenomena, and to arouse superficial entertainment in the play of lines and proportions? A rigorous examination shows how this fatal influence of opera on music coincides precisely with the entire development music. The optimism lurking in the genesis of opera and in the essence of the culture represented through opera succeeded with alarming speed. In stripping music of its Dionysian world meaning and stamping on it a formally playful one and entertaining character. This transformation can only be compared to something like the metamorphosis of Aeschylean man into the Alexandrian cheerful man, if in the explanation given above we have been right to link the disappearance of the Dionysian spirit with an extremely striking but so far unexplained transformation and degeneration of Greek man. What hopes must re-backslash in us when the most certain fallible signs bring us the guarantee of the gradual awakening of the Dionysian spirit in our contemporary world? It is not possible that the divine power of Hercules should remain always in voluptuous bondage to Omphale. Out of the Dionysian foundation oft German spirit a power has arisen which has nothing in common with the most basic assumptions of culture, something those assumptions cannot explain or excuse. Rather, from the point of view of this culture, it is experienced as something terrible which cannot explained, as something veeringly hostile, and that is German music, above all as it is to understand in its forceful orbit from Bach to from Beethoven to Wagner. Even in the of circumstances, what can the Socratic man of our day, greedy for knowledge, begin to make of this daemon rising from the inexhaustible depths? Neither from the lacework or arabesques of operatic melodies nor with the help of the arithmetic abacus of algue and contrapuntal dialectic will a formula itself in whose triple-powered light people can render that daemon obsequious and compel it to speak a spectacle when our aesthetic eons nowadays, with the fishing net of beauty all their strike at and try to catch that musical genius roaming in front of them with incredible life, with movements which will not be judged according to eternal beauty any more than according to notions oft sublime. We should only inspect these patrons of music in person and at close quarters, they cry out so tirelessly beauty, beauty, to see whether they look like educated and discriminating darling children of nature, or whether they are not rather seeking a deceptively euphemistic form for their own crudity, an aesthetic pretext for their characteristically unfeeling sobriety. Here, for example, thinking of Otto Yam, but the liar and hypocrite should beware of German music, for in the midst of all our culture it is precisely the one unalloyed pure and puridoring fire spirit out from which and towards which all things move in a double orbit, as in the of the great Heraclitus of Ephesus. Everything which we now call culture, education, and civilization must at some point appear before the unerring judge Dionysus. Furthermore, let's remember how the spirit of German philosophy in Kant and Schopenhauer, streaming from the same springs, was able to annihilate the joy in existence of scholarly by demonstrating its, and how with this demonstration an infinitely deeper and more serious consideration of ethical questions and art was introduced, which we can truly describe as Dionysianism conceptually understood. Where does the mystery of these unity between German music and German philosophy point if not to a new form of existence, whose meaning we can inform ourselves only by speculating on the basis of analogies with the Greeks? For the Greek model has this immeasurable value for us who stand on the borderline between two different forms of existence, that in it are stamped all those transitions and struggles in a classically instinctive form, except that we are, as it were, living through the great high points of Greek being in the reverse order. For example, we seem to be moving now out of an Alexandrian period backwards into a period of tragedy. At the same time, we feel as if the birth of a tragic time period for the German spirit only means a return to itself, a blessed rediscovery of self, after immensely powerful forces from outside had for a long time forced it into semitude under their form, since that spirit, so far as form is concerned, live out in helpless barbarism. And now finally on its return home to the original spring of its being, it can dare to stride in here before all peoples, bold and free, without the guiding reins of Roman civilization. If only it can now understand how to learn all the time from a single people, the Greeks being capable of learning from them is already a high honor and a remarkable distinction, and when har needed these most eminent of mentors more than now, when we are experiencing the rebirth of tragedy and are in danger of not knowing where it is coming from or of being able to interpret where it is going. 20. At some point under the gaze of an incorruptible judge we may determine in what ages and in what men up to now the German spirit has struggled most powerfully to learn from the Greeks. And if we can assume with some confidence that this extraordinary praise must be awarded to the noblest cultural struggles of Goethe, Schiller, and Winckelmann, then we would certainly hail to add that since that time and the most recent developments of that battle, the attempt to attain a culture and to reach the Greeks by the same route has incomprehensibly weaker and weaker. In order to avoid being forced into total despair the German spirit, shouldn't we conclude from all this that in some important point or other these fighters were not successful in penetrating the Hellenic spirit and creating a lasting bond of love between German and Greek culture? And beyond that, perhaps an unconscious recognition of this failure gives rise in serious people to the enervating doubt who either, after such predecessors, they could go even further than these men had along this cultural path and reach their goal at all. For that reason, since that time we've seen judgments about the educational value of Greeks degenerate in the most disturbing way. We can hear expressions of sympathetic condescension in the most varied encampments of the spirit and of the lack of spirit. In other places a completely ineffectual SWT talk flirts with Greek harmony, Greek beauty, and Greek cheerfulness and precisely in the circles which could dignify themselves by drawing tirelessly from the Greek river Erd in order to benefit German education, the circles of teachers in the institutes of higher education, people have learned best to come to terms with the Greeks early and in a comfortable manner, often with a sceptical abandoning of the Hellenic ideal and a total rehearsal of real purpose of classical studies. In general, anyone in these circles who hasn't completely exhausted himself in the on to be a dependable corrector of old texts or a microscopic studier of language, like some natural historian, may perhaps also seek to acquire Greek antiquity historically, as as other antiquities, but in any case following the of our present scholarly writing, along with their supercilious expressions. If, as a result, the real cultural power of our institutions of higher learning has certainly never been lower and weaker than at present. If the journalist, the paper slave oft day, has won his victory over the professors so far as culture is concerned, and the only thing still left for the latter is the frequently experienced metamorphosis which has them also moving around these days with the speech styles of a journalist, with the light elegance of this sphere, like Chiral well-educated butterflies. Then how awkward and confusing it must be for people living in such a present and educated in this manner to stare at that phenomenon of the re-evil oft Dionysian spirit and the rebound off tragedy, something uhuk may only be by some analogy to the most profound principles of the as yet incomprehensible Hellenic genius. There is no other anistic period in which so-called culture and TME are more alienated from and averse to each other than what we witness with our own eyes nowadays. We understand why such a weak culture despises truth, for it fears such and will destroy it. But surely an entire form of culture, i.e., the Socratic Alexandrian, must have MN its all life after being able to culminate in such a delicate and insignificant point as our present culture. When HERNS like Schiller and Goethe couldn't succeed in breaking down that enchanted door which leads to the Hellenic magic mountain, when for all their most courageous struggles they reached no further than that yearning gaze which G and this Iphigenia sent from barbaric Taurus over the sea towards her home, what is left for the imitators of such heroes to hope for, unless from some totally different side, untouched by all the efforts of previous culture, the door might suddenly open on its own to the accompaniment of the mysterious sound of the reawakened music of tragedy. Let no one to detract from our in a still imminent rebirth of Hellenic antiquity, for that's the only place where we find our hope for a renewal and reformation of the German spirit through the fiery magic of music. What would we otherwise know to name which amid the desolation and weariness of contemporary culture could awaken some comforting expectation for the altar? We look in vain for a single powerfully branching root, for a final and healthy soil, but everywhere there is dust, sand, ossification, and decay. Here a desperate, isolated man couldn't chcos a better symbol than the knight of death and the devil, as Dürer has drawn him for us. The knight in armor with the hard bronze gaze, who knows how to make his way along his terrible without wavering at his horrific companions and yet without any hope, alone with his horse and hound. Such a Dürer knight was our Schopenhauer. He lacked all hope, but he wanted the TMTH_. There is no one like him, but how suddenly that wild mess of such an exhausted culture as the one I have just sketched out so gloomily changes when the Dionysian magic touches it. A tempest seizes everything worn out, rotten, broken apart, and stunted, wraps it in a red whirling cloud of dust, and lifts it like a vulture up into the air. In our gaze seeks out what has disappeared, for what we see has risen up as if from into golden light, so frill and gren so richly alive, so immeasurable and of longing. Tragedy sits in the midst of these superfluity of life, suffering, and joy. With awe-inspiring delight it listens to a distant melancholy song, which tells of the mother's offspring whose names are delusion, will, and woe. Yes, my friends, believe with me in the Dionysian life and in the rebound of tragedy. The age of the Socratic man is over. Cromwell yourselves with ivy, take the thyrsus stalk in your hand, and don't be amazed when tigers and panthers lie down fawning at your feet. Only now you must dare to be tragic men, for you will be redeemed. You are to lead the Dionysian celebratory procession from India to Greece. Arm yourselves for a hard battle, but have faith in the miracles of your Gokul. 21. Moving back from this tone of exonation into a suitable, for I repeat that only from the Greeks can we learn what such a miraculously sudden awakening of tragedy can mean for the innermost fundamental life of a people. It is the people of tragic mystery who fight the Persian wars, and again the supposed that such a people, after being stirred right to their innermost being for several generations by the strongest paroxysms of the Dionysian demon, were still capable of a regular and powerful outpouring of the simplest political feeling, the most natural instinctive feeling for their homeland, the original manly desire to fight. Nonetheless, If I always sense that remarkable extension of oneself into one's surroundings associated with Dionysian arousal, how Dionysian release from the shackles of individuality registers at first as a heightened indifference, even apathy and hostility to the political instincts. On the other hand, Apollo, the nation builder, is also the genius of the principium individuations, individualizing principle, and a sense of state and homeland cannot survive without an affirmation of the individual personally. From ecstatic experience there is only one way out for a people, the route to Indian Buddhism, which, myth its longing for nothingness, in order to be endurable requires those rare ecstatic states if their ascent above space, time, and individuality. These states, in their turn, demand a philosophy who teaches people to use some idea to overcome the unimaginable dreariness of intermediate states. In cases here the political drives are considered unconditionally valid, it's equally necessary for a people to turn to the path oft most extreme forms of secularization. The most magnificent but also the most terrifying example of this is the Roman Empire. Standing between India and Rome and forced to make a tempting choice, the Greeks succeeded in inventing a third form in classical purity. Of course, they did not make use of it for long, but for that very reason they made it immortal. That fact that the darlings of the gods die early holds in all things, but it's equally certain that then they live among the gods forever. So people should not demand from the noblest thing of all that it should possess the hard-wearing durability of leather, that crude toughness characteristic of the Roman national impulses, for example, probably does not belong to the necessary predicates of perfection. But if we ask what remedies made it for the Greek in their great period, with the extraordinary strength of their Dionysian and political drives, not to exhaust themselves either with an ecstatic brooding or in a consummate pursuit of world and worldly honor, but to reach that marvelous mixture just as a noble wine makes one feel fiery and meditative at the same time, then we must keep in mind the immense power of tragedy, which the entire people, purifying them and giving them release. We will first sense its highest value when it confronts us, as with the Greeks, as the essence of all prophylactic healing potions, as the mediator between the strongest and inherently most disastrous characteristics of a people. Tragedy draws the highest ecstatic music into itself, so that, with the Greeks, as with us, it immediately brings music to perfection. But then it places the tragic myth and the tragic hero next to the music, who then, like a powerful, takes the whole Dionysian QRLD on his back and thus relieves us of it. On the other hand, the same tragic mitlu in the person oft tragic hero, tragedy knows how to redeem us from the avid pressure for this existence, and with a warning hand reminds us of another state of being and a higher pleasure for which the struggling hero, hill of foreboding, is preparing himself, not through his Vict 01y but through his tragedy, places between the universal validity of its music and the listener sensitive to the Dionysian and inspiring parable the myth, and with that gives rise to an illusion, as if the music is only the production's highest /ice for bringing life to the plastic world of myth. Sting in this noble deception, tragedy can now move its limbs in the dithyrambic dance and abandon itself unconsciously to an ecstatic feeling. Operatum in Eulic it would not dare to whirl without that deception. The myth protects us from the music, while it, by contrast, immediately gives the music its highest freedom. In return, the music gives back to the tragic myth, as a rhythm gift, an urgent and convincing metaphysical significance, of a kind which words and pictures never could attain without its help. And particularly through the music there comes over the spectator of tragedy that certain presentiment of the highest joy, the road to which leads through destruction and negation, so that he thinks what he hears is like the innermost abyss of things speaking to him out loud. If in these last sentences I have perhaps tried to provide only a provisional expression of this complex idea, something immediately intelligible to few people, at this very I cannot refrain from encouraging my friends to a further attempt, and from asking them to prepare themselves with a single example of our common experience in order to recognize a general principle. With this example, I must not refer to those who use the images of the action in the scenes, the words and emotions of active people in order with their help to come closer to the feeling oft music. For none of them speaks music as a mother tongue, and, for all that help, they proceed no anther than the lobbies of musical perception, without ever being able to touch its innermost shrine. Some of these who take this road, like Gersinus, don't even succeed in reaching the lobby. But I must turn only to those who have an immediate relationship with music and who find in it, as it were, their mother, as those who stand bound up idle things almost exclusively through an unconscious musical relationship. To these TME musicians I direct the question: can they imagine a person capable of perceiving the third act of Tristan and Isolde as an immense symphonic movement, getting no help from words and images, without suffocating from a convulsive spreading of all the wings off his soul? A man, as in this case, has set his ear, so to speak, on the hien chambers of the world's v.il, who feels in himself raging desire for existence pouring forth into all the veins of the world as a thundering rainstorm or as the most delicately sprained brook. Would such a man not fall apart on the spot? Could he endure hearing in the suffering glass case of human individuality the echo of countless desires and cries of any from the space oft world's night, without, in the midst of this shepherd's medley of metaphysics, inexorably flying off to his original home? But what if nonetheless such a work could be perceived as a totality, without the denial of individual existence? What if such a creation could be produced without shattering its creator? Where do we get the solution to such a contradiction? Here, between our highest musical excitement and this music, the tragic myth and the tragic hero interpose themselves, basically only as a parable of the most universal facts of all, about which only music can speak directly. However, if felt as purely Dionysian beings, then myth would be entirely ineffectual as a parable and would remain there beside us unnoticed. It would not make us turn our ears away for an instant from listening to the echo of the universalta ante rem, the universal before the fact. But here the Apollonian power breaks through, preparing for the reintegration of shattered individuality with the healing balm of blissful illusion. Suddenly think we see only motionless and dazed, as he asks himself, the old what does it awaken for me? And what earlier stmck us as an empty sigh from the center of being now only says to us something like the empty sea. And where we imagined we were dying in a convulsive inner working out of all our feelings with only a little linking us to this existence, now we hear and see only the hero mold ally wounded and yet not dying, with his cry frill of despair, longing. Longing. In death still yearning not to die from yearning. And when earlier, after such an excess and such a huge number of torments consuming us, the jubilation oft horns, almost like an extreme agony, cuts through our hearts, there stands us and this jubilation in itself, the celebrating convenal, turned towards the ship carrying Isolde. No matter how powerful the compassion gripping us inside, in a certain sense, nonetheless, this compassion saves us from the primordial suffering of the world, just as the symbolic picture of myth saves us from the immediate at the highest world idea, just as thoughts and words save us from the unrestrained outpouring of the unconscious will. Because of that merciless Apollonian deception, it seems to us as if the empire of music confronted us as a plastic world, as if only Tristan's and Isolde's destiny had been formed and stamped out in pictures in the most delicate and expressive of all material. Thus the Apollonian rescues us from Dionysian universality and delights us with individuals. It attaches our aroused feelings of sympathy to them, and with them it satisfies our sense of beauty, our longing for great and awe-inspiring forms. It presents images of life to us and provokes us to a thoughtful grasp of the kernel of life contained in them. With the immense power of imagery, ideas, ethical instinction, and sympathetic arousal, the Apollonian one irs man up out of his ecstatic self-distinction and blinds him to the universality of the Dionysian process, leading him to the delusion that he is watching just one image oft world, for example, Tristan and Isolde, and that the music only helps him see it better and ith greater. What can the skillful healing power of Apollo's magic not achieve, if it can even excite in us this delusion, so that it seems as if the Dionysian is really working to semi the Apollonian, capable of intensifying its effects, in fact, as if the music was essentially an anistic presentation of an Apollonian content, with that pre-established harmony which reigns between the perfect drama and its music. Drama attains an extreme degree of vividness, something which verbal drama cannot approach. In the independently moving melodic lines, all the living forms in the scene simplify themselves into the clarity of curved lines, and the juxtaposition of these lines sounds out to us, sympathizing in the most delicate way with the action as it moves forward. As this happens, the relation of THMGS becomes immediately audible to us in a more sensuously perceptible way, which has nothing abstracted at all, as we also recognize through it that only in these relations does the essence of a character and of a melodic line clearly reveal itself. And while the music compels us in this way to see more and more profoundly than ever, and the scenic action spreads itself in front of us like a delicate spider's web, our inner view of the stage is infinitely widened and illuminated from within. Umad could a word offer analogous to this someone who struggles with a very imperfect mechanism in indirect ways to attain with words and ideas that inner expansion of the vivid world of the stage and its inner illumination? Musical tragedy, of course, also uses the word, but at the same time it can set beside it the basis and origin of that word and reveal to us from inside that MRD has presumed. But nonetheless we could just as surely claim this depiction of the action that it is only a marvelous appearance, i.e., that previously mentioned Apollonian delusion, through whose effects we should be relieved of the Dionysian surge and excess. In fact, the relationship between music and drama is fundamentally the reverse. The music is the essential idea of the word, and the drama is only a reflection of these idea. It's isolated this entire between the melodic line and the living form, between the harmony and the relations of the characters in that form, is true in a sense opposite to what it might seem to be for us. As we look at musical tragedy, we may well stir up the form in the most way, enliven and illuminate it from within, but it always remains only an appearance, from which there is no bridge leading to TME reality, to the health of the world. But music speaks out from this health, and though countless appearances could clothe themselves in the same music, they would never exhaust its essence. They would always be only its external reflection, and, of course, with the complex relationship music and drama, nothing is explained and everything is confused by the popular and entirely false contrast between the soul and the body. But among our aestheticians it's precisely the unphilosophical crudity of this contrast which seems to hail become, for reasons nobody knows, a well-known article of Feitlu, while they have learned nothing about the difference between the appearance and the thing in itself, or, for similarly unknown reasons, don't want to learn anything. If one result of our analysis might that the Apollonian in tragedy, thanks to its deception, emerges victorious over the primordial Dionysian elements of music and makes use of these for its own purposes, that is, for the highest dramatic clarity, a very important reservation naturally follows. At the most essential point of all, that Apollonian deception is broken up and destroyed. Drama, with the help of music, spreads out in front of us with such innerly illuminated clarity in all its movements and forms, as if we were seeing the fabric on the LCOM while the shuttle moves back and forth, achieves its effect as a totality which lies beyond all the anistic workings of the Apollonian. In the total action of tragedy, the Dionysian regains its superiority once more. Tragedy ends with a tone which never could resound from the realm of Apollonian alt, and as that happens, the Apollonian deception reveals itself, for it is, as the veil which, so long as the tragedy is going on, has cored the essentially Dionysian effect. But this Dionysian effect is nonetheless so powerful that at the end it drives the Apollonian drama itself into a sphere where it begins to speak with Dionysian wisdom, and here it denies itself and its Apollonian visibility. So we could truly symbolize the complex relationship between the Apollonian and the Dionysian in tragedy with the fraternal between both divinities. Dionysus speaks the language of Apollo, but Apollo finally speaks the language of Dionysus, and with that the highest goal of tragedy and alt in general is attained. 22 An attentive friend should remind himself, from his own experience, oft pure and unmixed effect of a TMLY musical tragedy. I think I have described what this effect is like. Attending to both aspects of it, so that he will now know how to $$ his own experience for himself. For he will rawl how, confronted with the myth unfolding in front of him, he felt himself raised up to some son of omniscience, as if the visual power of his eyes was not merely a force dealing with surfaces but was capable of penetrating within, as if, with the help of the music, he could see in front him the turbulent feelings of the will, the war of motives, the growing storm of passions as something which is, as it were, sensuously present, like an abundance of living lines and figures in motion, and thus as if he could plunge into the most delicate secrets of known emotions. As he conscious of this highest intensification of his instincts which aim for clarity and transfiguration, nonetheless he feels with equal certainty that this long series of Apollonian artistic effects does not produce that delightful indifference of will-less contemplation like the sculptor and the epic poet, that is, the genuine Apollonian artist, bring out in him with their works of, and that is, the justification of the world oft individual attained in that contemplation, which is the peak and essence of Apollonian art. He at the transfigured world oft stage and yet denies it. He sees the tragic hero in front of him in his epic clarity and beauty, and nonetheless, takes pleasure in his distinction. He understands the scenic action to its innermost core, and yet joyfully flies off into the incomprehensible. He feels the actions of the hero as justified and is, nonetheless, still more uplifted when these actions destroy the one who initiated them. He shudders at the suffering the hero is about to encounter and, nonetheless, because of it has a premonition of a higher, much more overpowering joy. He perceives more things and more profoundly than e'er before, and yet wishes he were blind. Where would we able to this miraculous division of self, this collapse of the Apollonian, if not from Dionysian magic, which, while it apparently excites the Apollonian feelings to their highest point, nevertheless can still force this exuberance of Apollonian and into its surcease? The tragic myth can only be as a symbolic picture of Dionysian wisdom by means of Apollonian art. It leads the QRLD of appearances to its limits, where it denies itself and once again seeks to fly back into the bosom of the true and single reality, at which point it seems, like Isolde, to sing its metaphysical swan song in the surging torrents of seas of my desires, in resounding tones of fragrant waves, in the blowing all of the world's breath to draw it to sink down, to lose consciousness, the highest joy. So we remember the experiences of the truly aesthetic listener, the tragic artist himself, as he, like a voluptuous divinity of individualism, creates his forms, in which sense his UMK can scarcely be understood as an imitation of nature, and as his immense Dionysian DRIR then devours this entire of appearances in order to allow him, through its distinction to have a premonition of the original and highest altistic joy in the primordial one. Of course, our aesthetic eons don't know what to make about this return journey to our original home, about the fraternal bond of the brother of art in tragedy, any more than they do about the Apollonian or the Dionysian excitement of the listener, while they never weary of characterizing as the essential feature of the tragic the struggle of the hero with fate, the victory of a moral world order, or the purging of the emotions achieved by tragedy. Such tireless F01ts lead me to the thought that in general they may be men incapable of aesthetic excitement, so that when they hear a tragedy perhaps they think of only as moral beings. Since Aristotle, there has not yet been an explanation of the tragic effect from which one might be able to infer aesthetic conditions or the aesthetic capability of the listener. Sometimes pity and fear are supposed to be pushed by the serious action to and discharge which brings relief. At other times, we are supposed to feel enthusiastic and elevated because oft victory of good and noble principles, by the sacrifice of the hero, taking that as a service to a moral world order. I have no doubt that for countless men that and only that is precisely the effect of tragedy. But this reveals equally clearly that all these people, together with their aesthetic interpreters, have experienced nothing of tragedy as the highest alt that pathological purgation, the catharsis of Aristotle, which the philologues are uncertain whether to count a medical or a moral phenomenon, brings to mind a remarkable idea of Goethe's. Without a living pathological interest, he says, I have also never succeeded in working on any kind of tragic, and therefore I prefer to avoid it rather than seek it out. Could it perhaps be the case that among the merits of the ancients the highest degree of the pathetic was also only aesthetic play for them, while with us the truth of nature must be there as well in order for such a work to be produced? After our glorious experiences we can now answer yes to this profound question after we are experienced with wonder precisely this musical tragedy, how truly the highest degree of the pathetic can be, for all that, only an aesthetic garn underscore for that we re justified in claiming that only now can the primordial phenomenon of the tragic be described able some success. Anyone who nowadays still provides explanations in terms of those surrogate effects from spheres beyond aesthetics and doesn't sense that he has risen the pathological and moralistic processes may well despair of his aesthetic nature. For that condition we recommend as an innocent substitute the interpretation of Shakespeare the way Gervinus decrs it with the diligent search for poetic justice. So with the rebirth of tragedy the aesthetic listener is also born again, in whose place up to this a strange quid pro quo habitually sat in the theatre space, with half moral and half scholarly demands the critic. In his sphere so far everything has been only synthetic and whitewashed with the appearance of life. The performing artist in fact didn't really know what he could begin to do with a listener behaved so critically, and therefore he, together with dramatist or opera composer who inspired him, peered anxiously for the last remnants of life in this discriminating, barren creature incapable of enjoying itself. But up to this point the general public has consisted of this son of critic. Through education and the press, the student, the school child, indeed even the most harmless female creature has been prepared, without being aware of it, to perceive a work of an in a similar manner underscore the more noble natures among the mists. Faced with such a public, count on exciting moral and religious forces, and the call for a moral world view stepped in vicariously, where, in fact, a powerful artistic magic should have entranced the real listener. Alternatively, dramatists with a pronounced and at least exciting proclivity for contemporary and Estenia one issues brought out such clear productions that the listener could forget his critical exhaustion and let himself go with feelings like patriotism or militaristic moments, or in front of the speaker's desk in Parliament or with judicial sentences for crimes and vices. And that necessarily to an alienation from true artistic purposes and directly to a culture of attitudinizing. But here there stepped what in every unofficial art up to now has intented, a ragingly quick deprivation of that very attitudinizing, so that, for example, the view that the theatre should be used as an institution for the moral education of a people, something taken serious in Schiller's day, is already counted among the incredible antiquities of an education which has been superseded as the critic carn to rule in the theatre and concert and the journalist in the press in society, and degenerated into an object of entertainment of the basest son, and the aesthetic critic was used as a way of binding together in a vain, scattered, selfish, and, beyond this, pitifully unoriginal society, of which we can get some sense in Schopenhauer's parable of the porcupines. So there has never been a time when there has been so much chatter about art and when people think so little of it. But can't we still with someone who is in a position to entertain himself with Beethoven and Shakespeare? Everyone may answer this question according to his own feelings. With his answer he will at any rate demonstrate what he imagines by the word culture, provided he seeks to answer the question at all and is not already struck dumb with astonishment. By contrast, someone with a nobler and more naturally refined ability, even if he also has gradually turned into a critical barbarian in the manner described above, could say something about an unexpected and entirely incomprehensible effect of the sort which something like a happily successful production of Lohengrin had on him, except perhaps he didn't have a hand which could advise him and clearly lead him, so that that incomprehensibly varied and totally incomparable sensation which so shook him at the time remained a single example and, after a short period of illumination, died out, like a mysterious star. That was the moment he had a presentiment of what an aesthetic listener, anyone who wants an accurate test for himself to see how closely related he is to the newly aesthetic listener or how much he belongs with the Socratic critical community, could sincerely ask himself about the feelings with which he rehears some miracle presented on stage. In that situation, for example, does he file a Fendel in his historical sense, which organizes itself on strict psychological causality, or he, in a spirit of generosity, as it were, make a concession to the miracle as something comprehensible and child-ed but foreign to him, or does he suffer anything else at all in that process? For in doing this he will be able to measure how far, in general, he is capable of understanding the myth, the concentrated image of the world, which, as an abbreviation of appearance, cannot work without the miracle. However, it is likely that almost everyone in a strict test will feel himself so thoroughly corrupted by the critical historical spirit of our culture that he could make the previous existence of the myth credible only with something scholarly, by compromising some abstractions. However, without myth that culture forfeits its healthy creative natural power. Only a horizon reorganized through myth completes the unity of an entire cultural movement till rough mythology of illusion and of Apollonian dream are first rescued from their random wandering around. The images of myth must be the unseen, omnipresent demonic sentries under whose care the young soul matures and by whose signs a man interprets his life and struggles for himself. Even the stateness no more powerful titan laws than the mythical foundation guarantees its connection to religion, its growth out of mythic ideas. Alongside that, let us now place abstract people, those who are not led by myths, as well as abstract education, abstract customs, abstract law, the abstract state. Let us the disorderly roaming of artistic fantasy which is not restrained by any surret myth. Let us imagine a culture which has no fixed and primordial seat but which is condemned to exhaust all and to lure on a meager diet from all other cultures, and there we have the present, the result of that secretism whose aim is to destroy myth. And now the man without a myth stands there, eternally hungry, in the midst of all past ages, rummaging around and digging as he looks for roots, even if he has to shovel for them in the most remote ancient times. A lot is revealed in the Erdmann's historical net of this dissatisfied modem culture, the gathering up of countless other cultures, the consuming desire to know, if not the loss of myth, the loss of the mythic homeland, of the mythic maternal womb. Let us ask ourselves whether the feverish and eerie inner excitements of this culture is something other than a starving man's greedy snatch and grab for who still want to give such a culture anything, when nothing which it gobbles down satisfies it, and when, at its touch, the most powerful and healthiest nourishment usually changes into history and criticism. We would also have to xw1's pain-filled despair over our German being, if it is already inextricably intermixed in a similar way with its culture, or, if they have become a single unit, as we can observe, to our horror, adel civilized France. What for a long time constituted the great merit of France and the cause of its huge superiority, that very unity of being in people and culture, should make us, we coke at it, praise our luck and give thanks that such a questionable culture has had nothing in common up to this point with the noble core of our people's character. Instead of that, all our hopes are reaching out yearningly towards the perception that under his restless cultural life jumping around here and there in these cultural convulsions lies hidden a glorious, innerly healthy, and age-old power, which naturally only begins to stir into vertical motion at tremendous moments and then goes on dreaming once again about a ultra awakening. Out of this abyss the German Reformation arose. In its choral music there rang out for the first time the style of German music. Luther's choral UMKS sounded as profound, courageous, spiritual, as exuberantly and tender as the first Dionysian call rising up out of thickly growing bushes at the approach of spring. In answer to it carn the competing echo of that solemn procession of Dionysian dreamers, whom we have to thank for German music and whom we will thank for the rebirth of the German myth. I know that now one have to take the sympathetic friend who is following me to a lofty place for lonely contemplation, where he will have only a few traveling companions. By way of encouragement I call out to him that we have to keep hold of those leaders who illuminate the way for us, the Greeks. Up to now, in order to purifier our aesthetic awareness, we have from them of those images oft gods, each of whom rules a specific anistic realm, and by considering Greek tragedy, we came to an awareness of their mutual contact and intensification. To us the downfall of Greek tragedy must seem to have occurred through a remarkable tearing apart of both of these primordial anistic drears. And this event corresponded to a degeneration and transformation of the character of the Greek people. Something Eulic demands from us some serious reflection about how necessarily and closely art and people, myth and custom, tragedy and the state are fundamentally intertwined. That downfall of tragedy was at the same time the downfall of myth. Up to that point the Greeks were instinctively compelled to tie everything they lived through immediately to their myths. In fact, to understand that experience only through this link, by doing that, even the most recent present moment had to appear to them at once subspecies edemi funder the eye of eternio j, and thus, in a certain sense, to be timeless. In this stream of the timeless, the state and plunged equally in order to find in it rest from the weight and the greed of the moment. And a people, as well as a person, by the way, is only worth as much as it can stamp upon its experiences the mark of the eternal, for in that way it is, as it were, relieved oft burden of the world and demonstrates its unconscious inner conviction of the relativity of time and of the true, that is, of the metaphysical meaning of life. Something quite different from this happens when a people begins to understand itself historically and to smash up the mythic bastions standing around it. It is customary for a decisive secularization, a breach with the unconscious metaphysics of its earlier existence, all the ethical consequences, to be tied in with this process. Gre.Kn and especially Greek tragedy above all checked the destruction of myth. People had to destroy them in order to be able to live detached from their home soil, unrestrained in the wildness of thought, custom, and action. But now this metaphysical drive still tries to create, even in a toned-down form, a transfiguration for itself, in the secretism of science which pushes toward life. But on the lower steps this very drive led only to a feverish search, which gradually lost itself in a pandemonium of myths and superstitions from all over the place, all piled up together. For all that, the Hellene still sat in the middle this pile with an unquenched heart, until he understood to mask that fever, like Graculus, with Greek cheerfulness and Greek negligence, or to plunge completely into some stupefying Oriental superstition or other. In the most obvious way, since the reawakening of Alexandrian Roman antiquity in the 15th century after a long and difficult to describe interval, we have come closer to this condition up on the heights, this satiny abundant desire for knowledge, the same dissatisfied happiness in discovery, the same immense solarization alongside a homeless wandering around, a greedy thronging at foreign tables, a reckless idolizing of the present, or a lifeless numbed turning away with everything sub spectaculi under the eye of the secular angel of the present age. These same symptoms lead us to suspect the same lack at the hem of this culture, the distinction of myth. It seems hardly possible that transplanting a foreign myth would enjoy any lasting success, without irreparably damaging the trait in the transplant. Perhaps it is at some point strong and healthy enough to slice out this foreign element with a fearful struggle, but usually it must proliferate its diseased condition, sick, and we have such a high regard for the pure and powerful core of the German being that it is precisely there we dare to expect from it that elimination of vertically planted foreign elements, and consider it that the German spirit will come back into an awareness of itself on its. Perhaps some people will think that this spirit would have staff its struggle with the elimination of the romantic, but at that point he has to remember an external preparation and encouragement in the victorious courage and bloody glory oft recent war, but search for the inner necessity in the competitive striving always to be worthy oft noble pioneers on this road, including Luther just as much as our great anists and poets. But let him never that he can fight such a battle without his house gods, without his mythic homeland, without a bringing back of all German things. And if the German in his hesitation should look around him for a leader who will take him back again to his long-lost homeland, whose roads and pathways he hardly knows any more, let him only listen to the sweet enticing call of the Dionysian bird hovering above him seeking to show him the way. 24. Among the characteristic altistic effects of musical tragedy we had to stress an Apollonian illusion through which are supposedly rescued from immediate unity of being with the Dionysian music, while our musical excitement can discharge itself in an Apollonian sphere, in a visible middle world which interposed itself by doing this though we had noticed how, through this discharge, that this middle world of the scenic action, the drama in general, to a sane degree became comprehensible from within, in a way is unattainable in all other Apollonian. Hence, it was here the Apollonian is energized and raised aloft, as it were, through the spirit oft music, we had to recognize the highest intensification of its power and, therefore, in the fraternal bond of Apollo and Dionysus the highest of both Apollonian and Dionysian artistic aims. Of course, the projected Apollonian image with this inner illumination through music dtrs not achieve the effect characteristic of the weaker degrees of Apollonian and what epic or animated stone are capable of, compelling the contemplating eye to that calm delight in the QRLD of the individual. In spite of a higher animation and clarity, that effect will not permit itself to be attained. We looked at drama and with a penetrating gaze forced our way into the inner moving world of its motives, and nonetheless for us it was as if only an allegorical picture passed before us, whose most profound meaning we thought could almost guess, and we wanted to pull aside, like in order to at the primordial image behind it. The brightest clarity of the image did not satisfy us, for this seemed to hide just as much as it revealed. And while, with its allegorical-like revelation, it seemed to promise to rip aside to disclose the mysterious background, once again that penetrating light illuminating everything held the eye in its spell and held it from penetrating any more deeply. Anyone who has not had the experience of having to watch and, at the same time, aiming to go and beyond watching have difficulty imagining how definitely and clearly these two processes exist together and are felt alongside each other as one. OBSM.es The tragic myth. However, the truly aesthetic spectators confirm for me that among the peculiar effects of tragedy this coexistence may be the most remarkable. If we now translate this phenomenon going on in the aesthetic spectator into an analogous process in the tragic altist, we will have the genesis of the tragic myth. He shares with the Apollonian sphere of art the frill joy in appearances and in watching. At the same time he denies this joy and has an even higher satisfaction in the distinction of the /isible world of appearances. The content of the tragic myth is at first an epic event with the glorification of the struggling hero. But what is the origin of that inherently mysterious feature, the fact that the suffering in the fate of the hero, the most painful victories, the most agamsam opposition of motives, in shone the exemplification of that wisdom of Silenus, or, expressing it aesthetically, oft ugly and dissonant, in so many countless forms, is presented with such fondness, always renewed and precisely in the richest and youngest age of a people. Do we not perceive in all this a higher pleasure? For the fact that in life things are really so tragic would at least account for the development of an art form if alt is not only an imitation of natural reality but a metaphysical supplement to that reality set beside it in order to overcome it, and the tragic myth, in so far as it belongs to art at all, also participates fully in this general pluralism of art to provide metaphysical transfiguration. But aha, does it transfigure, when it leads out the world of appearance in the image of the suffering hero. Least of all the reality of this world of appearances, for it says directly to us, look here. LMK right here. This is your life. 'Tis is the hour hand on the clake of your existence. And does the myth show us this life in order to transfigure it for us? If not, in who hate does the aesthetic joy consisteth which we also allow these images to pass in front of us? I ask about aesthetic delight and know full well that many oft these images can in addition now and then still produce a moral pleasure, for example, in the form of pity or a moral triumph, but whoever wants to derive the effect of the tragic merely from these moral origins is, of course, has been customary in aesthetics for far too long should not think that he has then done anything for art. All must demand purity in its realm. For an explanation of the tragic myth, the very first demand is that he seek that joy characteristic of it in the purely aesthetic sphere, without reaching over into the territory of pity, fear, and the morally sublime. How can the ugly and dissonant, the content of the tragic, excite an aesthetic delight? Here it is necessary for us to vault with a leap into a metaphysics of an, in Ulick I repeat an earlier sentence, that existence and the world appear justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon. It is in this sense that the tragic myth has to convince us that even the ugly and dissonant are an anistic game, which the will, in the eternal abundance of its joy, plays with itself. But there's a direct way to make this phenomenon of Dionysian, so difficult to comprehend, completely understandable, and to enable one to grasp it immediately through the miraculous meaning of musical dissonance. The way the music, set next to the world, is the only thing that can give an idea of what it means to understand a justification of the QRLD as an aesthetic phenomenon. The joy which the tragic myth produces has the same homeland as the delightful one sensation of dissonance in music. The together with its primordial joy felt even in pain, is the common birth womb of music and the tragic myth. Thus, shouldn't we have made that difficult problem of the tragic effect really much easier now that we har called on the relation of musical dissonance to help us? For now we understand what it means in tragedy to want to keep El King and at the same time to yearn for something beyond what we see. We would to characterize this condition in relation to the artistic use of dissonance precisely as the fact that we want to keep listening and at the same time yearn to get beyond what we hear. That striving for the infinite, the wing beat of longing, associated with the highest delight in clearly perceived reality, reminds us that in both states we must recognize a Dionysian Ulick always reveals to us all over again the all cracking apart and distinction of the world of the individual as the discharge of primordial delight, in a manner similar to the one in which gloomy Heraclitus compares the force constituting the to a child who playfully sets stones here and there, builds sand piles, and then knocks them down, and thus in order to assess the Dionysian capability of a people correctly, have to think not just about their music, must also to think about their tragic myth as the salient feature of that capacity. Given this closest of relationships between music and myth, now we can in a similar way assume that a degeneration or deprivation of one of them will be linked to a decline in the other, if a weakening of myth in general manifests itself in a weakening of the Dionysian capability. But concerning both oft a look at the development of the German being should us in no doubt, in the opera as in the abstract character of our myth-deprived existence, in an art who has sunk down to mere entertainment as well as in a life guided by concepts, that inaltistic and equally life-draining nature of Socratic optimism stands revealed. For our consolation, however, there are indications that in spite of everything the German spirit rests and dreams in magnificent health, its proamdity and Dionysian power undamaged, like a knight sunk down in slumber in an inaccessible abyss. And from this abyss, the Dionysian song rises up to us in order to make us understand that this German knight is also still dreaming his age-old Dionysian myth in solemn blissful visions. Let no one believe that the German spirit has lost forever its mythic homeland, when it still understands so clearly the voice of the birds which tell of that homeland. One day it will find itself awake in all the morning freshness of an Irnman's sleep. Then it will kill dragons, destroy the crafty dwarf, and awake Beamhilde, and even Wotan's spirit self will not be able to its way. My friends, you who have faith in Dionysian music, you also know what tragedy means to us. In it we have the tragic myth, reborn from music, and in it you must hope for everything and forget what is most distressing. The most painful thing, however, for all of us is this: the long degradation under which the German genius, alienated from house and home, has lived in service to that crafty dwarf. You understand my words as you also will understand my H0#s as I conclude. Point 25. Music and tragic myth are equally an expression of the Dionysian capacity of a people and are inseparable from each other. Both derive from an artistic realm that lies beyond the Apollonian. Both transfigure a region in whose joyal chords dissonance as the terrible image of world fade delightfully away. Both play with the sting of joylessness, trusting in the extreme power of their magical ans. Through this play both justio the existence of even the worst of worlds. Here the Dionysian shows itself, measured against the Apollonian, as the eternal and primordial artistic force, who summons the entire QRLD of appearances into existence in its midst. A new transfiguring illusion becomes necessary in order to keep alive the living of the individual. Could imagine some human development of dissonance, and is a man other than that, then this dissonance, in order to capable of life, would need a marvelous illusion, cover it with a veil of boer over its essential being. This is the altistic purpose of Apollo. In whose name we put together all those countless illusions of beautiful appearances which render existence at every moment in general one living and push us to experience the next moment. But in this process, from that basis for all existence, the Dionysian rock of the world, only as much can come into the consciousness of the human individual as can be overcome once more by that Apollonian power of transfiguration, so that of these artistic drirs are compelled to display their powers in a strictly mutual proportion, in accordance with the law of eternal justice. Dionysian power rises up as impetuously as we are seeing it rise. There Apollo must already have come down to us, hidden in a cloud. The next generation may well see the richest his beautiful effects. However, the fact that this effect is necessary each man will experience most surely through his intuition, if he once, even in a dream, feels himself set back into the life of the ancient Greeks. As he wanders under high Ionic colonnades, glancing upwards to a horizon marked off with pure and noble lines, with reflections of his transfigured form beside him in shining marble, around him people solemnly striding or moving delicately, with harmoniously sounding lutes and a speech of rhythmic gestures. Faced with this constant stream of beauty, would he not have to extend his hand to Apollo and cry out, "Blessed Hellenic people! How great Dionysus must be among you, if the Delphic god thinks such magic necessary to heal your dithyrambic madness." To a person in such a as this, however, an old looking at him with the noble eye of Aeschylus, might reply, "But, you strange foreigner, how much must these people suffered in order to be able to become so beautiful? But now follow me to the tragedy and sacrifice with me in the temple of both."